Oh my God! Hello. Is it weird that I was like nervous to do this episode because we took 1 week off?
Oh no.
I
We do
know.
that we do that a couple times a year, dude.
I know, but like the last time we did it was like May. I
Yeah.
mean, Nabish and I took a week off in May, but we
Yeah.
took like a total
We
week
did it,
off.
boys.
We did it. We're fam. Hi, hey, welcome to bonus content. Alex, that's me. I'm here. I'm hosting. Well, let's go. Nabish and Scott and Tony are here. We got the
All right,
whole.
back
The
Hello.
to Doom.
Oh, are you talking?
Jesus
Are you
Christ.
booting up Doom again, Scott? You're just good.
Yeah, I'm good.
I like here. You're like, it's podcast time. Time to stop playing Doom and immediately boot up Doom again.
Bonus content is time for Doom. That's what we've
Bonus
figured out
content
at this
is
point.
is being officially renamed in 2017 as Doom Time, Doom o'clock. We haven't actually done bonus content in like 3-4 weeks, right? 3 weeks. I don't know. It's been a hot minute 'cause we didn't do it for the Herald show. We didn't do it when Dave was on, and we were off last week. So 3 weeks. 3 weeks. How's life, guys? I miss you guys so much. It's so weird not talking to you guys for a week. I know that sounds.
Yeah, you even called me today. That was weird. That
Well,
has
I
never
mean,
happened. That hasn't happened in like multiple years.
Well, that's not true. I called you.
Very true.
It's not 100% true. It's about 85% true. I called you to wake you up so you could come do this goddamn podcast.
I mean, I was awake. I just hadn't processed what time it was yet.
Okay, hey, that's fair. You know, you got to get it together sometimes.
I looked over. I was like, oh, my phone is lit up. I wonder why that's happening. Did
My
I get a
phone,
notification?
It's lit.
Oh no,
fam.
Alex O'Neill's calling me. This hasn't happened in years.
All right, we get it. I have to like we have to continue our like fake hate on hate relationship though, or else people
See,
will
like
be
when it's
disappointed.
only between you and me, it's not fake anymore.
Yeah.
We have to pretend like we
like,
hate each
shh.
other. I'm gonna keep telling that to Tony until he believes it's that we're actually pretending. How are you guys doing? Scott, how are you doing, man?
I had a terrible day today.
I'm sorry.
You want to hear it?
Scott,
Yeah.
I recently found out that Scott has to work every other Saturday.
Oh fuck.
I'm sure-
It's
I'm sure
Monday
that's
through
what-
Saturday,
Oh,
but
okay.
sometimes not.
Okay. Sometimes you get to sleep in
Like,
on Saturday.
I work a 6-day.
Saturday is the sometimes vowel of
week.
weeks.
Then I work a 5-day week.
Okay. So like every other week, or is it not
Every
consistent?
every other week.
Okay. Fuck that. Did you work today?
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were gonna hang out and be friends, and then Scott was like, I can't.
Or
Yeah.
were you? Because when I got in here and you weren't here yet, Tony, Scott's like, I haven't seen him all day.
Yeah,
As
because we
it-
were gonna hang out. We talked about it yesterday, and then Scott was like, nope, I have to work. And I was like, you have to work on Saturdays? That's where I found out this guy has to work on Saturdays.
But
Now,
I told
now
you
you're caught
the
up.
week before when we were trying to hang out the other time.
God, I didn't pay
Because
attention to
sitting
anything
with
other than, yeah, we're hanging out this week. And we didn't.
Fucking, there's Tony Horvath 101 right there.
Yeah.
All I heard was what I wanted to hear. What are you talking about? That wasn't the whole story.
Yeah, I work Monday through Friday and
Uh-huh.
every other week Saturday.
Okay. Listen, I get it. I'm getting cozy over here.
It's been that way for like five
Forever,
months.
yo.
5 months? That's a lot.
Yeah, 5 months.
No wonder like every other week you're falling asleep by the end of the podcast.
Yeah.
That makes sense now.
And then during the beginning and through the middle of the summer, through almost all of the summer, I was working every Saturday.
Okay. That sucks. Yeah, I remember that, but that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. So you had a long day at work, I assume.
Yeah, I want to hear how it started.
Sure.
I woke up with a headache at 6 a.m.
Jesus Christ. This
Sounds like a great start.
This is my worst case scenario for life.
So I wake up an hour early, and the whole head hurts.
Yeah.
It's not just the part above the eye. It's not right next to the temple or near the back of the head. It's the entire thing.
Yeah.
So I go downstairs and then I take an ibuprofen and then I go back upstairs and I try to go to bed.
Okay.
Do you see where I went wrong?
The part where you try to go back to sleep when you had to go to work.
No.
Okay,
You're
that's
supposed to eat something before you take ibuprofen or any of those other kinds of things.
yeah,
You're not supposed to take it on an empty stomach.
yeah, but like shit
When you
happens.
when you sleep, you fast for at least I was fasting for about 8 hours.
Yeah.
I like to sleep slow.
All right, we get it, Tony.
So that gave me nausea.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
That's what
That'll do the
happens.
trick.
That's what happens when you do that on an empty stomach.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'm guessing, had to wake up for work and were nauseous and had a headache still.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So that's how I went into work today.
Did it get better at least as time went on?
As not until it was too late.
Okay. I mean, yes, of course. What time do you go into work on Saturdays?
Same time as normal. I actually no, I get 10 extra minutes at home
What time is
because there's
normal?
no traffic. But yeah, I leave between 8 to 8:20.
Okay.
And on Saturdays, I can take up to 8:30.
Okay. I work such irregular hours, so I didn't know it was normal. Well, I'm sorry, Scott. Did you eat something? Have you eaten yet?
Yeah. Yeah,
Good.
I've been able I was able to eat at around like 11:10
Mm-hmm.
from that, so I had nausea for about 4 hours. 4 noticeable hours before I was able to eat
Yeah.
on a standing, moving around, picking things up and putting them down job.
Yeah. Okay. What do you normally have for lunch? Do you like bring a lunch, or do you go out somewhere nearby and get lunch?
Leftover.
Okay. Okay. I eat Chipotle for lunch now about like 80% of the time.
That's my boy right there.
Yeah, I'm doing you proud, Tony. It's real good. I
Yeah?
can't eat Taco Bell anymore because like it's just so inferior.
Yeah.
Now you know
You're
where
not
I'm coming
wrong.
from. So what I need to do is I need to take you to a place
Mm-hmm.
called Tacos and Pizza.
Yeah, okay. Yes. You don't even have to talk anymore. You need to take me to this place.
They have really good pizza.
Okay.
Although I admit you're probably gonna like Little Caesars a little more.
No, I'm
But
not
I mean-
actually a huge fan of Little Caesars. So.
I mean,
Really?
Little Caesars does
Little Caesars gets the fucking job done. All right.
pretty much.
That is
$5. I'm cheap and I need something to eat.
Yeah.
So
And pizza's always good even when it's bad. So let's do this. I have leftovers for tomorrow. I'm not a big
But
fan
I-
of Little Caesars.
But you
Just
like
a little-
Domino's?
I love Domino's.
Mhm.
Domino's is like the premium shitty pizza. And I'm game. Like a good bad pizza is a good pizza as far as I'm concerned. But like
Okay, so you still understand that it's shitty. Okay, so
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
that's where the disconnect was.
like when you
Okay.
have like legit
so you know
as
you'll
fuck
probably like
pizza,
this better than that. Then.
Okay, yeah. That's what I'm
'Cause
saying.
It's not it's bad good pizza.
Okay. That's good. That's like a step up from good bad pizza. So
Right.
okay. All right.
So they have fantastic tacos.
Yeah. See, this is where I'm at. Let's go. Let's do this. Is this place just called Tacos and Pizza?
Yeah.
I like the branding. It's simple. It's easy to understand. All right. Anything else happen, Scott? We've been off for a week. We took a week off impromptu. Anything else going on? No. Okay, cool. Got it.
I
Thanks.
mean, I guess what you might have missed is that I'm definitely going to school in the spring.
Okay. Me too. I signed up for orientation. That was weird. I have to go to that in
Yay.
January. Nate in the chat, since this is bonus content, we are live. Nate in the chat dropping some fucking hella shit talking on Domino's. He said Domino's is average as hell. which is not wrong, but I don't like the tone. All right. Nabishin, man, what's up? I miss you, buddy.
Me too.
I was thinking about you a lot this weekend because people kept bringing you up.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like, man, I miss Nabishin. I'm like, yeah, fucking me too. And I'm not going to be able to talk to him this weekend, so stop it. But yeah, I mean, people were understanding. Like, no one expected you to be there and was doing the thing where they're like, oh, where's Nabishin? Isn't he like, I didn't have to go through that heartbreaking realization.
Oh, okay.
They knew that you weren't going to be there, but they're like, yo, like, what's the next time I'm seeing him? I'm like, probably Kind of Funny Live 3. And then we were all like in agreement of like, yo, that's going to be fucking lit. It's going to be great. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I agree. Yes.
When is that?
May, probably. Presumably. We're getting you out, Scott. It's happening. You don't have a choice.
Scott's
Yeah,
gonna go outside.
I could probably go to that easier than I could do to PAX.
Yeah, no. Like, whatever we got to do. We got to get the whole fam out there.
Yeah, let's.
I mean,
going across the
I'll be there,
country is a lot more
obviously,
easier.
right? So
Yeah, cross the country, way more easier than an $80 plane ticket to Boston. Let's do this. No, come on. We're dropping the 500. We're going. It's happening. All
Tony
of
will
us.
be there, so like. you
yeah,
know.
I mean,
And
I'll be there.
We wouldn't
so
have
Scott
seen
has
him
to
in
go, right?
forever. Yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't have seen Tony. Scott will obviously, by that time, miss Tony a great deal.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, Scott doesn't show emotions like, normal people, but it's fine. It'll still be there eating away at him. And Nate in the chat even says, Scott, you're fucking coming. So if Nate's gonna be there, Scott's gotta go.
Scott must be there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we've never all gone to a thing together. Like, we've all just come together. We've never like gone
Gross.
to a thing. You know?
We all tried to go to. We all tried to go to Indus Fest together.
We did. At least we were all together for a certain amount of time there, which away from
And then,
like.
and then the car broke.
And then Evan's fucking car broke.
And then we pushed the car, and then Stand By Me played.
Yeah, it was so good.
Yeah.
We should have done that. We should have pushed it all the way to Atlanta.
Nope.
We got
No, we
so
should
far.
not.
We got so close.
You wouldn't have made it.
God no.
I did.
Nabishin didn't even make it.
No.
No, we got to go to a thing.
Whatever, man. He went to a theme park. I wish I had gone to a theme
He didn't
park.
even go to the theme park. He just met
Did you
people
really
in the
not go?
parking lot of the theme park.
When it wasn't a theme park, it was like a farm. Pretty
Oh,
much,
really?
more or
I
less.
thought for some reason I remember like dropping you off at like King's Dominion.
We
or
did drop
something.
you off at King's Dominion.
It wasn't King's Dominion. It was like somewhere near King's Dominion. It was like right
King's
next
Dominion
to Dominion.
adjace, if I may.
Yeah, I saw
But
roller
no,
coasters.
it was-
That's all I know.
Yeah, and it wasn't yeah, I went to a farm because like Mark and Katie were having a date there, and like I just crashed that fucking thing, so that was inappropriate, but whatever. We had fun. I saw goats.
Okay.
Hell yeah, go.
That was,
Fuck yeah, goats.
yeah, I saw a goat named him Jeff and call him Jeff Goaty or something. I don't know.
Hell yeah,
That was a
you
dumb
did.
joke. But
Jeff Goaty's pretty good.
uh,
Goty. Jeff, game of the year.
G off. But what was the question? How am I doing? Or what, was I missing anything? Or what?
No, back to the original point where all this springboarded from. Yeah, just people asking me how you were doing, asking when they were going to see you next.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not,
Yeah,
I'm not
bro.
Nabishin's keeper.
No, like, I really appreciate it. Like, because I got tweets about it and stuff like that, and people are actually legitimately like saying like, "Oh, I wish you were here." I'm like, well, wow, like I didn't even ask for that, but like, thank you.
Good vibes, good people.
Yeah, like that was like it was the perfect time to go there, but it was my niece's birthday around that time, so I couldn't logically go.
No, man, you prioritize being a good uncle. You're a good person.
I try to. But yeah, yeah, I did miss a whole bunch of people there, but like possibly the next opportunity that I get, which is in PAX, I'll try to meet up with everybody. So it'll be fun.
I think you would have fun at PAX East.
Hell
It
yeah.
it is laid back in a pretty fun way.
Maybe.
PAX East will be the next time that I'm on the East Coast. So
And Boston's a great city. Also,
it is.
it's one of my favorite cities that I've been to. Have you been to Boston before?
No.
Have you been to New York before?
We went to New York together.
Yeah, we went to New York
did.
together.
Sorry. Again, I blacked that
Like
shit
that-
out.
Remember Navshin had pancakes in a Mexican restaurant?
It was rough, okay? Morale was low. I almost fell asleep driving. It was a rough time.
Dude, we went up there to get Kingdom Hearts. I don't even want Kingdom Hearts, but I went anyway because I like you guys.
Fuckers. The goddamn running out of stock bullshit.
Whatever, man. Store was kind of cool. They had some amiibos.
Yo, man, speaking of Kingdom Hearts.
They didn't even exist back then.
Yeah, they
I know, they had some kind of figures that looked
straight
like
up, if there were
amiibos.
Kingdom Hearts amiibo there, I would have gone fucking nuts. Let me get this hot Sora. Yeah, no, that Kingdom Hearts trailer also.
Real
Throwing
good.
it out there.
Real
It's good. It's real good.
It was probably like decent at best.
Decent best. Yo, I'll take
Yeah.
a decent from Tony. According to the chat, Namshin, you were the face of Irrational Passions.
The blackface.
Oh my god. never gonna unbrand that one, huh? Apparently they want to free the tyranny that I have over the world. So, I mean, that's fair. That's
Yeah.
valid.
When the thing you told us before the podcast happens, then maybe that'll be actually happen. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what's gonna happen in that case, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there.
For sure.
I've actually been worried about that a little bit this past week, but
I mean,
see.
no, we'll talk about it after the show.
Yeah. It's just we shouldn't talk about it on the show yet, at least.
Yeah. But I've been doing okay.
I hear you're becoming a 4K snob.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like my mother, my lovely mother, she got a nice 65-inch TV. Like she asked me
But
to,
it's only 1080, like hot street trash.
and she she brought it home, and like she asked me to install it for her and everything like that, and that was fine. And like I didn't know it wasn't a 4K at the time, so like I was setting it up for her. I was getting ready to calibrate for her, and I turned on the screen and put like on an HD channel for her to like get ready, and she was super impressed by it. Like, oh yeah, it looks so great. I'm like, it looks so blurry. And then like and then I was trying to go in the settings because I thought it was a 4K TV that she got because like it was big enough, so I just assumed it was. So I was trying to go in the settings, and I was like, why isn't this working? Why isn't it turning on? And then like I would ask my mom, I was like, does this look good for a 4K TV? She's like, that's not a 4K TV. I'm like, oh, it isn't. Oh, I'm sorry. So that just made me feel like really bad.
For assuming that you had the better product.
Pretty much. Because she got a really good deal. My sister works at Walmart and she's a manager, so it's like she got like a 65-inch TV for like $200 or something like that. So it was a good deal. But like, I was like, fuck, man, like I'm becoming someone that I really hate. Like I don't want to be this type of person, and like
I'm becoming Scott.
And I'm really thinking about it. And I was like, man, I haven't been in Marky K's house in a while. Like ever since I got this TV, mostly because I've been loving my TV. And like, but like,
have you gotten a PS4 Pro yet?
No.
Yeah,
that costs money, brother.
I know.
And it's Christmas, brother. I got 5 kids to feed.
I just like I don't know what fucking you got Scott, Tony, me, your 2 nieces.
I got my 2 nephews, my niece.
Yeah.
My best friend's daughter, who one of my other best friends, he moved in here in town. Like I'm sort of her godfather, so I had to get her something. And my new nephew Easton, like who's in Texas, so like fuck, I got like so many kids to be.
Got a new nephew? Oh, that's right. I remember this.
Yeah, the picture.
Yeah, I blanked. Listen, man, I've had a fucking long week too. All right. Yeah, no, I get it. So like, what are you looking at in native 4K?
What am I looking at?
Yeah.
Like I don't have cable, so it's like nothing like that. It's nothing like
I guess Luke Cage.
Yeah, like the thing I saw with real people, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Cage. Luke Cage looks phenomenal. Like my mom's seen that herself, and she's like, "Oh my god, this is like real people here. Like it's real people on your TV screen." I'm like, "Yeah, it's crazy." And like whenever I watch YouTube, because I have a smart TV, I watched it pretty much all that in 4K.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's right. Okay.
So watching the Easy Allies in 4K and all that other stuff. So that's been like spoiling me, and so like I said it ahead of time to Mark. I just sent him like a random message like, "Hey man,"
I saw this. That's why I brought this up because I saw the tweet.
like, "Hey man, like I haven't been to your house in a while, but like next time I come over, I might be a little bit judgy on your TV, so I'm gonna apologize ahead of time." And he's like, "God damn it!" And so,
That's pretty good.
You see, you compared this to being like me. Like I'm assuming that you mean like on my computer.
Yeah, I'm just teasing you, Scott. I promise.
But here's the thing about that as well.
Here we go.
You know I'm not the kind of person.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm not the kind of person who notices.
Yeah,
If
I
you
like.
show me a side by side 4K and then 1080, if you ask me which one looks better, I might get it wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
Scott just looks at his computer and like he sees like 120 FPS. He's like, whatever, this could be 10.
this could be 1080. I don't fucking care. No, like the big thing for me is like I've looked at like a lot of times when I'm playing games on my PC, like I'll bump it down to 720 if it runs at a higher frame rate. It's like
Absolutely, because
I don't give a fuck. Like,
because especially if you have to deal with games that like the screen tear.
Yeah, exactly.
Because guess what happens when you run VSync?
Yeah, it reduces the screen tearing. So.
Well, no. Yeah, but do you know what the price of that is?
Fucking resolution.
Input drop.
Oh yeah, latency.
Input dropping.
Well, I listen.
You will press a button and it will not register.
I've never run into that. I've had latency before, but
it's why people spam keys.
Well, now I finally have the reason Scott before the show was gyrating in his chair.
No, that's just Doom.
Gyrates in his chair for a completely different reason.
No, I know. Yeah, I like resolution. I can see the difference. It's just like if it's not smooth enough, it's not worth it to me. So that's why. But we'll see. I'm curious to see where you're at because like the PS4 Pro stuff is like this weird upscaling too. So I'm curious to see where you're at in a post Pro life. I'm curious to also see like Scorpio and how that rolls out too. We'll see. I just don't think resolution is gonna make that much of a difference in the grand scheme of video games like going forward.
it's not really the resolution. It's like HDR bullshit. So that's
HDR might be like a big thing.
HDR is where is that? As something.
So at PSX they had these stations, these massive 4K TVs. So they were having producers and developers sit down with people doing essentially one-on-one demos on PS4 Pro. So I just sat down and watched like behind these two guys that were getting the Horizon demo, and like the difference between HDR on, he could basically hit a button to toggle HDR on and off. So that was a massive difference. I will say like Horizon looks super crisp, really really great in 4K, but like it's a thing that like if there's aliasing, like it's not going to ruin the experience for me, even if it is not the ideal experience. But it was cool to be able to sit down and see a 4K TV, a big one, in front of me. So it's nice. It's really nice. Its colors pop, man. Especially the blues. It was the sky that really, really stood out in that demo that I saw. So
yeah, Final Fantasy and Last Guardian look crazy.
Yeah,
it was like that. So, well, other than that though, like real life shit. Real life shit has been okay. I've been a little bit too secluded lately because of the new TV, playing with my toy, and like haven't really been out as much, which I've been sort of regretting now. So yeah, I just pretty much need to get out more. This is what I really need to do. Getting a little exhausted from social media. That's because I've seen certain people not really using it the right way. Like I've been like really like unfollowing a lot of people lately just because of like it's like someone will just say like oh, I'm just like posting something here and then just say something like, oh, that TV looks just like from some other thing, and it's like, oh, why even like do that? That's shitty. So I'm really starting to like block out negativity that I've been seeing lately. So
there's been a lot of it, man.
Yeah, it's been seeming like it, and like like, and there's even certain people like who I know who works and like tries to bring out the most positive things out of like what's generally viewed as a positive group, but there's still like the negativity that's still like just bringing it up and like trying to bring that down, and it works so hard just to like to maintain the good feels, and like, you know, props to them for even like trying, at least like doing fighting a good fight for that. But like it's been really like getting to me lately, so I think I just need to like I know I'm not going to take a break from social media, so I'm not going to say that because I know I can't. I'm too deep into it. I do have great friends on here. I do talk to certain people here on the daily that I love. Nate, what's up? But
What
like
up, Nate?
but you know, it's like more of like I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like,
this is why I've never really been a forums person. Like, even when I was part of VG Evo, I never really went to VG Evo. I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's weird.
yeah, I get it. It's just been a lot of that. I haven't been like unfollowing people. It depends. Like, it's just, I mean, obviously, so much political talk, just constantly everywhere, to the point where you can't get away from it. And the thing that upsets me the most about it, that is like that I care a little bit now, or I'm invested at the very least. And I feel like most people should be to an extent, but not enough to fucking destroy your happiness. Which I'm not there yet, so that helps. But yeah, it's just like a lot of just like really sharp edges on everybody, like coming back with this response being way more nasty or mean than they need to be, and a lot of just like, I saw this thing, hated it. Just so much of that, like, from so many people that I know and love is frustrating. And like, you know, I value a lot of their opinions to the extent where like I'm willing to hear them out. It's just, it's difficult as like, with Twitter as my kind of main platform. It's difficult to have that conversation in 140 character tweets. So, man, fucking Facebook's just been a goddamn nightmare.
Oh, Facebook's like the fucking worst.
Yeah, like it is. I know so many people now this year that have deleted their Facebooks, and like I've never really considered it before because it is a way for me to connect on like a lot of real life friends that like aren't on Twitter. Where I've kind of broken down my Twitter and like people who follow me to like just good people, good vibes. Even if it is negative here and there. But man, Facebook is just, it's like a war zone every time you go on. It's crazy.
I can't remember the last time I opened up my Facebook, so it might as well just be deleted.
I
at this point.
purged my Facebook like a long time ago, like maybe like a month or two ago. So like it's only like certain people that like I actually do talk to, and like so that's pretty much just like one of those things, or like certain people I just can't get in contact with because like, you know, that's the only place I can contact them is Facebook. So.
My close friends like are such a bad influence with me on Facebook because like I check Facebook like 70 times a day. It's disgusting.
I mean, shit, have you ever seen what Damien puts on there?
Yeah, no, it's like when I hang out with Damien and
Look at my
Ethan,
Christmas tree, y'all.
Yo, what up?
Hello, Damien.
I do too, but like when I hang out with them, like it's some point in the night, the two of them are like scrolling through Facebook, like, look at this dumb video and this dank meme I got. I'm like, fucking dude, stop it. We've been
Check
doing
out these spicy memes.
Yeah, apparently spicy meme. That's the terminology now. Fuck that, by the way. It's just like they're going through, they're scrolling this infinite timeline on their phones for like 45 minutes to an hour, and I'm sitting there fucking going crazy. Like, no, I don't want to see another 15-second dumb video that you're laughing at that I don't think is funny again. No!
Please, no puns.
Instagram, though. Instagram's all right. I'm getting into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's, you know, that whole picture speaks 1,000 words thing. Like, there's less talking on Instagram, which is generally for the better. So, and yeah, I've been having fun with that. Anything else, bud?
There was something else, but I can't really think of it right now. Yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but like, yeah, like, I just feel like I need to get out more, get a little bit more active, do a little bit more exercise, stuff like that. Haven't really
Yeah.
been doing that lately as well either.
I've been
so.
working so much, I haven't had the energy to exercise, which sucks.
Mm.
I'm just like straight up scheduled for like 40 hours next week and the week after too, which is that's just fucked up. I thought I was part time, but I guess not for these couple of weeks.
Don't you love that? Don't you love that?
No. Like,
Yeah, dude. Work full time, get part time benefits, no vacation. Very nice.
yeah, I mean, it's killing me. I'm dying. It's nice because like there is like a constantness to the day. Like I have 9 hours scheduled. I get an hour lunch in the middle, and I can go get Chipotle because I have enough time to do that. But it sucks, just like it's so exhausting because I have all my health problems. It's just it's really demanding in a way that my body's not used to.
Not to really bring up what happened a few days ago, but like, are you feeling better from that? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
checking
like
up on you.
it was like all of the worst things that could have happened at work in a day happened. I didn't get in trouble or anything. It's just like dealing with situations that were really uncomfortable and really unpleasant. And like people upset at me when I was just trying my best, And it's like they were like not bad people, so that guilt just weighed on me so much. And on top of like not getting enough sleep, feeling really tired, not having enough time when I got home at night to do anything because I have work the next morning and I have to go to sleep or I have to prepare for this and get ready for that. Then the day after that was enough of the opposite. And like first thing I come in to work, it's like all of my managers are like, hey, like, just want to tell you, like, of all these situations that you had to deal with yesterday, you did, like, a really fucking great job. And it was, like, that coming back down to me of, like, you did terrible, and it, like, I missed the morning meeting, but apparently, like, they had shouted me out a lot about multiple different things. And one of my coworkers came up to me and was like, hey, I saw you posted this thing, you were upset, but I just want to let you know that everyone was giving you shout outs. So like even on your worst day, you still did amazing. And like them saying that to me really helped as well. So
For sure.
It worked out. It was just like coming off of like the post seeing all my friends' depression on top of like a few other stressful things that happened over the weekend. And then it was just a perfect storm, so to speak. But I'm doing better now. Tired, but I got 2 days. I got Monday and Tuesday off, and I'm gonna be spending all day with my boys, all day. Tony,
Hey.
hi.
Hi.
How's life, man?
Great.
How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of shit that has to be done before you move across the country.
Yeah.
So I've been doing all that.
Are you like looking forward to living in a desert?
It'd be weird, not gonna lie, but it should be fun.
Yeah, there's not gonna be any seasons.
Who needs seasons?
I like
no.
seasons.
You see, here's the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all gonna balance out when Tony realizes that he never has to wear shoes.
Fact.
Yeah. Flip flops for life, man. Except at work. Maybe we'll have to wear closed-toed shoes at work.
I will not work it for an establishment that does not allow flip-flops.
This is the line. You're like in a full suit, but also flip-flops.
Yeah, dude. I actually one of my cousins got married to a guy who only ever wears flip-flops. So at their wedding, they were both wearing flip-flops. And hers had like jewels on it, and I was like, Jesus Christ.
That's how you know she's the one.
Yeah, she's
That's
the
right.
one. She got the bejeweled flip-flops.
But yeah, there's this a kind of crazy thing that's gonna happen pretty soon. So
Yeah. Are you
I'm
excited?
excited about it. Yeah.
I'm excited for you.
Can you transfer your job? Always there?
I could. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like curious. So are you just throwing everything in your car and driving your car there, right?
Yeah. So I looked into different because I have to get my car there. And I looked into different ways of maybe doing that. Like I had heard of like a situation where you could like put your car on a train and then ride the train, but that only goes north and south on the East Coast. So I could only go to Florida, and like Greg's great and all, but hot.
Too hot. That's a wet heat.
Too humid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that's going on. And then I also looked into like putting it on a truck and then flying over there. But that's real expensive to do that. And there's like a services where you can put your car in like the back of like a regular truck that has extra space. And they will like basically they just take their extra space since they're already driving across the country and sell it. That's also really expensive. Way for me to do it, and since I don't have a whole like ton of stuff that I'm taking with me, is to just drive myself. Plus, then I get to kind of like do the whole thing where I just like take 4 or 5 days and drive around drive across the country, stay in hotels a couple of nights, just kind of do some cool stuff on the way.
Any spots you're trying to hit?
It's hard to say. I haven't planned exactly the route that I'm going to take yet, but I want to go south through the southern part of the U.S. because it'll be December 27th when I leave, so that's the snow time. So there's two like good ways to get from the East Coast to the West Coast, and like using major roads. One of them goes up through the northern part of the U.S. And one goes south, passes down through like Albuquerque and New Mexico and stuff like that. So I kind of like forced it to like when I was looking at routes, I kind of forced it to go south so that I can avoid going to the places where there's most likely to be a lot of snow.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
Cam in the chat wants you to stop by Phoenix when you drive.
Arizona? Isn't that like farther?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
if
that
it's
is farther.
doable, it's maybe, but I'm going to, because I kind of have a basic understanding of what the United States looks like, right?
I think Arizona is directly north of Nevada.
Yeah, you played the crew.
Oh
yeah, that's right.
Greg Blaney drops right now.
I played Desert Bus.
You played Desert Bus. You know that drive.
Yeah, dude. So we'll see, right? Like I'm all for like, suggestions of things to do between the East and West Coast of the United States, but already the drive is like a 36-hour drive. So I'm not super interested in taking huge detours to add, like 8 hours or something to the drive just cause, like I'll have plenty of time to, if I really want to, drive around the West Coast of the United States and do some stuff over there after I get there. But driving by yourself, even for me, is a long time. So I don't want to do a bunch of extra stuff that extends that. You know what I mean? However, stuff that's like along the way that you can do and then not just be driving for like 4 days straight. That's good. That's good stuff.
I mean, to be fair, to let Cam know, Tony is the kind of person that when he finds out that Phoenix is like a 4-hour drive from Vegas or whatever, he'll just fucking do it.
Yeah, I mean, like I drove to and from Boston, to and from
Philly, right?
New York?
Philadelphia. I did multiple times. I've done tons of places, right? Because I used to play Magic the Gathering a lot. People who watched the show of like a year or two ago know this. And when I was kind of in like the peak of playing that game,
In the weeds.
yeah, dude, I drove all across the East Coast to go to tournaments, and those were like 1-day things. You're there for the whole day, then you drive back. So I have not, I have driven to Boston, done a tournament all day, and then driven back, all just me in 1 day. I mean, I had some people in the car for that one specifically, but yeah, that's the 8.5 hour drive to Boston there and back, all in 1 day.
Fuck that, man.
Game Grumps Live came to New York. That's a 4 to 5 hour drive from where we are. And I drove there and back just to see the show. So, I've done that kind of stuff before. That's kind of one of the reasons why I know that I can do this long drive, is because I've done it forever. I dated a girl for 3 years who lived an hour and a half away at least. Mm-hmm. So I'm used to just long drives in the car very frequently. So
yeah, no,
it'll be super cool. And then when I get there, Danny Juarez is loving arms. And the final episode of this season of Yuri on Ice will be waiting for me. So, fuck, man. It's going to be good shit.
I think I got to watch this Yuri on Ice shit. People are fucking losing their minds.
They really
Oh,
are.
it's so good, guys.
Well, I had it explained to me in a way that made it interesting to me.
Yeah.
So,
It's Warren High School on Ice.
no.
I don't know. I'm just saying something.
Let me see.
I will say it is worth a shot.
My friend, I'll see if I can find it. I'm excited for you though, Tony, just because I don't know, you make the best of weird situations.
And I think like the factor to me, like being super like excited to do all this and make this change, is that I get to put more miles directly between me and Alex O'Neill, and that can never be a bad thing.
Yeah, thank God. Fucking finally, I don't have to sleep with one eye open every night, thinking Tony's gonna just come into my house.
No, you won't be
Gotta worry about
able to
Greg.
do that.
You
until
still have to worry about Greg.
I still have to worry about Greg, and I still have
Greg
to
will
worry.
kill you.
I know he'll slit my throat in my sleeve. We know.
Hey,
He'll kill you just to go to Japan.
Yeah.
I wanted to borrow your Wii one time.
Yeah. Oh, you wanted to borrow my Wii, all right?
Speaking of Wii, I've been on Craigslist recently.
You get that legal Wii, you know what I'm saying?
Just getting rid of some stuff before I go, right? Because there's not a lot of space in my car. I'm just moving on.
No, it's good. It's good.
There's not a lot of space in my car for extra stuff, so I'm getting rid of some things. Also, nice to have some cash to do extra stuff on the way over. So I've been on Craigslist a lot recently, and like like this morning I was on there because I'm gonna sell my Wii U. Which, side note, I've played my Wii U like 3 times, and now I'm just gonna get rid of it. Feels bad, man.
Tokyo Mirage Session.
Oh yeah, I finished that game.
Did you really? You never
Yeah.
talked about it.
Yeah, you never
God,
fucking talked
what is
about
with
it.
these Fire Emblem games and no one wants to talk about them?
Hey, I talked a lot about Fire Emblem Fates, and then I stopped playing it, so I did my job.
Alex owns Tokyo Mirage Sessions, and it's still in its shrink wrap. I just want to put that out there.
Condition. I will not play that before the end of the year. Can guarantee it. For sure.
You should unwrap it and play like the first 2 hours.
I'll try.
Okay, maybe I'm 100% biased, but I think you should probably get more into Stardew Valley.
Yeah, that's the one I want to spend the more
Yeah,
time with.
definitely.
It's coming on PS4 next week.
Yeah, fucking goddamn it. Could have waited a
Well,
fucking
time to
month.
restart, Alex.
I know. No, I might.
Well-
I might.
Well, here's the thing. How far are you right now?
I'm still in spring, so it's not the end of the fucking world.
You just have to talk to the same people again. Fucking, they're gonna be like, "Hi, I'm this person." You'd be like, "How do you know?"
I'd be like, I'm gonna win the fucking Egg Hunt Festival this time. I tell you what. I would tell you what.
Yo,
all right?
I won the Egg Hunt Festival. I don't know what you're doing.
Fucking Abigail. Guess she got some egg hunting secrets.
Yeah.
Scott knows that life.
No,
That's like
she's if you don't win, she wins. That's just how that goes.
I tried, man. I got 5 whole eggs.
Abigail's pretty good at getting eggs. Regardless,
You're selling your
so
weed.
Craigslist.
Got
I was on there. I was looking to sell my weed.
Tony,
and
junior
I clicked
drug
on-
dealer.
Exactly. So I went on there and I clicked on video games, and I saw all these things that are so cheap. And I was like, "What is happening in the world right now?" Like, there's PlayStation 4 for like $100,
Yeah.
and like a 55-inch flat screen TV that in the pictures looks all right for $150. And I'm like, what is going on? Why is everything so cheap now? Anyway, I don't know. I just didn't. I've never seen things so randomly cheap because I don't frequent
You just try to get rid
Craigslist.
of
I
it,
guess.
man. You'll cut that price, man. Especially on
Um,
Craigslist.
But yeah, so like I don't know. I could, if I really wanted to just get rid of that shit before I leave. GameStop's like give me like a hundo for it, but I feel like that's pretty low. So
Here.
Do you have any N64 games lying around?
in 64, no, I don't think so.
I do.
Like I've like backstory. Like my nephew used my credit card by accident. So like, I was going to be over my limit if I didn't like pay up. So I was trading in some games because that Dark D at GameStop because that's the only thing I had at the time.
Made a
And
deal
like,
with the devil.
Word.
I brought in a 64 game by mistake. I was like, oh, do you take Mario Kart 64? And they're like, oh yeah, we take it. And I got like $15 off that cash money. Like what? Okay.
Damn.
Huh.
I got some
That's not bad.
N64 games that I don't need anymore.
That's like twice what
Go.
it's almost 3 times what they'll pay for Fallout 4. Feels bad, Fallout 4. So there's a
Fallout
story
4.
behind that too.
Yeah.
Same time that I was on the GameStop website, just pricing out my weed to see if it was worth anything.
WIID, of course. Come on, kids.
Yeah.
Imagination.
I was on there, and I also looked up because so I finished, and this is gonna kind of border on what we should be talking about in the show, but I still think it's bonus content worthy. I finished Pokemon Moon, and we'll talk about that game later.
Mm-hmm.
But a new game, but you can't have multiple save files in Pokemon Sun and Moon because there is no because. You just can't
for
have
no good reason.
So I'm like, man, what if I just like traded in some video games and got a copy of Pokemon Sun? Then I could have 2 save files and feed the sickness, and I wouldn't have to delete my old save file. Alternatively, I would just trade all my mons to someone else who has the game, but Alex never has time for that shit. And Danny Juarez hasn't even started his until apparently today. I think he was supposed to start. So
I'm fucking like 6 hours into Pokemon Sun. Fucking chill.
So yeah, I haven't really decided which one I want to do yet. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll just make Alex hang out with me for 5 minutes outside of a show, and then I'll trade him on my mons, and then start a new game. I'm trading back my mons.
Dude, just throw him in that Pokebank.
You can't use that until like February.
Then fucking wait.
Nope.
All right, well, clearly we all learn a lesson. My friend
Yeah.
Katie, this is how she described Yuri on Ice to me. It's about the characters. The main character has a pretty crippling depression, but he meets his idol, and who lifts him up, and he gets through it. See, that's the way you sell that.
I'd say that's a decent description.
Well, that's the description that gets me interested. So I'd say it's
Yeah.
a great description.
Yeah.
Horvath.
Okay.
Well,
Wow.
what if it's
Just dropping
only
the whore.
like
I see how it
partially
is.
true?
What'd you say,
But
Scott?
what if it's only partially true?
I mean, I don't know.
That would make it an okay description.
I had some stuff spoiled for me. I think I'm pretty concerned.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
No, I don't want it to be confirmed or denied.
I'm not gonna do either. I'm just curious what someone has told you.
I actually don't want to say it. 'Cause
We're Sony PR employees.
yeah, we're Sunny Boy. Apparently, yeah. You cannot comment on rumors or speculation, except it's like the truth. So, no, I don't want to actually. I don't want to put it out there for our listeners. So, all right. So you're ready, Tony. It's happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna close my bank account and open a new one because my bank is not in Nevada,
Yeah.
at least not
So
primarily.
you're gonna have
so-
fucking like $6,000 in cash. I know you don't actually have that much money, but you're gonna have like all.
How,
of your
how do
money-
you know this?
You're gonna have all your money in cash.
the reality is I'm gonna have like $30,000 in cash in my pocket for about 10 minutes
Fuck yeah! And then
before I open a new savings account.
and then Scott is gonna rob you.
This guy is gonna ninja me.
He's gonna wait. He's been waiting.
Buy
all
that
these
sweet,
years.
sweet World of Warcraft gold.
That's.
Imagine turning 30K into nothing but WoW money. Holy
So
shit.
actually,
wouldn't be
I
able
could
to do that the
convert
way
that
I
for
would
you
be-
if you want.
I would be comfortable in doing that.
No, you're gonna convert it to bitcoins. It's untraceable.
So right now,
Vinyl is legal. We.
$1 of U.S. currency is the equivalent of 7.556K. So 7,556 gold. So 30,000 times that, you'd have 226,680,000 Warcraft gold.
Yeah, no, you'd hit gold cap. You'd have to.
The gold
put it
cap
on
is
several
10
items.
million.
hella money.
I thought it was
Yeah.
less than that.
It's recently now 10 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about fucking starting this fucking show?
Well, I mean, I haven't talked about my week, but we don't.
Good. We don't need it.
All right. I went to PSX. I had a lot of fun.
Talk about it.
Fuck you, Tony. Yeah, PSX was good. It was good, and I had a lot of fun, but it was the first of the things that I've gone to that was maybe a little tense, let's say. As far as like people having to deal with people that they don't like, but me being good friends with all of the people in question.
Okay.
So it was like, I'm gonna write something about it, just because like I want to get my feelings out about it. No one, like, some people said some things to me that were like passively really offensive. I talked to them about it.
And you were like, "Whoa, dude!"
Like, I know where they were coming from, but it doesn't make it any less upsetting. Just kind of like what they think about me in that way. Like a very kind of patronizing way of looking at things. I got like indirectly called a little bit of a goody two shoes a lot.
You fucking goody one shoe.
I know. Which is not entirely false. Like I think I do tend to be a little bit of a goody two shoes. But like I feel like you don't say that to someone.
No.
Well,
Don't say that.
You're just a garbage person if you think that's a bad thing.
I wish this guy had just stopped right after you
But
said you're just a
it's
garbage
like-
person.
I feel you, Alex. 'Cause, like if someone says that about me, like because of me and the way I am, like it'll just bother me the entire time.
It bothers you. Like it's like I am being a goody two shoes is a bad way of saying a good thing, right? Like I try at the very least to be a genuine and good person who is honest and tries to spread relatively exclusively positivity, right? And good vibes and making sure everyone has a good time and making sure you can spend time with everybody. But like that doesn't necessarily mean I'm like too good or think too highly of myself. And I know that wasn't the place that they were trying to come at that from. But like, you know, it was just like this kind of passive understanding that like I was essentially like too pure for certain things. And that's just, it really bothered me. And like it wasn't just, it was that and like the tense between different people. It was the most like uncomfortable I had been in multiple situations around like that same group of people that I tend to hang out with, and like ever. And it kind of sucked a little bit. It took a little bit of that wind out from the wings. I still had a great time, and I was still like tried to show as much appreciation as I could because a lot of people were responsible for me being there. But I would say like it was a little bit more stressful, like being really worried about like, well, like I don't want to seem unappreciative. I don't want to do something I don't want to do, but I also like want to spend time with all these people and show that like, hey, I really value that you got me here, and I want to show my appreciation in however way I can. So it was a lot of different complex feelings that conflicted with one another. But overall, I had a really great time. I just wanted to bring that up at some point. Cameron in the chat. Wait, I never said any of this. There was a lot of drinking. I will say, way too much probably. The people classified me when I was drunk as Xander, the sex icon.
Oh, I thought it was like some bizarro Zyger. I don't know why I thought that for a
No.
second.
Zyger got fucking drunk though.
Oh, I bet.
That was fun. He took
Good
a
for
shot
him.
with Greg Miller, which was awesome. There's video of that on Christian Puente, his video series.
ChristianMingle.com.
ChristianMingle.com. Pixel Brave on YouTube. Go watch those. They're heartwarming. There's a great shot of me in one of those. Yeah, I played video games. I saw stuff. The Last of Us 2 was announced, and I got to be in the room where they announced that, which is like I couldn't ask for any more from a press conference, essentially.
God, I could not care
Like
any less about that game.
I get not popular amongst this group of people means a lot to me personally. The first game does. To be there and then like be able to go to the panel where they talked about that game for the first time ever and see Ashley Johnson and Troy Baker and see them talking about those roles was really important to me, and that was awesome. I'd say I talked to Nobishin a little bit about it, But yeah, that was quite the surprise. It was great sitting next to Barrett also during that moment where we just like leaned to each other and like, no fucking way. No way. So yeah.
Turns out,
There was a
way.
Yeah.
Shout out to Barrett, by the way. He's going through some stuff right now.
Yeah. I've been texting him all day, trying
That's
to
good.
get him to figure out how to fucking set up an audio.
Text him I want to suck his dick.
Okay, you got it.
Whoa.
Done. I wish I just said he wants to suck your dick. Yeah, it was a great weekend. I miss Barrett a lot. Ends up. There were so many great moments with multiple people where we just that person and I had a moment where we just I was like, God, I just love you so much right now. To suck your dick. Got it. That's it. That's all I got. We can let's get this real big boy show. We got a lot to talk about. So,
Yeah.
whew.
Long bonus week.
I'd say an average amount to talk about. Probably a good 6 hours.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We hadn't done bonus content in a few weeks, so we had to get this out. We had to get this demon out of us.
Yeah,
Barrett says, "Whoa, why?" I don't know. I need a valid reason,
No,
Nabs.
the response is why not? And a question mark.
Why not? I just told him to watch the podcast. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Back on the saddle.
All right. 5, 4,
All right.
3,
All right. Hey, calm
2,
down. Hey, you.
1.
You.
I'm recording now. I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Listen.
Not recording.
Damn. All right. On one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you want to do the count 1 week, Tony, you just got to ask.
I did the count this week.
No, you didn't ask first. You got to be polite about it.
Nope.
Nate says Tony's the last.
You got to earn that
one.
respect before you can just demand it, Alex O'Neill.
Barrett says he'll watch after he goes to some fucking dinner party.
Hot.
Or until he goes to some dinner party. Is there any like good summaries of PSX and the Game Awards?
Probably on Polygon, I would assume.
Let's see. I'd just like to have a link to it for the news section.
The boner section.
Dun, 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 dun. And then we can get this gravy train rolling. Because you guys know I love gravy. Man, this fucking Ubisoft Vivendi shit is like the dark narrative, the dark video game narrative. There's been plenty of dark real life narratives, but the dark
has
video
that
game
been
narrative.
updated?
Yeah, apparently they're getting closer. On the cusp of a hostile takeover. Yo, let's just spend the entire hour news section talking about fucking that Charmander at Build-A-Bear Workshop.
You're gonna have sex with a Build-A-Bear?
No, I'm just saying Charmander looks real cute.
Okay.
Listen, stuffed Charmanders are allowed to look cute. Apparently, the remasters of Danganronpa are real hot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Windjammers. I forgot. I completely forgot about that. All right. I think I got enough here. This should be good. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right. I should tweet this out again, actually. Make sure people know.
Gotta get your pre-show stretch in.
Yeah, you know, stay limber. Stretch
Yeah,
my
dude.
toes out under this little table here. No. God damn it. All right. It is Saturday, December 10th, 2016, and you are listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I'm your host, Alex O'Neill, and with me this week we have Scott Guthier,
Hello.
Tony Horvath,
I saw it.
Brian Nobishin Jackson.
I want to ride my chocobo all day.
Dun, 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 dun.
Get out of my head.
I know, it's so good. Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Okay, there it is. We took a week off, I guess, inadvertently. Did you guys think that you were going to record last week?
Nope, never did.
Never considered it a possibility?
I just decided in my head, and I was like, we're taking this week off.
I feel like Scott did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I thought you said we were gonna record.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it very little bit the Saturday beforehand.
I kind of meant to, but I got
And
distracted.
and then Tony wasn't feeling well because we were all supposed to hang out that day, and that didn't happen.
Fact.
And
That sounds like an excuse. Tony
Nope, it was a
Tony
real
felt
thing.
real good about sleep.
Nope, it was a real thing.
And then Nobishin was in Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, not responding to anything. So it was. I was like, all right. You know what? I'm not gonna fight it.
It was like I was sitting at a cheesecake factory. Was that? I think I was.
I wasn't feeling.
You getting Buffalo
all the
blasted?
I got.
No Buffalo Blasters. I was sitting somewhere eating. It was like 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and I realized, like, oh, fuck. They probably should, like, they might have questions on how to set this up because you guys were unsure of how to go live with Google Hangouts on air last time I wasn't there. And then I texted the group thread that we have, and it was just Tony's like, #week off.
I quoted the Lonely Island. It was pretty sweet.
I mean, and there was nothing I could do about it, so I was in Anaheim.
Let me see.
So
Are you? Yeah, Alex says, "Are you guys going?" And I said, #week off. #not a part of your system. Through the podcast on the ground.
Danny thought that was really funny.
And I was like, so. And I was like, Alex, my dad's not a phone. Duh.
What?
And then there was no response after that.
Yeah, I didn't have anything I could say to you.
Oh, it was so good.
So we took a week off last week, which is fine. We've been going like nonstop since fucking April or whatever the last time we took a week off was. So that was fine. I was in Anaheim for PlayStation Experience. Nobishin was in Duskai, presumably.
I was there around that time. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And here we are. We're back. We got lots to talk about. Fucking Final Fantasy 15 came out 2 weeks ago, and we haven't talked about it at all.
Nope.
At least on this podcast. I
And
think
we will continue never to talk about it.
3/4 of this crew has
Keeping
played it.
that game for myself.
We've all at least played new games. I went to PSX. I played games there. Yeah. So let's thank you to everyone. Shout out to all the people who follow me on Twitter that came up to me and said hi at PSX. A lot of people who are requested to be on the Game of the Year top 10, guest top 10s, were there and hit me up and talked to me about it in person, which was really cool.
What's that number?
I know we're not in person right now, Alex, but we should do a Game of the Year top 10.
All right. Fucking Christ. That number, my
At easy,
short
folks.
list
Just say
number?
that, and you can have a top 10.
Yes, Tony, we will do one. There, are you happy?
Right.
My short list hit about 40 plus. And I that's why I put it in the thing like, hey, like you might not be chosen. The number I'm aiming to record is 25, which is still probably too many. But I'm not going to do a top 10 podcast this year. I'm just going to do an episode of Alex Talks for that, which I guess I'll say here.
Good job.
Which I think will be cool. And that way I can still do one with all of you guys.
And my best friends.
And well, they're guest top 10.
I mean, I was just nudging that in because I didn't know if you remembered or not. That's my.
I think I had written them down at some point.
I appreciate it. I know it's a dumb thing, but
I don't have to record that one, so it's cool. Yeah, a lot of I'm trying to focus in on new voices, people that have not been on one before or not been on the show before.
Okay,
So
so that's gonna make things interesting.
yeah,
Are you going to have a top 10 list?
I will. Yeah, me
Okay,
personally, yes.
Okay.
I just I'm not gonna have a podcast for it. I'm gonna do a video for it instead, and I'll also there will be a written version as well. I think I'm gonna make the writers, instead of doing a podcast for them, have them just do written ones, which cuts down on my list by a couple. Which maybe is not as fun for them, but I'd like to see what they do for that. And we'll see. There's some people that will be coming back. I don't want to do too much favoritism, but there are people that I definitely want to sit down and have a conversation with.
Can you say here publicly right now that you will not have Trevor Starkey on that list?
No. Trevor is very insistent on coming back. I would like to have Trevor back on.
Of course. Fuck, man. Trevor
And Barrett.
It's Trevor. Come on, man.
It's Trevor. It's Trevor from TrevorTrove.com.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Trevor and Barrett were very, very much presumptive when they talked to me. Of yeah, here are a couple things that I definitely want to talk about when we do our top 10. When I hadn't set anybody in yet, and I was like, you're pretty convinced you're going to be on this, aren't you? Knock on wood over here. I'm basically, I have a couple days off coming up, and I'm going to finalize everything then. If you haven't hit me up on Twitter about it, you still have time. I'm planning on recording them the last week of December and the first week of January. For people's reference, and I'm going to be in contact with people that I want to have on very soon.
Talking to you, Nate. I want to hear from you.
Yeah, I think Nate should be on there.
For sure.
He has a podcast. He should be on this show someday, but it's ungodly when we record it in his time. So.
True.
Although I bet he would love to be on at some point. So yeah, that's going on. No other housekeeping. There's a lot of stuff happening. I've edited things. I've written 4 previews from PSX that I want to put up, which are I'm going to be talking about some of those games today. So those will be up either over the weekend or next week. I have 2 Batman reviews I got to put up. Logan has a piece that I have to put up, and Yusuf has a piece I need to get up. So there's stuff coming to IrrationalPassion.com. It's just I was away. I've been pretty stressed out recently, so Alex Talks, the last one of the year, will be up sometime this month. That's it for housekeeping. Let's we gotta go. We got shit to fucking talk about. Let's get to the video games. Let's start with a bang. Nabashin, you've been playing The Last Guardian. Let's go.
Are we starting with that?
Yes. Gotta save the best for last, motherfucker.
Well, Quantum Break.
Yeah, Quantum Break. Saving it for last. No, I wanna get this out of the way because you're the only one that's played it, right? So
Yeah.
no one else here can speak to it. I want to know what you think, too.
What I think. My
Yeah.
hot takes.
Your
My
hot
Hotake.
take. Hotake.
For someone who likes, who fell in love with games like Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, Eco was something I played at the beginning of the PS2. That's actually something I actually
Me too, yeah.
really liked. Never beat it when it came into the HD collection. Never played Shadow of the Colossus. Then I played the HD version of that. Fucking loved that one too.
Mm-hmm.
So playing The Last Guardian, for someone who likes those games, I will definitely say it's something that you should definitely play because it mixes those two so well. More Eco than Shadow of the Colossus, I would say. Though, as far as scale, because fuck, dude, every time, when I'm on a high platform and Trico's that here at the bottom, Trico's the bird cat dog thing, and it's man, he can't jump that high. Then he just jumps and just soars over me, and just lands on the platform right above me. I'm like, fuck, man, like every time he jumps is like the best thing ever. Like
awesome.
Trico is so good, dude. Like just like how like interacting with this animal that like you can't really have conversation with, but you know what he's feeling. You know like how he feels by like facial expressions, by like just like how he generally acts or stuff like that. Like there was this one time where not, there's no real spoilers here, but like he fell and he got hurt. Like we were at a high place and we fell and like we fell together and he like fell through a ceiling and hit the floor and like he got like so fucked up from that. Like you saw his like ear like kind of messed up and his eye, like one of his eyes were like open and the other one wasn't. I was like, oh, I feel so bad for him.
That's not good.
But like this is real emotion. Like he's really like a real animal. Like that AI is like really good as far as that. And like for someone who was like, you know, I wanted to play this game, but like I wasn't like chomping the bit to actually get it. Like it was something I knew I would play. I knew something I would enjoy whenever it would come out. And like seeing it as like a game, as far as like an RP type of game, I really enjoy it for that. I can see where some people will be like more frustrated in enjoying it because like you want him to do something specifically, you don't really know how to do it because like you know like the controls aren't really something that's like told to you. You kind of have to kind of figure it out, even though they have like a fucking hint prompt like every 5 seconds on that game about how to actually control the game. But like there's like certain commands that you're trying to make, like you want him to jump to go over there, but you can't really make him go over there, so you have to like kind of like find the right way to do it, and it can be like really frustrating. But like I feel like that frustrating is part of the charm as well, because like it makes it feel like Trico's like a real animal, a real thing that you're like dealing with. I just really enjoy going through it. Like the puzzles or whatever. Like I don't really care about the puzzles. I just like going through this adventure with this
With your
cat.
bird cat dog buddy.
Yeah, basically. It's really cool as far as that. Like it's definitely something that like if you could see this and like understand what you're getting into instead of like expecting some big massive thing. This is basically just like a AAA indie game more or less. It's like it's something just like
That's a cool
super artsy fartsy, and it's like you're either going to get something out of it or you're not. Like this is basically what it is. So like I would say go in there like if you don't know what you feel playing this game, like I will hesitate a little bit. But I feel like if you're like a pet owner or something like that, and like you have like a connection with your pets in like some kind of weird voodoo way. I'm not a pet owner at all, but like I've interacted with pets when I was
Your pet lover, let's say.
Yeah, I like animals. When I was roommates with my friends, like I've been like you know with those pets forever. And like forever as in a year, but like you know anytime I'm over they go for me and like you know like they're by my side the entire time. So like, it's like it gives me that warm sense of feeling when I play that game. I feel it's real good.
Yeah. I mean, like, I like Ueda's games, right? Like, I like how Shadow and Eco feel. Like there's like a gravitas to the way that those games feel. Like there's such this sense of momentum, and like when you're holding Yarna, I think her name is, like when you're holding her hand in Eco, like there's like a tugging feeling that you get when you do that. Same thing like when you're climbing a Colossus and you get thrown off or something. Like there's just like this sense of momentum, sense of scale, and sense of gravity that I think they nail in a way with their animation. Like very like Pixar-esque, right? Like Pixar is like so animation heavy, like the little things, and we'll get to that when we get to Final Fantasy 15 as well. Of just like that goes so far over time, like over like just exposure to that, to making it feel alive, that I feel like they understand that not a lot of other people do.
Like it's been a fucking fantastic year. Like yeah, it's the year of shooters and everything, but it's also like a year of like just great animation as far as games like Inside and Final Fantasy exactly. And Uncharted. This game like this is like
people are starting to get what makes characters look alive.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily like like mocap and stuff like that, like it can be like you could do a really great job as far as like doing like good animation, as far as like just doing it from a computer, like something like Bayonetta, like animation in that game is like 10 out of 10 for me. So
Yeah,
like
it's off the charts.
yeah.
No, like that. Yeah, that's super important, and it's cool to see more and more people getting it. Because like you're not a studio that has the budget to do like Last of Us style facial animations that go so far, but like you can look at Inside and what it can convey with that, just with subtlety there, is like you can't compare that to anything else. So that's good to hear. And I'm like seeing what little I've seen of that game. I want to play it at this point. AAA indie. That's an interesting way to put it. I like that. That sounds like an Alex O'Neill jam. So, how deep into it are you? Have you finished that?
I'm probably like halfway through, I would say.
It's like apparently like 10 plus hours long.
There's trophy like you can last over like 15 or something like that, but like if you beat it faster than 15, you get a trophy. So like it can linger if you want it to linger. And I'm taking my time with it. So because when I'm not playing Final Fantasy, I'm playing that. But yeah, that game's fucking real good.
That's good to hear. I want to play it. It was like one of those things where I was really concerned, and I was gonna kind of wait it out and see what other people thought. And now having just heard a little bit of it, I'm ready to bite the bullet. Don't want to spend too much time on that. That's a difficult game to talk about because I feel like that's something we really got to see.
For sure.
We'll save Final Fantasy 15 kind of for the end of games talk because Tony, Scott, not Scott, but Tony Nabish and I have all played quite a bit of that.
I wanted to try and get.
You wanted to, man.
I think we're doing that tomorrow-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like you to get at least eyes on that game, Scott, just to see it. Can we just get I guess we'll wait. We'll save it. I was gonna get a time check, but we'll save it. What else, Nabishin? What else have you been chipping away at?
What else have I been playing? Lara Croft Go. I got in that game. Then there's there's no real thing to talk about it. I like those games. Those games are really good. I really adored Hitman Go on my Vita and PS4. So like playing Lara Croft Go on Vita and PS4 is just as good. It's interesting playing this one because like you don't have to worry so much about your movements this time because like Hitman was about like how fast you can do your mission without getting seen and like in a certain number of movements. So like this one you don't really have to worry about the movements per se, but like it's a matter of where you're positioning, what weapon did you need to get to like take out this thing in front of you to get past that obstacle and go to the next level. It's really what how their puzzles are made, their puzzle map is made. So like it's fun in like in a different, interesting way. But yeah, those games are good. Like they're really good. I really like those games a lot.
Yeah,
Good
I've
time
never gotten
wasters.
into them, but Lara Croft Go seemed the one that I would like the most. It's on Jared's Game of the Year list last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like his number 9, I think, or somewhere in the bottom 5. But he really liked it. Like a lot of people really liked the puzzles and how they were oriented in that game. So,
Mm-hmm.
and there's like an expansion in the Vita version, so you actually get new stuff in there as well. So,
Yep.
stealth drop during PSX.
Shadow drop.
Shadow drop. Excuse me, you're right. My bad. How many shadow drops? Anyway, what else?
Quantum Break.
Finally,
Yeah, like
the curtain has been unveiled.
like I've been trying to like get this game forever, like because I knew it was something I would definitely enjoy because I'm a big fan of Remedy games, but like it was a matter of like because I didn't get it in the opening week when I wanted to, I was like, well, I just might as well just wait for a price drop, and that bitch never went down in fucking price. Not on Black Friday,
They were trying
not
to
on
squeeze
any
as
day.
much money out of that one as they could.
I'm like, my God, like just go down the price I can buy you, like for any reason, like.
Yeah, I'm really curious. You're like we're so far out of like the criticism that we're like 7 months out. So, what do you think? Where are you at in it?
I'm not that far at all. Like I pretty much got past, I think just the first act or chapter. Like pretty much all the Jack Joyce stuff happened, and now I'm controlling Paul now. So like,
Okay, yeah. So like the Paul sections are the ends of each act.
Okay.
So
But
yeah.
I'm digging it for what it is. It's like it's definitely something like, because like I'm trying to think the best way to say this, but like it's different. It's different than it's really different, but like
It's difficult to describe that game. It is something in its own. Like, it is very much not like a quality of a Gears of War, but it's not necessarily bad.
yeah,
Right.
like because I'm not trying to say like it's Uncharted because it's sure as hell isn't that.
No.
And it's not a Gears either, but like it's definitely its own thing as far as a third person shooter.
It looks so, like, thinking about that game now, like, it looks so weird, like, graphically.
Dude, man, I'm looking at that game. I'm like, because like anytime like fucking Iceman talks, I like look to his face.
It's like, whoa.
Yeah,
It's, like, so weird. It's, like, very intense.
yeah.
Like, how real and... It's not even, like, it's past Uncanny Valley. It's, like, too real. It's crazy. That game is so weird.
It really is, but I enjoy playing it though. Like the time mechanics are like
Fun, yeah.
yeah, it's really cool. Like I think it was Michael Huber who said like a while ago. It's like it's something that like you should not play as a shooter. And I was trying to get that through my head. Playing that game like is more of like use those time mechanics and like
Yeah.
don't try to like stand your ground.
Play
like,
it like Infamous. That's how I feel like you could play that game.
Yeah, like-
use your powers.
mm-hmm.
It's
And
fun.
it seems a lot of fun. I don't know if like a skill tree pops up in that game. Probably does. I would assume it would at least.
Yeah, in some shape or form. You make decisions on what power, like points to dump into powers to make them better.
Yeah, because I'm hoping you'll get to the point where like you have like infinite of that, so like you don't have to worry about meters while you're doing whatever you want to do. You know?
I don't think you'll get there
Okay.
in a playthrough. There's like there are skill points that you pick up. They're hidden in the environment that you can only see with time vision. Which, man, like time bubble, time vision, like the terminology of that game's so dumb. For me, like that first act left a really great first impression. Act 2 and 3 were a little bit rough, and then 4 and 5 were really great, or at least progressively got better and better. And they do cool stuff, and I'm excited to hear your reaction to that game just as you go through it. I was thinking about it recently because I'm like wondering if it's gonna make it onto my top 10 or if it should, because I did like that game, but I don't even like know how I feel about that game, and it's just weird thinking about it. So
Yeah, it's definitely something I feel is going to get forgotten about by the end of this year. I will say though, playing that game and like the very first thing you do, like when you go in that game, you do this fucking Easter egg, and I'm like on this TV screen, like as soon as, like that's the first thing I saw. I'm like,
Alan Wake
God.
Easter egg is fucking 10 out of 10. Too.
Like man, that was so good.
Yeah, the TV stuff in that game, it's not. So I want to set your expectation here. It's not like all this Alan Wake thing, but there are references to other things that not Quantic Dream, Remedy has done, and it's real good. It's real good. I only found like 2 of them though, 2 or 3. There's like 5. There's at least 1 in each act, I think. So it's good. There's stuff to like about that game. It's worth finishing, and I'm glad you're finally playing it.
For sure.
What else?
So the other big game I've been playing, besides the big game, because that big game took me away from this game, which I was fucking loving, was Valhalla.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game is really good. Like
Something else,
hits,
right?
It hits all my points in like all the best ways. Like it was totally a me game, and yeah, that game is just really good. Like the only reason I'm like slowing down playing it right now, besides because of Final Fantasy, because like it's coming to Vita. Like I could play it on Steam and get achievements for it, and that bugs me because I'm not getting achievements for it, and that's bugging me for whatever reason. But like but yeah, like I like that world so much. I like that music so much. I like the mechanics of just making drinks and just talking to people so much. Even though I'm not really like making decisions while I'm talking, but like the conversations between these people are just like really good. And even the mechanic of just making making a smoothie or something like that, or making a big beer for this jackass from a company.
Fucking Donovan.
But like making like a big beer for him, just like he could talk shit about his employees, like it's just fun. Like Julie, I just I don't see her face, but like I like the words that are coming out of her mouth, and like I like her character in general. Like that game is just really good. It's a super chilled out game. Like like I loved it more than I thought I thought I would like. It was just something that
Then
took
you thought
quickly.
you could? What do you say?
Yeah, like I don't know, like I said, like it's just something that like really, like it's there's nothing going on in that fucking game, really.
Nothing happens, right?
Right.
But you're just reading these conversations and like you're just enjoying just being in the atmosphere. The atmosphere of the game is like what's really selling it for me. Like I feel
World
like
building.
yeah, it's just context.
Context.
But side note, like I'm sorry, me and Alco make these stupid easy ally jokes, and then we just say one word and we both just laugh at each other, and no one else knows what we're talking about.
It.
It's all right.
Anytime we say context, we're referencing Easy Allies. It's great. Dude, no, I hugged Huber like so many times. We didn't even talk about that in bonus content. Well, I'll take it aside. When I talk about PSX stuff, I'll have a moment.
Yeah.
Context.
But
Valhalla seems really cool. Is it coming to Vita? When is that happening?
pretty soon, because I know it was not announced at PSX, but like I know it was at PSX.
I did see it. Now
Yeah,
I think about it. I saw that logo. I didn't realize what it was at the time, though. Cool. I need to find out if that's like within this calendar year.
Yeah, but like I really want to get back to that game again. Like I was I was doing my game of the year stuff, like making a list and stuff like that. And I was just like I was like thinking like because the music is so good in that I had to put like more music for like best song, and like I was just like listening to
I think I picked out probably my favorite one.
Yeah, you did, and like, but like I had my own favorite one, so I had to pick that one as well, and I had to like, and I was sitting through the music again, and I was like, oh yeah, this music is so fucking good.
It's
like,
so good.
I wish like the jukebox would just like kind of just shuffle them all, instead of like me have to pick
Sure,
one
so
one time.
But that's kind of part of the thing, that you have to fucking go as the bartender and make the soundtrack for your bar.
Yeah, like explain to me, Tony. Like there's no decisions in the game, but like I think it said like somewhere in the game when I was playing it, like the way you make something, like if you fuck up the order, like it actually ruins.
So here's how that works. For some reason the name escapes me, but the part of the drink that is on the lower right, that part is the alcohol. That's the I think it's called Karmatrine. That's the alcohol that you put in the drink. You can put in more than what you're supposed to in some drinks, and that will actually have an effect on the customer that you're talking to. So like for example, Streaming Chan, you can get her so drunk that she like literally passes out if you want to.
Wow.
Or you cannot, and that has effects on the gameplay and what happens. So that's kind of like where you make your decisions as far as that, and it does have a lot of effects on what goes on. So because your only job is to make drinks, that's how you can kind of interact with your client base and the environment of the game and that kind of stuff. All right, that's what I was able to figure out while playing it so far. So
Okay.
That sounds cool. Getting people fucking wasted.
you want, yeah, like you can. There are situations that come up where like that like you don't really want to. Like it wouldn't be smart to get this person wasted, but you can. So like, if you want to fuck with this person, do it. That's kind of how that works. So
Okay.
it's cool. Yeah, game's awesome.
Yeah. I'm glad you're liking it, Nobshin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one I need to get to at some point. I just don't have access to it at the moment, but hopefully.
You have access to it. You just don't have time for it.
No, I can't play the
Just gotta
version.
do that. Just gotta do that boot camp.
Okay.
I have a different kind of computer.
I forgets this.
It's
It is available on
yeah.
Mac. So.
I am maybe if there's like a holiday sale, I'll be able to get it for cheap. If not, I'll try and get it before the end of the year. I don't actually have that much to go through, but like there are things before the end of the year, but there are just things I don't want to rush. Like I don't want to rush Final Fantasy. I don't want to rush Stardew Valley. So that's all I'm keeping in mind.
Okay, for Stardew Valley,
Scott's like, "Hey, you just get through it."
It benefits a little bit from binging.
I mean, like the last session I had with Stardew Valley was a thick one. It was like a 15-day session, which was a lot compared to like the 2 or 3 day ones I was having before.
Yes.
So I'm getting there.
However, preferably
Doing full seasons.
A half a month a session is a good session.
Okay.
You want to aim for around that.
Okay. It was a thing that I was getting more and more into. Like by the time I put that game down and Final Fantasy had come out, like I was at a point where I had so much to do, I had to like micromanage what I wanted to do for that day and plan days ahead. So like I was getting into it. But we're jumping ahead. Unless you have no other video games, Nabashin.
No, that's pretty much it. Like, I put out like a tweet because like I was saying like for help people help me decide like I don't know what game I'm gonna get to this week because like the year's coming the year's running out and like I only had like time for certain games. I like play like Quantum Break, Titanfall, and like Owlboy and something else. I can't remember the other.
Never mind. You said Titanfall.
Yes, I did say Titanfall.
Yeah.
And Titanfall won that vote that I put up, so
Yes.
I'll have to like actually.
I voted for Titanfall.
put some time into that. But like that's a red box. That's a day playthrough.
That's
if
a
I
day.
Commit to
6
it.
hours. All you
Yeah.
need. I just
So.
need you to do it for me. Do it for
I
Alex.
I got you, bro.
And finish Doom.
Doom's the other one. Fuck yeah, that's the other one.
Finish Doom. You're halfway through, I think. So you're fine.
I haven't fought a boss yet.
I know, but all the bosses are toward the end of that game. So
Okay.
once you get back from hell the first time, I think you fight the first boss. So
Okay.
or it might be the second time. But you're fine. You're at a good clip with Doom. You just gotta finish it.
For sure. But yeah, that's everything for me.
Cool. How are we doing on time? I just want to know the pace.
Oh yeah, Pokemon was the other game. That's the other game.
Yes, yeah. That's not happening. Keep the dream alive, but that's not happening. Scott, what you got?
Doom.
Doom.
That's about it.
Tell me about how is Doom treating you, Scott?
Pretty good.
Okay.
I'm not gonna consider it amazing.
Okay.
I didn't say it was amazing. I just said it was a game that you would like.
If you like it, I feel like that's a win for us.
The music is more metal appropriate than I want to say Devil May Cry.
Yes, I agree. It's
And
real
then-
good too.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about like the style of metal that they use for both games.
I feel like
It's like this is the one you use for games.
yeah, like I feel like the music in Doom fits to what Doom is in a really great way.
Yeah.
And that Game Awards performance was fucking lit.
Real good.
I know some people weren't into it apparently, but they played just some fucking hard as balls, like metal steel, like goddamn steel doors closing in on your face metal song.
Oh, I'm sorry, with the rap more appropriate.
I guess. I don't know. Trevor was there. He said the live performance of the Doom music was good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So yeah, it
How
was.
did Trevor feel about the first musical performance, though?
I remember him not liking one of them.
Okay.
We'll have
Probably
to
the
follow
first
up.
one.
Yeah. Is that the rap one? It seemed good. It seemed like they were talented kids.
Mm,
I don't know. Where are you at in Doom, Scott?
Mission 3?
Okay.
Because you have the tutorial mission, and then you have actual mission 1,
Yep.
where you get the shotgun
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
chainsaw.
Have you gotten the double barrel shotgun yet?
No.
Okay. That's when the game changes.
I
That
only-
shotgun
I only
is
have-
incredible.
I have the chainsaw and I have the heavy assault rifle.
Okay. Yeah, you get the
That's
heavy
right.
assault rifle, then you get the double barrel shotgun.
I'm
That
almost there.
shotgun. Who? God damn. I don't know how you feel about that shotgun, Nabashan, but it's real good.
Oh, I use that.
That's like
Usually all
my
the time.
go-to gun in that game. I like the one that shoots the blue orbs, like the plasma cannon, the beam gun. But yeah, that shotgun. Oh, I'm thinking about it now, and it's just like, man, that's a video game shotgun right there. It's the only gun you have to reload, but it's like a good reload. It's a good thing reloading that gun because it means
Well-
you get to shoot it more.
Well, to be fair, the stronger actions of the other guns are things you have to charge up and wait for.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
it feels
it-
like
it-
every shot you take with that gun is a stronger action. So it's good. You should finish that game, Scott. I think you.
I don't think I'm gonna finish it before the end of the year, but I'll probably finish it.
It's not terribly too long, but it's got some meat to it. You know, it's not long for a Scott Guthier game, let's say, but for a first-person shooter, it's long. By today's
But
standards.
it's not something I can go ahead and say, "Hey, I'm gonna finish Doom today," and then go from where I am now to the end of the game.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not a thing you want to force yourself through. Like, it was a thing that I came to at like an hour at a time, and it was just such a good cleanser. It's just a good feeling game, in general for what it does, and it seems like that's how you were playing it as well, Nabashin.
And it's also how I'm going through it.
Yeah,
Because right now I have three. I came to the game 3 times, and I have roughly 3 hours on it.
Yeah, that's a good way to play that game. You can get through like a mission, maybe a mission and a half. It's good. Yeah, it feels good. Like you get a double jump at some point. It's all right, man. Doom was okay. Doom's a good. I played it months ago at this point, but Doom's a good game. That's an alright video game. Anything else, Scott, or do you want to talk about Doom? I don't know if like.
I was planning on, because they did found out that the Final Fantasy wasn't coming out on PC anytime soon.
Yeah, rumors that it
Anytime
might be
soon.
coming out next year though.
And then I was like, I could PS4, but
Yes.
then Dishonored got that update that fixed it.
Oh,
Oh.
good. So that's
But I
your,
haven't played it yet.
okay, that's your next thing though. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I did instead?
What?
Some tabletop.
All right.
Yeah.
Tabletop simulator.
Yeah, tabletop simulator.
Fuck yeah.
Is that in VR
that
yet?
game's awesome. Yes, it is.
Good. That seems like the game made VR was actually made for that game. If you're playing that in VR with other people in VR, does it have like some analogy of them in world?
I don't know.
Wish,
I hope
but
so.
we don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
So by default, in tabletop, the other players are represented by their Steam avatars, kind of
Okay.
in the place where their body would be.
Okay.
So maybe in VR, you're just looking at their avatars.
That's okay. I'm down with that.
Yeah, just put some
Yeah,
grade on your avatar. I don't know.
I really like the idea of in tabletop sim like reaching across the table to do something.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
That sounds all right.
So yeah, we played Secret Hitler.
Secret Hitler.
So much Secret Hitler.
Did you play any
God,
one night?
put Scott and I on the same team in Secret Hitler, and everyone's fucked.
Did you play any one night?
It's not fair.
I
No,
not
I don't know.
fair.
I haven't looked at the workshop,
Mhm.
so I don't know if it's on there.
Yeah.
But if it is, then I have mild interest from the people who play with us. I don't know. We had literally a 10-person game of Secret Hitler going on.
That sounds fun. I still have not played
It's
it. I would like to play
pretty
some at
fucking
some
sweet.
point.
Should
wanna get
just
the physical
that
card
tabletop simulator, man.
Yeah.
It just put it on your wish list, and then check it every once in a while. And when it
Okay.
goes down, real
Yeah, it goes on sale quite often.
Yeah, I get an email when things on my wish list go down.
I promise you, it's worth whatever you're putting into it right now. But I know that you don't want to drop the money on it because you might not. You're still a little skeptical.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll put it on my wish list, and when it inevitably goes on sale during the holiday sale, I'll try and pick it up.
But yeah, well, it's I've never lost a game of Secret Hitler, at least not recently. Like since we started playing it again, undefeated. No matter what team I'm on, they always win.
Good guys or Hitler guys, Nazi guys.
And as we said, it's especially not fair if Tony and I are on the same team.
Oh my God, there was okay. Let me just tell you about this game that Scott and I are on the same team, and like we just controlled the entire game the whole time. It was really funny. So I think there were 8 people playing.
8 people playing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that means there are 2 fascists and Hitler, and the rest are all liberals. Hitler doesn't know who the fascists are, but the fascists know who Hitler is. So I was a fascist. Scott was
like
Hitler.
The inverse of Avalon in that way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was a fascist, and Scott was Hitler. And if you don't know how Secret Hitler works, in order to win as a fascist, you either need to get 6 fascist policies passed, or you need to pass half of those and then get Hitler elected to chancellor. And if Hitler is elected to chancellor after 3 or more fascist policies have been passed, the fascists automatically win as soon as he gets elected. Mm-hmm. The way the liberals win is to instead get 5 liberal policies passed. However, there are 11 fascist cards in the policy deck and only 6 liberal cards. So it's if the people are lying and like discarding liberal cards when they shouldn't be, then it's can mess things up because you get stuck with a deck that only has fascist cards in it. It's also knowing those numbers makes it easy for people to track what should be in the deck and what shouldn't be, so you can kind of figure out what people are saying that way.
Right, and you can tell who. It's one of the ways that you can catch people lying.
Okay.
So the main gameplay loop is there's a president, they elect a chancellor, and then if everyone says that's okay, they vote the government in. Then the president draws 3 cards from the policy deck, and then they discard one, give the other 2 to the chancellor, who then discards one of the other ones and passes the one that's left. And then the presidency passes to the next person. That's how you play the game. So the way that this game happened, right? We did the thing where you find out what people's roles are. And I see that I'm a fascist. There's another guy who's a fascist, and I see that Scott is Hitler. And I immediately like have this fucking great idea. Because in the last game that we had played, the last time that I was president, I just immediately gave it to Scott, and I was like, hey, Scott's kind of cool. I want to make him my chancellor. And everyone said no immediately. Mm-hmm. And because it was near the end of the game, there was a lot more at stake than just, randomly picking someone. And at that point, that's kind of just what I did, because at that point in that game, it didn't matter. Anyway, So we're in this game. Scott's Hitler. I'm a fascist. First president, I become the second president. First one, nothing special happens. And I'm like, you know what, guys? You said no last game. This is a new game. I'm going to make Scott my chancellor. And so everyone's like, yeah, whatever. Nothing's happened yet. Scott's decently far away from you as president, so it's not like he's going to be president anytime soon. So seems okay. So they vote Scott in as chancellor. And at this point, I'm like, all right, this game is fucking over. So I draw 3 cards. I draw 2 liberal policies, two liberal policies and a fascist policy. I discard the fascist policy and give Scott 2 liberal policies. Scott has no choice but to pass liberal.
You give me a choice. This time you give me a choice. You discard a liberal, you pass me a liberal and a fascist.
That's right. That's right. That's
all right. All right. At this point, I don't know anything, so I'm like, I'm Hitler playing this fascist card this early.
Bad idea.
If he's a fascist too, that's game over. So I just go ahead and I play the liberal card.
Okay. Right. And so if Scott plays liberal card, and the way that our group typically plays the game is right after, because you're not allowed to talk while you have policy cards or you're about to get past policy cards. Right. So you can't like draw 3 liberal cards and be like, fuck, I just, this is going to suck, because it's really bad to draw 3 liberal cards if you're liberal, because that's half the liberal cards and you can only pass one of them. The other 2 have to get discarded. right after people pass a policy card, we'll typically ask like, "Hey, what did you get passed, and what like did you have a choice in what you played or not?" And then you'll have the president confirm that these are the 3 that they got. So the president be like, "Well, I drew 3 fascist cards. I had no choice but to discard a fascist card and give him 2 fascist. So hard to say if I'm a liberal or not, but that's kind of how that works. So would they typically right after a policy card gets played, immediately be like, "Hey, so what happened there?" And so in this case, second presidency of the game, Scott has no idea what's going on. So I give him 2 cards. He passes the liberal one. I'm like, as soon as that happens, I'm like, well, that makes sense. I drew 2 liberal cards and a fascist card. Discarded the fascist card. Didn't give Scott a choice.
Yeah.
At this point, Scott knows that's not what happened.
Yep.
So Scott goes along with it now. Right.
So
now
like,
knowing that I'm on his side.
Hold on a second.
So cahoots were happening.
Why would a liberal lie to me about what he drew? That's right. He's not a liberal. He's not a
Right.
fascist
So
guy.
It's just immediately on the same page.
So
right. And I don't remember
immediately
what it is that I said. But like the next sentence out of my mouth, because I'm assuming at this point Scott knows that I'm on his side and that I'm a fascist. Next sentence out of my mouth immediately tells Scott exactly who the other fascist is, because he doesn't know. And from that point on in the game, Hitler knew who both the fascists were, and we just dominated the entire game.
Yep, so how this ended up going down is when you get to the dangerous parts of the game, the goal for the liberals before you get to the dangerous parts of the game for them is to have 2 people who are liberals that you bounce the cards the chancellor between.
Yeah.
Because you can elect the same chancellor twice.
Yeah.
So the goal here was, because I had already played a liberal card, was to go ahead and try and be one of those people.
And you succeeded. It sounds like.
To bounce, for them to bounce between.
Yeah.
Because before this, you had 2 of the other people who are more experienced at the game on the table actually draw 3 fascist cards and get and have them distrust each other because one gave the other 2 fascist cards.
Yeah.
And all anybody else saw was a fascist card get played, and that's like that was the first thing that happened in the game. So now the goal here was to become one of the people that you just passed the chancellor to when times are starting to get rough. Mm-hmm. And then the other was to keep those 2 pitted against each other, just for to keep those 2 pitted against each other, because when that happens, the 2 people that it happened to don't distrust each other.
Yeah. It sounds like.
However, everybody else at the table says, "Fuck those 2 people. I'm not going near that shit."
It sounds like you just played the whole table in a game of political intrigue in a very impressive way.
So
there's a cool way that like near the end of the game, once you get into like the danger zone for liberals, where there have been like 4+ policies passed as fascist policies, then if the 5th one gets passed, the president gets a certain power where they get a gun and they get to shoot someone else at the table, and they're immediately dead. They're out of the game. They can't talk. They can't reveal their role. Can't do anything. Mm-hmm. The only thing that they can do is say if they were Hitler or not, because if you shoot Hitler, you win. So we used those in that game to take out the 2 other savvy people at the table.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because we have to show them how this game ended up going, just to let them know how ridiculous it was.
Okay.
So yes, we did kind of control the table, but it's not like it was a landslide fascist victory.
Yeah.
Where every policy we passed was fascist. We just knew we were going to win, so we decided to do it in the best way possible.
So you kind of like let some liberal stuff go through as well.
So you get to 4 out of 5.
Yeah. So by the time when I got to me, I passed the liberal card myself.
Mm-hmm.
And you think, of course. However, the thing gets passed to somebody else. They pass the liberal card. Then after another couple go rounds, it comes back to me, and I pass the third one. Remember, at 6 they win.
5
So,
at 5 liberals
5?
they win. Yeah.
Okay, at 5 they win. That means before it comes back to me and I have to play that the fascist card for the turnaround, only one liberal card can be played between that time.
So
we manipulate the vote a little bit between the 3 fascists because now we know who we all are.
just
We
like
go
a
ahead
fucking
and
fascist.
Just like
deny the
fascists
vote
would.
to push it to the most suspicious person on the table. And of course, there's 3 cards left in the deck, and there's 6 cards left in the deck. Only one's gonna be a liberal card.
Yeah.
So what are the chances of them getting the liberal card and just taking it for the win if they pass when they pass it to me?
Well, I mean, 1 in 6.
Very,
so.
very low.
Yeah.
So here we're thinking, all right, this is probably just going to be another fascist card because we don't have a choice.
Okay.
And it's not. I get past a liberal and the fascist card. Well, I'm like, well, fuck, I can't pass the liberal card. That means they win. So I passed the fascist card to say, yeah, hey, look, I got past 2 fascist cards, like we thought. It was a lie, but of course no one believed him. But just think about it for a second.
Oh my god.
If you were a fascist, why wouldn't you just say that you got? Why wouldn't you just pass me the 2 fascist cards, and just say that you got the 3 fascist cards?
Yeah. So you really just fucked them over. So they were taken out of the game later.
I had already passed
So-
2 liberal
so-
cards, and they didn't think of that before the pass went from him to another person for the bullet, because
Yeah.
the next 3 cards were guaranteed fascist cards, and I knew
Yeah.
that.
Right. So yeah, we voted in someone who was very suspicious of the person who had passed Scott the cards, and Scott had to play fascist.
Mhm.
So at that point, that guy knows Scott is a fascist, but no one believes him because
And
Scott
and
built up so much
he's
goodwill
freaking
with
out.
the fascist
He's-
help throughout
he's
the course of the game.
Absolutely freaking out.
It's so
What
what you guys would totally do to me too. Like,
Oh yeah, and then this next
Absolutely.
president, right? We have to pass a fascist policy, so he gets a bullet, and then spends like 8 minutes deciding if he can trust Scott or not. Finds out, like we kind of prod at it, and he was like, "All right, I'll trust Scott," and kills the other guy. And
when
he's
you-
never
when
trust
when you're
Scott.
dead, you cannot speak anymore. You are out of the game.
Yeah.
And it's funny. So he's like, "I'm gonna go get pie." So we went and
Yeah.
got pie.
Comes back and it's just
So
like fucking the
immediately,
dictatorship is going.
Tony becomes the president, and then what do? Don't you pass it to the other fascist?
So I get one of the liberals, one of the other liberals elected, because it doesn't matter at that
Right.
point. We've pretty much won the game because we have. It's now there are 4 liberals and 3 fascists left. So I only need to convince one liberal to vote with me, and then Scott and the other guy who was a fascist will vote with me anyway. We can pretty much seal the game in our favor.
Yeah.
So I pick a guy who hasn't done a lot in the game, and basically put out, just talk about how this vote really doesn't matter anyway, because no matter what, we're going to draw 3 fascist cards. The only thing that matters is if the people who are left at the table can trust me with a bullet. And there was one specific person left at the table who was positive that I wasn't Hitler, but kind of had an inkling that I might not be liberal, but not a strong enough one not to trust me. So he's decided that he'll trust me with a bullet, which is all I need. So we get this guy voted, and so we get this other guy voted in as chancellor. He has to pass a fascist policy. I get the second bullet, immediately kill the one guy that trusted me on the liberal side, who's the other savvy guy who we were playing with.
Fucking
And
asshole.
so now we're just left with 3 fascists and 3 liberals. We can deny any vote if we want to, and at that point the game was over.
Yeah.
So we didn't even have to get Scott elected as Hitler to win.
Right.
It was a great fucking game.
it sounds fun. It's just like, God, how demoralizing it would be to be the guy fucking.
Oh, trust me, dude.
Freaking out.
That was the last game we
he
played
was-
that night, and he
was
for the
so
next
upset.
4 hours he was fucking tilted. So
That's so funny.
to close out the secret Hitler thing, the next day we played another game, and at this was the 10-player session that we played with, and at the very beginning of the game, I made a statement. I was like, this time I'm not going to do this whole like analytical thing I usually do. This time I'm just going to pick someone as Hitler, and they are Hitler from the very beginning. So what I did, I chose a random person, just based on nothing at all. And we started playing the game, and I like before the game even started, I said, this person is Hitler. And there's nothing to base that off of, so I wouldn't even have believed me if I had, so then I end up being president. I'm typically the host of these rooms on tabletop just because I have all the boards and stuff. So we typically just start with the person, whoever set up the game is the president in the first session. So I am president first. So the first thing I do is like, all right, this guy's Hitler. Let's give him the presidency and see if he can, or the chancellorship, and see if he can clear his name or not. After the games, the last night, since this guy who we had shot was second was so tilted, I explained how Scott and I had kind of hoodwinked them all, so he knew the method that I had used to tell Scott that that he was Hitler and I was a fascist. So turns out I'm a liberal in this game, and I give it to this guy, and I do the exact same thing. I give him a choice. I tell the people that he had a choice that he didn't have, just to see if he goes with it or not, and he does. He goes with it. Immediately know in my head, for somehow out of 10 people I picked right. This fucking guy's either a fascist or Hitler.
It's
and
not a fascist. If a fascists know who the other fascists are, a fascist will not go with you because a fascist knows
true.
that
That's
you're
fair.
not
So
Hitler.
he had to be
only
so he
person
had
that
to be
she
Hitler.
would
So
have
I
that
just
would go
happened to
with
pick
you
Hitler
would be
out of this
Hitler.
crowd.
He
So
was
I
probably
played.
fucking so pissed though.
Oh, he was probably so. Well, the thing is, like,
he was so
I didn't let him know for a while because there's no way Hitler doesn't know who the fascists are, so he just assumes that I'm still a fascist, still doing the same shit that I did last time.
that makes it fun, yeah.
So he plays into it for a good 5 or 6 rounds until he does something stupid and kind of outs himself, and spends the entire rest of the game pretty irrelevant. But then at the, I manipulated at this point to where at the end of the game I get another bullet, and there are left. He still kind of thinks that I'm a fascist, and I'm like, all right. So here's the thing. Remember at the beginning of the game I said I knew who Hitler was. And it's not these guys. It's definitely this guy that I picked, and I killed him. And he's like, "Yeah, I was fucking Hitler." So it's so ridiculous. The Secret Hitler's a great fucking game.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool game.
We also play a lot of exploding kittens in Tabletop Simulator.
Oh yeah. Let's move back on the video games.
Yeah, those are video games.
Those
They
are
are
We're
video
just in a
games.
video game space.
Board games played in a video game. Scott, did you play anything else?
No, those two are the big only ones worth mentioning. Yeah.
Okay. Tony,
Hi.
HMU, hit me up. Video games.
So I downloaded a new iOS game, guys.
Here we go.
It's really fucking good.
Is it PewDiePie Saber Simulator?
No, it's called King of Thieves. Basically, what it is it's kind of Super Meat Boy esque, where basically what you do is you're the King of Thieves, but this guy stole your throne and kicked you out. And then basically what you have to do is work your way back up through the ranks to become King of Thieves again. And all the other people competing for that throne are the other players. So in a sort of Clash of Clans way, you make a dungeon. You get a layout based on where you are in the map. And the goal is to get from the door to the chest that has the player's gold in it. And the mechanics of the game is you tap the screen to jump. You start going one way, and the only way to turn is by jumping off of a wall. So you jump onto a wall, then jump again to jump off, and that can change directions. You can jump over, like from wall to wall, that kind of stuff. Always moving at a fixed speed. So the way that it works is you have 3 traps in your dungeon. You set up to try and make it the hardest possible to get from the door that you can move around in the space to the chest that you can move around to wherever you want. So you do that, and to save it, you have to be able to clear it yourself twice in a row. So you set that up, and it's instant death. Like if you get hit by any of the traps, you die. So
maybe the same people who made Cut the Rope.
And then the Clash of Clans thing that you can do to it is you can have your traps upgrade so that they do more damage to a thief whenever they get killed by it. Basically the way the game works is you go and you search for dungeons, and you find another player's dungeon, see how much gold they have. You want to steal their gems, because the way that you kind of progress in the game is by stealing people's gems, then combining them in your dungeon. You have to go get a new dungeon once you can't combine gems in it anymore. Eventually, after you've done enough of that, the totem that you use to upgrade your gems breaks, so that forces you to go and make a new dungeon in a new place. It's fucking cool, man.
It sounds really familiar to like a console game that I can't think of the name of for the
Probably.
life of me.
The thing that makes me think, like, the way that you move around in the world is very similar to Super Meat Boy, if you could only move one direction at one speed. And when you go to look at, like, when someone attacks you, right, like, based on how much damage they take before they successfully get to your chest, will determine how much loot they get to steal from you, or if they get their keys back, because you have to use a specific amount of keys to break into their dungeon. To try and steal their shit, which is that's the way that it's time gated, right? You only have a specific amount of keys. You get one back every 3 minutes.
Yeah,
so
what I'm thinking of is less like the kind of platformer-esque part of it, but more of like you basically build a dungeon or build like a series of traps, a level, and people can challenge that, and if they win, they get to steal the loot at the end of it. If they lose, then they don't get anything.
Yeah, that's it's like Dungeon Master or something, Dungeon Keeper.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah,
Keeper.
It was. I played that game before. I really like this one as a handheld version of it. It's really like well built, well put together. And I've just been having a lot of fun doing it, because it's just like a simple, like, you go in, you try and beat a few dungeons. If you're having trouble with it, it gives you a couple potions that, like, you can use one to get rid of one of the 3 obstacles in the way. You go through, try and steal some loot, upgrade some stuff. It hasn't, it pops up every once in a while with, like, hey, you want to buy this thing? It's a one-time offer for getting some gems for like $2. I'm like, nope, I never use those anyway, so, like, there's no reason to. I'm having a good time with it. And I should also, since we're on the topic of iOS, put out there, I haven't touched Clash of Clans in like 3 months.
There you go.
So,
what about Clash Royale?
Nope, not even on my phone. But yeah, if y'all like iOS games at all, check out King of Thieves, man. That game is took me by surprise.
Yeah, those Cut the Rope guys, they're good. They make
it looks good too. And now that I've gotten out of the Wood League, which is like, because I started this game like 3 days ago.
Yeah, the fucking pleb league over here.
You start in the Wood League, and once you get out of there, you can make or join a guild. So I'm thinking I'll make my own. Have some people come in there. I have no idea what guilds do in the game yet, because I haven't been in one. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
So real quick,
yeah,
I want to keep talking about video games, but I really have to pee.
Okay,
break.
Can we take a break?
Yeah.
We're at an hour. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we got more games to talk about. Tony's got more games. I went to PSX and played games there. Obviously, we still all have to talk about Final Fantasy 15 and news and whatnot coming as well. So we'll take a quick break, and we will be back in just a little bit.
Choo, choo, choo.
All right. Oh, my God. I'm going to die. I'm going to explode. I'm sorry, Tony.
What? You're fine. I'm going to play some King of Thieves real quick.
I'm going to go take a break.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
No, Ivan, you're not too late. We're just on break.
You're too late.
I'll come back for you.
I won't.
I know you won't, Tony. Are we all back?
I think Scott walked away for a second.
All right. I'll wait. No, I'll wait.
I hope you would.
All right. Time to send a really cute Snapchat.
Good God. Y'all trying to join my King of Thieves guild?
I ain't trying to join no guilds.
No?
I learned
No
my
fucking-
lesson.
No guilds?
No guilds, no problems.
Mo guilds, mo problems.
You don't realize why I like Games Grump so much. Just by not
Because they're
really
playing
liking-
fucking Paper Mario, and it's awesome.
I haven't watched any of that or any Game Grumps in about 3 months, and I'm dying on the inside. I think that's why I'm depressed.
I that's why I tweeted that at you as soon as I saw it. I was like,
know, I saw
Alex
it
needs
on
to see
YouTube,
this.
and I was like, "This can't be real." I was literally
you want
convinced it
you
was
want
fake.
to know something? You want to know something that's gonna make you watch it like as soon as the show ends?
Night.
Danny's playing.
Oh my god! What?
Yeah.
Game changer. Are they doing silly voices?
Yeah.
2 days off. I'm a binge. I'm gonna catch up on some series. I'm gonna like watch all the rest of Dark Souls.
He's like,
Yeah,
gotta
take
do
it
Dark
back to
Souls, gotta start Paper Mario, gotta play some Final Fantasy.
The
Gotta
last
watch
thing I
Yuri
was
on
watching
Ice.
was Dark Souls 3, which they stopped playing months ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just went back to it today.
Okay, cool. Then I'm jumping back in at the. I got to like episode 46 of Dark Souls 3. So
Yeah, they're on 76 right now.
okay.
Hey, like I was saying,
Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
like I feel like I like them more than like normal Let's Players who talk over video games because like I realized this yesterday because I was watching Wayne's World. I'm like, holy shit, this is just Danny and Aaron. Like they're basically just Wayne's World. Like, oh my god, no wonder I like them so much. So
I mean,
funny.
like they also are good at picking games that are good for them to just talk while they're playing.
yeah, it's games that they actually want to play or just to experience for themselves, even if they don't really like it.
Like the reason like Aaron has brought up
Welcome
that
back.
he doesn't think that they should play. Welcome back, Scott. Hey, welcome back. He doesn't. The reason he thinks they shouldn't play Kingdom Hearts is because he thinks it's not like a good Grumps game. Even if like Danny would probably really like it, which makes sense. Like games where they can do silly voices, you know, Sakura Spirit, bless up, live on forever in my heart. Yeah. So I don't know. They care a lot. I watched a little bit of Game Grump.
Good God. Why is audio happening right now?
Game Grump was real good. The one episode I watched of it was good. All right.
There's like 14.
Yeah, it's all Mega Man X, right?
Yep.
Into it, Danny.
Okay, there's two with Danny. Okay, cool.
But
That's
they're
good.
like hour long, both of them.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
What did Dan play?
Some space thing.
Okay,
I don't remember what it's called. Sorry.
that's fine. I didn't know Dan did a Game Grump or a game not so Grump. I guess
It's pretty recent. Yeah.
okay. That's good. I'm glad that he got his time to shine as well, and they're all an hour long. That's such a fucking Dan thing to do. All right, back at it again with the white vans. Hey, welcome back.
You're welcome out.
Tony, video games.
Hi.
Continue. I peed real hard. Just, I'm sure people
okay.
were worried.
Good. I'm glad that you got that off your chest.
Oh, all the way off. We're good.
All right.
I'm scared for your health.
Yup, me too.
So, I played some World of Warcraft.
Oh boy, fucking Jesus.
But to say World Final Fantasy, like oh,
World of Final Fantasy twist.
Weird.
Sora.
That game's all right.
Still all right.
I like
Still-
playing video games with Scott Guthrie.
Still better than Draenor.
Well known fact. Yeah, thousands of times better.
You played. What expansion was it that you played a lot of? Was it Draenor?
It was Draenor. Yeah, at the beginning.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I didn't play most of that expansion. And it's because it was very content dry near the end.
Yeah, that's
So.
what I mean. From what I understand, that's the case. Legion feels good still.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Cool. It's good to
it's
hear.
very,
I mean, like,
It's very punishing if you switch your main character, like 3 months or 2 months into the expansion, but which is what I did. But otherwise, yeah, it's real good.
I'm glad that World of Warcraft is still doing well. Did
It's
that
still
win
good.
that award at the Game Awards?
Which one?
What?
The one that it was nominated for?
Well, what was it nominated?
No,
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
RPG?
Maybe. No, I know that was The Witcher, but I don't.
Best
I don't-
expansion.
Maybe expansion DLC.
I don't know. I don't think so.
There.
I'll find out.
Yeah. But yeah, that game's good. Turns out I like playing games with Scott. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what I do.
Yeah.
Um,
And an update on that.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
had 4 people before, including Tony, and we found a 5th. So fuck
Yeah.
you, Alex.
Fair enough.
no, I mean Alex still has to play. We're doing that series still.
No, God, Jesus.
No, we're doing it.
It was nominated for best RPG. It did not win it.
We're doing it.
Witcher?
Follow up. Yeah, Witcher's DLC one. So.
Suck it, Dark Souls.
We're doing it only because Nate really wants it to happen.
What else have you been playing, Tony?
I'm playing a lot of Pokemon.
I played some
Guys.
Pokemon.
Want to talk about Pokemon?
Let's talk about Pokemon. I got Pokemon Sun. I found out. So I was worried last time we recorded. I was going to pick up Pokemon Sun for my
Yeah.
flight because it's a 5-hour flight. Sucks. But I needed something to do. And then I was like, oh shit, I don't have enough money. Ends up, I had like put like a couple $100 away just for a situation like this where I realized
Pokemon Stitch.
I don't know if I have enough
Just in
money
case you
for.
lose your 3DS again.
Yeah, pretty much. But like I was worried because I was basically budgeting like, okay, do I have enough money for food through Friday when I'm at PSX? I actually did that and then a couple $100. So I was like, oh cool, I'll get Pokemon then. So I got Pokemon. I actually didn't play it at all until I got on the flight. So it was just me and Pokemon and my Vita. I was gonna play a little Spelunky, but I fucking forgot to update my Vita, so I couldn't use any of the games that were on the memory card because God knows that thing has an update every 45 minutes. So I couldn't play any of my Vita games. So I just played Pokemon my whole flight. So I
Yeah.
got about 6-7 hours into it, which is
Okay.
a good chunk
Did
of
you-
time.
Does your trainer look cute?
I think so. I made a male trainer. upon
Okay.
your
Is he
advice.
cute?
He's pretty
Why?
cute. He's
Wait,
got-
did I advise that?
You said I know that you usually pick female characters, but I don't know about this one. You didn't say outright. So, and I was like, okay, you know.
I don't know why I would say that.
I don't know. You said it on the show.
Who knows? Who knows?
And I asked if it was because of like the female character that's like your companion.
That's right. That's why. Yep. Because you yourself are a man, and
Yeah. So I
But
was
no-
like,
anyway.
okay.
Wait, I'm confused. Why couldn't you?
there is a very specific other character in the game that I thought it would be better like experience for Alex to play as a male character.
Okay.
to basically project onto my character better, I assume.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is fine. Like I'm cool with. I'm down to play Pokemon as a lady or a dude. You know, more Pokemon
Yeah.
trainers. Nice thing I notice a lot about Pokemon Sun and Moon specifically. A lot of diversity, a lot of female characters, a lot of
Yep.
people of color as well. Which is like it's a thing that there's a lot of female characters in Pokemon, especially the games specifically, and they're all really cool. Like from Black and White, basically the champion of those games is female, and she's like the coolest fucking character ever. At least for me in the Pokemon universe. Just it's supposed to be kind of like Hawaiian, the theme, like the geographical theme of this game. A lot of like people of color to represent that, and I think it's done really well. I was noticing there's a lot of good diversity in the game, which is like Pokemon's always been
God,
pretty
Kukui
good
is so hot.
all right. He's not wearing a shirt, that's for sure.
He just likes to come in your house without knocking. So
It's
something-
true.
I feel
weird.
I feel like something's going on between
And
Kukui
your mom is like totally okay with
Yeah, she's totally into it.
She's like, oh yeah, it's just Professor Kukui. He's just
He'll
gonna
let
come in
himself
without
in.
knocking,
Yeah, it's
or he's
fine.
gonna knock once. It's like, Mom, are you fucking the professor? Like, it's cool. I just want to know. But yeah, it's something I noticed. Yeah, so I'm about 7 hours in. My Pokemon are in the level 20 range.
Yeah.
I just
What
got to
starter
the
did you
second island. I picked Poplio,
Fuck yeah.
my beautiful baby boy. My beautiful boy.
Is it a male Poplio?
It is a male Poplio, and he's
Oh,
a
God,
fucking
that's so
beautiful
hot.
princess.
So hot.
He is at the second evolution. I don't know because I named him.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen the Rowlet stuff, which
turns more into
No.
Nick Robinson from Polygon.
he just gets more edgy as he levels up.
way more emo. Yeah, he just gets a hair swoof, and I'm like,
Oh,
he's
it's
also
so
beautiful.
good.
Yeah, no, they're all the starters in this game are great.
Yeah.
It's funny because I
got
remember
my second playthrough. I'm gonna pick Poplio as well.
Yeah, Poplio's cool. I remember like you talking about Pokemon. What's it? The Pokemon Uranium, and like how
Yeah.
in that game the rival picks the Pokemon that yours is weak to, and that
Correct.
actually happens in Sun and Moon as well.
Yes.
Which I thought was cool. I was like, oh shit, they're.
I
switching
think
up.
so. Here's my theory.
Mhm.
In Pokemon Sun and Moon, you are the rival
Oh,
because
twist.
I don't want to. I don't know if it's really spoilers for a Pokemon game, but hey, you become the champion at the end of the game. Weird,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Um, The big thing that happens this time is you do it before How does,
oh, and then he comes
and
and fights
How
you?
always comes to fight you, right? And you're always ahead of How.
He initiates
so-
most of the fights, at least where I'm at.
He
though.
does. He does always initiate the fights because otherwise you're not going to know to go initiate a fight with How at some point, right? Like, so they're all scripted to happen. But in previous Pokemon games, at least ones that I have experience with, which keep in mind I've only played Sun and Moon recently. The last one I played was the original Pokemon Black, I think. I think I played Pokemon White. Anyway, in all those games, you are always,
behind
trying to catch up to the other person.
Sure, like you do the trial first in this, like the first trial. is
Right.
what I got
Yeah,
through.
exactly. And you end up becoming champion before he does, all that stuff. So I think in this game, it's kind of set up so that you are Hal's rival instead of Hal being your rival.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's an interesting perspective.
That's my take
I
for it.
thought rivals were equal, in a way.
I mean,
That's
yes,
the whole point
but
of being
in
rivals.
historically
just how
in
it works in
Pokemon
Pokemon.
games, yeah, exactly. Mechanically, like it's the opposite of what it usually is.
Yeah.
So
Like usually, like you get there and like for example, you're getting to a gym and you see your rival walk out and he's like, yeah, I just got this bad.
I just beat this shit. You want to fight me?
Smell you later.
So,
Smell you later.
exactly. Yeah.
Like,
So
fuck
and
blue.
God, the characters in this game, by the way, look so good.
Yeah, everything looks
Pokemon game.
really good. It's a really good looking game.
Yeah.
Like if you remember,
Have you experienced that slowdown though in multi battles?
Yes.
It
Fucking
can be
Zubat,
kind of crazy.
man. Let me tell you, it's like Zubat called for help. Another Zubat comes down, and then I kill one Zubat.
You go from
and
like
then another Zubat comes down, and it's just infinite Zubats.
oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
the
fucking
SOS
kill
chains.
me.
That's a good way to IV train your Pokemon, but we're not going to get
bet.
into that.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I'm not a huge EV/IV guy, so I don't. But like, it sucks because I remember that happened in Pokemon X and Y too. I feel like there's no way around it.
Yeah. Where have you gotten to so far in the story?
I just got to the second island. Like,
Okay,
nothing.
So
has happened since I
You've
got
done
there.
a couple island trials.
I've done one. The
That's
first
right. There's
island
one
just
on the
has
first. Yeah, I think
one.
there's
And
three
I beat
on the
the
second.
Kahuna of the island.
Yeah, that guy's cool.
But I fought a totem Pokemon. I've kind of seen how that worked.
God, they suck, dude. They're so hard.
Yeah, it was definitely tricky. I have a pretty good team right now. I only have 4 Pokemon. I'm like very picky
What
about
you
my
got?
Pokemon. My 3DS. Yes, it is. Hold on. Let me find out.
Yeah, I mean, I had to do the same thing. So, hours in, right?
About 7, I think.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah, I finished the game just as I hit about 30. So
Okay. I have Archie, who's my my Growlithe.
okay.
Sparks, my
Scrub.
Pichu. Core, who is my evolution of fucking Poplio, which I don't know what the middle one is called. And Lilac.
I don't know either. I know what
Which is
the
my
last one's
Butterfree.
called. Oh, Butterfree, cool.
Yeah. So I got a little bug, little fire,
Double
water, and I got
I will say I was unexpectedly punished very heavily for having a mono ghost team
yeah.
because almost every Pokemon that you fight in the course of the story is or every trainer has dark Pokemon or Pokemon that know fucking Crunch, which is a dark move.
Yeah.
Dark is one of the most common.
God, it sucks.
Yeah, there's a lot of dark moves.
Dark is one of the most common types out there now. It's not normal anymore.
Yeah, I feel like it's to counterbalance, like, because if you had a ghost Pokemon in like Gen 1, it's like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
It's like Ghost and Dragon.
Yeah, it's like, oh, cool,
Well, here's the thing
I'm
about
immortal.
Gen 1. Ghosts work differently in Gen 1.
Mm-hmm.
They were immune to all physical.
They still
essentially all
mostly
physical types of
are.
attacks.
Yeah, I have a Pokemon with the ability that makes ghost Pokemon like susceptible to attacks, though. So
Yeah.
I'm keeping Growlithe has it. I'm keeping him close. You know.
Well, that's the thing. That's not quite the case anymore. It's they are immune to normal attacks.
They're not immune to fighting attacks, or they are immune to fighting attacks as well. So
Right. It's that and fighting attacks. However, if your water attack was a physical attack in Gen 1, it was immune.
it was immune. Okay, yeah. Most that seems like a proper adjustment though to make.
Or that
the
might have
type
been that
attacks.
might have been Gen 2 because Gen 1 might not have had the difference. Yeah, okay, so wasn't that way in Gen 1, but it was still very hard to hit ghost Pokemon.
Yeah.
Just because of how normal was, and I think in Gen 2 when they split physical and special, I think they were immune to physical, which made it real tough.
Yeah. So I will say, like, I know Nabashin hates fun and all that, but the Alolan Pokemon are actually really cool.
They're
Like,
cool, man.
In the context of the world, like thematically with like the areas and locales that you go to, they make sense, right?
Yep.
And they look aesthetically like the world that you're in, which, you know, some of them look ridiculous and it's very different, but
So what, man? They're awesome.
they're fun. It's like when you see a Gen 1 Pokemon, it's like seeing a new Pokemon. But it's still got that kind of familiarity to it, but it might have a different type thrown on top of the type it had originally, which is cool.
Yeah.
It feels new. It feels fresh. And like a lot of the game feels fresh. I mean, we talked about it a couple of weeks ago when you talked about it, Tony, but like, you know, no gyms, all these trials. You beat a trial, you fight the kahuna of the island, or you beat all the trials on one of the 4 islands, then you battle the kahuna on the island, who's basically like, are they like the Elite Four equivalent, or is there also an Elite Four?
Okay, so yes. And yes. And no.
Okay.
So the way that the game ended, like, there will be an Elite Four battle and a champion battle at the end of the game. There always is one. There will be one in this game. It's not different.
Yeah.
Who the Elite Four are, who knows? I will say that the champion battle is the hardest Pokemon battle I have had to fight in any Pokemon game that I've ever played.
Okay.
And that's not because I had only ghosts on my team. It was because it was a really hard battle.
Yeah. It feels more intimate, you know, like you're walking around the island, the people of the island it's relatively small. It's not like big like the other Pokemon games felt.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like there's wasted space, right? It doesn't feel like you're going down like this fucking forever long pathway and it's like
let's walk through some tall grass for forever.
Yeah, it's like let's walk through this. Route 4 goes on forever. This is my fucking 8th trainer battle in a row.
Yeah, you can actually get out of a lot of them if you don't want to, like, if you're running low on supplies and stuff like that. But like, typically it is good to do those as you get to them. They're there for a reason to make sure you're ready.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, condensed down, but in like a smart way. Like it's still dense. There's still a lot to do, but like you don't feel like it takes so long to get to the next important thing because like the characters of that island are recurring and stuff like that. So like when I was on Island 1, like the Kahuna would show up, Kukui would show up, things would, like, I would see the same characters over and over again instead of like, new gym, who the fuck is this? All right, I beat him, and I'll never see him again. Like,
Right.
Which they got away from in like the later games, like Cynthia from Black and White. Like you would see her a lot, and they would try and incorporate that. but it feels like more intimate again. So, you finish it. How do you
Yes.
feel about it overall, Tony?
I really liked playing through the story of the game. Finish the story, there is like a whole thing where they introduce like, hey, here's like another 1/3 of the game that you can do now that you beat the game. There's a ton of stuff that there are no mega evolutions that I know of, but there's a ton of stuff that like you can do once you finish the main game that I haven't gotten around to yet. But it's really neat how much post game stuff there is there. It's interesting to see. There's that goes on. There's a whole bunch of really awesome stuff that happens in the story. I really enjoyed my time going through it. I thought the story was well done for a Pokemon game. You know, there's much more there than any other Pokemon game that I've played.
Yeah, it's just this fucking.
There are
Team Skull
characters
shit.
there that get. Yeah, they're Team Skull's so good, right?
It's just like them fucking gesticulating, just like fucking. Oh, like it's an
they're so
infinite
funny.
animation. They're just going forever. It's funny. It's just like, are they like they seem like such a fucking joke.
And they're
like-
so well written to be that.
Yeah. It's just like I don't know how that turns from where it is of like fucking arms flailing to like actual antagonists of the game.
I'm so excited for you to meet their leader.
Oh, I'm hype. I'm sure that's gonna be great. It's cool. It definitely seems like it feels like you said it the other week, but it feels like an RPG in a way that a lot of the Pokemon games don't. Like it feels like there's more role play, more character, more progression, and more story than there has been in a Pokemon game before.
Yep.
I like it. It's a cool game.
Pokemon's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good game. So I'm gonna go get Pokemon Sun tomorrow. I'm gonna trade my Pokemon over from Pokemon Moon. Then I'm gonna drive to Scott's house and give him my copy of Pokemon Moon so Scott plays it.
Sickness.
Um,
About that.
I just think it's going a little too far. That's all.
Nope.
I'm
nope,
with you.
happening.
I'm with you. I feel like we're enabling you at this point. By not stopping
here's
you.
the thing: do I go through with it for Game of the Year, or do I not?
Or do you enable
To help
Tony?
you with your issue, because you could just as easily crash Alex's house and say, "Hey, this is what I'm here for.
No.
We're gonna do it."
No.
No, you're far enough to do it. We're fucking doing it.
No. Help me. I do like there is like this mechanic. Obviously I haven't been able to use it because I don't talk to people. But there's this mechanic where you just hold the finger on the touchscreen and you'll connect to anyone else doing the same thing, and that's how you can battle and trade and stuff like that.
I had no idea that was even there.
Yeah, which is cool. Like it's basically like touch to hold this to activate. Like you'll ping, and if someone else does it, you connect instantly.
Scott, NATO just said in all capital letters, play Pokemon with 5 exclamation points.
There you go.
So I feel like now you have an obligation to our
As
audience.
soon as you play Secret Hitler with us, NATO.
Oh, he's down. He says he wants to.
Oh.
do
He said in
something.
chat earlier. He said in chat earlier that he didn't know that tabletop had Secret Hitler, and that he was interested. So
It's here. It's called Quick Link. It's from the bottom menu. It says if you and a person who want to play with both keep touching your lower screens, you two will be connected.
I think that's like proximity, though. Like
Yeah, no, it's by
Local area?
proximity.
okay.
Absolutely. But like that's like such a smart way to do it.
So
Like,
so I could just be like, hey Alex, I'm outside your house right now. Press and hold on that touchscreen.
yeah, and then we would connect, and then I wouldn't
Then
have
we
to
would
look at
battle.
your face.
Yeah.
And you'd murder my poor Pichu.
No, when you play
Pichu would
when you play
murder
multiplayer, your
itself.
Pokemon gets scaled up to level 50.
I know, but he would still like have no
Dude, let's go. 6 Pokemon tackle only.
tackle only. Let's go. Anything else you've been playing, Tony?
He brings 6 Snorlaxes.
6.
All the health in the
There-
world.
God, there's so many cool tank Pokemon in that game too. Like fucking Palo-Sand. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sand castle.
All right.
All right. I've also played a whole ton of OS.
Is this
Which
an
is-
anime or is this a video game?
It's a video game. It's that rhythm game I was playing at Extra Life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I actually started playing a whole lot of that over the last week.
Mhm.
And it's weird because I started playing online basically just because when you play online, you join a room of people who are playing, and the host picks a song and then you can download it. So I'm doing it as a way of kind of like beat map discovery.
Okay.
And doing that, the way that you're ranked is by overall score. So like whenever you play a new beat map, instead of like trying to improve your score on an old one, you can only go so far by improving your scores on old beat maps. Like they can only get so good. A little bit of a flawed way to score this type of game, but still fine. But since I started doing that, my rank went from number 7,867 56 days ago. Now I'm all the way up to number 93,396.
Okay.
Or 369. So I like gone way higher in the ranks. I'm like number 7,000 in the US, which is pretty good.
Hella good.
It's really fun, man. I really like rhythm games. And this one is just, it's got nothing else but and it's all the beat maps and stuff are crowdsourced and free. So like you can find awesome music and stuff, and you don't have to like buy DLC to get new songs, and you're not limited by like the publisher putting out new stuff. So I like it. It's super fun.
Okay.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay.
Other than the big ticket item.
The big ticket item.
Also, Yuri on Ice is real good. Let's just talk about that for 5 seconds. Yuri on Ice is real good. All right, thanks.
I would like to watch it sometime.
Danny and I freak out together every week on Wednesday when a new episode comes out. Oh, it's so good.
Them boys.
Yeah, dude.
All right. I played some video games. Pokemon Sun, talked about. Stardew Valley. Let's do this. Stardew Valley update. So, played a lot more. I think I'm like day like 20, 21, 23 in that range. I'm almost done spring.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm almost through my first season. I played like 15 days back to back to back, like I said earlier.
Right.
Starting is real good. I joined the Adventurers Club Guild.
Yeah.
The Cool Kids Club. The
They
Adventurers
gave you a
Club.
sword?
They did give me a sword, and I bought a better sword.
Okay.
I adventured some. Killed some
How
slimes.
how did that feel?
It's all right. Feels fine. I get now like what Scott told me like 5 months ago. Like, yeah, it doesn't feel great, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Mostly in it for the mining. Got to get them ores. I'll tell you what.
Yep.
You go into the mines, you fight slimes, and you use your pickaxe and you get some ores. I really appreciate that all of your tools don't have like durability.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting.
They
some
just
money.
have a level of efficiency.
Yeah, like certain tools will just not be able to break certain objects, which I get. That makes sense. I gotta get better pickaxe if I want to break these big rocks.
Have you upgraded anything yet?
No, just a sword because you can just buy.
So when you upgrade items, you also get an extra layer of functionality on them. So like you'll be able to water more than one block at a time.
I'd seen
like
a
that.
video of someone, like I think it was a video review of someone like watering like 5 blocks in front of them with a watering can.
Yeah.
I was like, when do I get that shit?
Yeah, that's what makes the upgrades worth it.
I'm getting real tired of fucking watering one goddamn
Oh,
plant
trust
at a
me.
time.
I understand.
I've been seeing screenshots of the way people organize their farms. And it's making me really self-conscious about my farm.
You
I'm
wanna
like-
look at my
you see
review
that
from,
there's your issue
March?
right there. You're looking at
Yeah.
screen caps of other people's farms.
I just like saw it in
Just, like-
passing, so it's not like I looked it up. It just
Okay.
it appeared in front of me, and I just like I saw one thing really. It was like this guy had a farm. He's got his plant land, and he's got like 3x3 grids of like different types of plants, and I'm like, that's smart. And I've just got like basically like a 6x12 block of just whatever, just throw it all down, get as many seeds in there as I can. And I'm just like walking because that way they're closer together, so I don't have to waste as much time like watering each fucking plant.
Yeah, I mean, like that's one way to do it.
Yeah.
Like my only suggestion there is you do you, but make sure you find out what you is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to feel me out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to feel myself up. I made like a little wood path from like the cobblestone path to the town to my front door. I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah.
I got a scarecrow. He's just hanging out.
Have you gotten any rare crows yet?
No.
The scarecrows and rare crows are really useful.
Okay. I just have a scarecrow. I have a chest. I changed the color of my chest to
They
blue.
warned you about the actual
Oh yeah, I
crows.
couldn't do that when I played.
No, like they said the scarecrow will scare crows away, but like
Have you used one ever
I'm pretty
since?
sure somewhere in there you missed the warning about actual crows being a thing.
they said it should be to protect your crops. I remember that. Protect
Yeah,
your
so
crops. I remember. I haven't run
Basically,
into any issues
if
yet.
you don't have a scarecrow, every once in a while on a crop that isn't protected by one, a crow will come down and eat it. So you lose that square.
I have a scarecrow. He's out. He's hanging out.
Yeah.
I don't know what field of area he is protecting.
It's like a giant circle around him. There's no good. I don't unless there's a way that there's been added to see that. I don't know if there's a good way to see it without like just looking up the radius. I know I did when I was doing it, trying to make it most efficient.
Okay,
But
yeah.
I mean, at the same time,
that's
that's one of the games where you find out what you want to do, and you kind of just look up stuff to figure out if you can do it, and then how you can do it.
Yeah,
I definitely used a wiki when I was playing Stardew.
I'm just kind of feeling it out right now. You know, the scarecrow's protecting my crops.
You're
We
good.
Yeah. So like I planted a bunch of kale. You gotta cut kale with a sickle. It's cool. So I was trying to pick it for like 3 days. It was ready. It was good to go. But I was just sitting there like, oh, I guess it's not ready yet. I can't take it out of the ground. Even though it kept telling me you need a sickle for this, but I didn't want to slash it and then ruin it, and it wasn't ready. Anyway, some paranoia was happening. Selling some crops. So now I'm trying to get like in the community center. I filled up one of the scavenging thing for spring. I filled all that out. I scavenged. All
and
the
it gave you a
appropriate-
reward.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what it was, but it gave me something.
Something awesome.
And it opened up a bunch of other things. And I was scavenging ones for all the things. And now there are other things, like there's a farming one for spring, and I'm trying to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm planting seeds.
It took me a good 2 years to finish the community center. So
Okay. I mean, I'm not like rushing it. I'm just kind of trying.
Yeah.
Like, I see like this one says summer, this one says fall, and this one says winter. I'm like, okay, I can't do that yet. I get it.
For a bunch of the things, open them if you want to finish that a little sooner than 2 years, because it's easily doable. It's easily doable by the second spring of the year. The second spring.
Yeah.
In other words, first month of the second year.
Yeah.
Easily doable by then. If you just go on and say, hey, look, this is what I can do in this season, I'm gonna just go ahead and set about doing that this season.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like I got like a little small square down underneath the rest of my crops. It's like these are the crops that I needed to plant for this thing. So I'm like working on them. And I got 2 of each just in case something goes terrible with one of them. So I'm doing okay. I think I kind of know the layout of the town now, which is good. Don't know names too well. It's like real life. It's real rough. Checking the menu, seeing like, who the fuck is this? Who's the blonde one? I don't know. And then there was an egg contest, and I don't know. Abigail won. I lost. I got 5 eggs. I was trying. I was looking for those eggs.
Hey, that's pretty good for your first time.
I thought so.
I think you have to get like 11 or 13 to beat Abigail.
The black.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, go
have
ahead.
you chosen a lady?
No. Everybody's pretty cute though. I don't know. There's that one guy who looks like a girl. He's really pretty.
The one who always looks the same way, or no matter what.
He's got really long hair.
Yeah,
Flavio?
you'll never see the other side of his face. Ever.
Yeah. He looks like Flavio. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's handsome. He's a handsome man. Very pretty hair. He's got to use like some kind of conditioner. He's got good whatever he's got. Trying to think any other
I
updates.
think his name's Elliot.
Maybe.
It is Elliot.
Blacksmith came and visited me. He let me know what's up. He can make stuff. I think I made my first big purchase. I got the bigger backpack.
Okay.
So nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah.
Game changer.
It's very
is what I'm
liberating to have more
saying.
space.
Liberating, yeah. I got like this menu bar down at the bottom, but I've got like a whole backpack full of a whole nother bar. That's good. And I think my next big purchase is going to be some kind of house expansion. Maybe like the chicken coop. Feeling that.
You get yourself a silo yet?
Not yet. Should I get a silo first?
So the
You
thing
need
about
it.
silo is once you have one, then whenever you go and try and clear out the tall grass in your farm, it's automatically added as hay.
Okay. And that'll
And then
feed
the
you
So
other
it-
thing
your
is,
animals, right?
Yeah,
if
it's
you
typically
want your
recommended
chickens-
not to cut down grass till you get one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Too late.
Well,
If you want to keep your animals alive during the winter,
Yes. I would like to do
You
that.
need a silo.
I have a cat. His name is Gus.
he'll live.
Fuck
no
yeah.
matter what.
He's hanging out. I go up and I pet him, and he gives me a little heart. I don't know if I should feed him. He's been okay so far.
I don't think you can feed him.
Yeah.
you can give him water.
Okay, he's got a bowl.
Yeah.
So
You can. So the bowl you can water with your watering can, and it'll give your pet water.
Okay. He seems
Yeah, you
content.
should probably do that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Just give him a pizza every once in a while. Gus will be fine.
Yeah, Gus loves pizza. He's an orange tabby, but like not everything can reflect life, I guess. Anyway, Stardew Valley, it's pretty cool. Very chill game.
Yeah.
I talked to Nabishin on Twitter a little bit about fucking hashtag best games to drink hot cocoa to.
I saw that.
Which
Yep.
God,
That's gonna be
I
one of
so
them.
enjoyed Navishin's tweet series on Valhalla when he was getting into it.
yeah,
I was like,
I did as well. Yeah.
fuck yeah.
I very very similar, very chill experience with Stardew. Just like I've got like a different thing I'm like setting out. I'm like, all right, today I'm gonna walk around the town and scavenge a little bit, and then maybe at night I'll clear out a few more rocks out of my farm. So it's like mostly clear, but not 100% clear. Trying to keep it organized. And it's like, all right, tomorrow I'll go in the mines, get some ore for this quest that I got yesterday or whatever. So it's like, I feel like I've got enough short-term goals that I have something to do like 3 days in advance, and that's keeping me happy. I'm having a better time with it. It's got a good clip now, and I know I'm not even at like the spring, which is kind of the tutorial area, so I'm feeling good.
Good.
Feeling good about Stardew.
It's gonna be awesome when you like decide who your love interest probably will be, and then you get to start being like their stalker and learning their daily schedules so you can give them your gifts.
Yes.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm excited for that.
That's the funny part because, yeah, that takes more time than you want it to take.
Yeah.
Like,
You
in
get to
terms-
feel like
in
a real
terms of-
stalker.
in terms of days that you have to do it.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not this like repeated effort that you have to sink a super long amount of time into. It's you are forced to spread that out over a large number of days.
Yeah.
And so if you can't miss a day that you're able to do it, because every time you do it makes it take like it feels like it makes it take that much longer. So
Yeah.
like, stalking the person to make sure you know where they are when you need them to be at those places is how that goes down.
That sounds fun. This sounds like a very Alex and Neil thing to do. Cameron in our live chat is telling me that diamonds is how he made his fortune.
Okay.
He was a gem lord and a master of the world around him, apparently.
Yeah. The way I played Stardew Valley is pretty well publicized, but I made tons and tons of wine.
Yeah, I'm digging the crops. It's cathartic in its own weird way.
Yeah, I basically took crops one step further and made them into artisan goods. You'll get the ability to do that as you farm more.
Okay. My farming's getting better. I'm getting better at it. So, I played Let It Die. Super 51 video game. It's free to play. Available now on a PlayStation 4 near you. That's a weird game. I only played a little bit, maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours of it, because I wanted to have an idea of what it is, and I've heard some positive stuff about it. It's like this weird meeting of Dark Souls and
Persona
Like-
3.
yeah, yes, like that is the game I thought of when I was playing it.
Same.
So essentially, you pick a player of these female 4 classes and these male 4 classes. You just pick a random person, and you're going into this tower, and you are climbing this tower in order to reach the top, I guess, to beat the game. It's very, it's a Suda 51 game. If you've never played one, it has like a style and a humor to it that is very, very specific. And it fits into that in a lot of ways, but it's also a little bit different. Have you played any of this at all, Namishan?
Yeah, a little bit. About 2 or 3 hours a game.
Yeah, so like it's weird where like the rubber meets the road, like the free to play mechanics meet the rest of the game. And it doesn't seem too like egregious, like kind of like whatever. But like so you're going through the tower, everything has durability, everything breaks, weapons, armor, everything. You die, right? At some point you will die, and then you will become, they call it a hater, which I thought was funny. And essentially, the next time you go into the tower where you died, your player character will then be there, and you'll be an enemy character now, and you have to kill yourself. But by killing that previous player character, you can add that to your cold storage, and then those corpses you can reanimate and send off on like collection missions or whatever. Or you could like leave your hater, your previous character around. You could specifically not kill it. And if it kills other player characters, you get the benefits of killing them, which is kind of cool. So it's a little bit roguelike-ish in that regard. Like every time you die, you're picking just from the same set of classes again and kind of going into the wild. I don't know if like your level resets every time you die. It might, but that would kind of suck. Essentially, like where the free-to-play stuff comes in, you can buy this thing called the Express Pass. So it's a 30-day pass. It's like a monthly subscription, kind of. And you can set it to auto-renew and everything. And that lets you use like this elevator to get basically, for free, you can get back up to whatever floor you got to last time. And there are other benefits as well. Like you get extra storage and like I think you get special items. And you get that for 30 days. I feel like assumedly, like you'd be able to beat the game with one express pass if you ended up just like going out and buying it. I couldn't even find a place where you could buy it currently, so I don't know if you could buy it yet. And then you have like a free to play currency, essentially a real money currency, and you can use those. Like if you die and you don't want to die, you can spend a token to revive yourself. Or you can spend a token to get this item, or you can translate those tokens into the in-game currency. I don't know, it's weird. It plays a little bit like Dark Souls, except your stamina meter is hidden. Essentially, when you're attacking and running, you will see your heart glowing through your player character's body, and it'll beat faster and faster, and the controller will vibrate. And if your heart rate gets too high, you'll be exhausted, and you'll be susceptible to getting hurt. So you have to kind of feel it out instead of like actually know when you run out of stamina. But you're using the trigger buttons to attack. You have 3 items you can equip in each hand. You can switch between them. You're mostly attacking with your fists, from what I've played. I don't know. It's very Suda, but it seems like I didn't play Lollipop Chainsaw, but it seems like more video game like solid base mechanics to build off of than that did, where that seemed, just from what I heard, it was a little bit repetitive.
Lollipop Chainsaw was not good.
Yeah. But I don't know. It seems alright. I kind of want to play more of it. I know a few people that are really into it, so. And it's free. So I just want to bring it up because I didn't play too much of it real quick. Some PSX stuff. Just want to get through. If you have any questions about stuff, please let me know. I played a game called Sundered at PSX. Indie Studio. It is a 2D Metroidvania style game, but it is a randomly generated one. So it's using tile sets, kind of like Spelunky, but it's generating it as you play. So I don't know if every time you die it's going to be a little bit different, or if it's just your game is your game. But it has major abilities that you get. Like the one that I got in the demo that I played was a dash that lets you like dash through these waterfalls. So the waterfalls will push you down. So like let's say you have a gap. There's like a waterfall between the two things that you have to jump across. Like the waterfall will push you down to the bottom. But with this, you can jump, dash through the waterfall, and then jump again to get to the other platform. So like easy traversal stuff. So it's like that idea of getting abilities and then also kind of like hack and slashy 2D combat. That this is kind of like remind me of what little I played of Sultan Sanctuary, you know.
God, that game's good.
So yeah, it feels like that. They're combos by pausing and waiting and attacking and using directional buttons. You can do different things that are really cool. So I don't know. It was really cool. I liked it a lot. When you die, essentially all the tokens you collect, you can spend on a skill tree, kind of like Rogue Legacy style. But like you don't lose anything by going back into the world. And I really liked it. I wrote a preview about pretty much all these games I'm going to talk about, so I go a little bit more in depth there. Fantastic Contraptions was a VR game I played. It's apparently currently out on HTC Vive, and it's coming to PSVR early next year. It's cool because it's a puzzle game, right? You have to get this orb from like what's right in front of you to what's directly to your right in world in VR. It's like this big rectangular circle thing, like rectangular prism. And you have to move the orb down like a little bit of like a 3-foot road into the prism. So maybe, and to do that, you create a vehicle, basically like a little car to do that. So you get 2 wheels, stick them together, and then put the orb on like a couple of twigs sitting at the top, move it down into the rectangle. It's like, cool. That's done. So then it goes to the next puzzle, and it like goes through different sets of puzzles. Let's say this puzzle, the rectangle is to your right, but now it's up really, really high. So now you have to create a vehicle with like twigs sticking up really, really high, and you have to make sure it doesn't like fall over on its way because it has to be able to go like a certain amount to get there and then get the orb into the rectangle. It's cool. It was the first time I had really gotten into like those play space VR games, like where you're like in a space and you're like manipulating that around you. I liked it a lot. It seems like a really cool idea for a puzzle game in VR. I played the Wonder Boy remake, which I just sat down and played like one of the character demos. It's like a 2D action platformer. A little Metroidvania-y, like I guess there are levels and worlds that you go through, and there's backtracking and getting abilities and stuff. The abilities are you transforming into other animals, so you play as different animals with different skills. I never played the original Wonder Boy, which I guess is like an older game, but there is like a reimagining of Wonder Boy called Monster Boy, and then there's this, which is a Wonder Boy remake, and it's gorgeous. It's very like, it kind of reminded me of Cuphead in like how super detailed the animations were. It was really stiff, which could be coming from like the fact that it is like a remake of an old game, but it was pretty. It was cool. I didn't have enough attachment to it to write a preview for this one, but it was interesting. If you haven't seen it, it's worth like looking at the very least, just to see what the game looks like, because it's very pretty. But yeah, it just felt a little off. And the only other two, Ukulele. I went home. The Platonic came to me and they took me home to Banjo-Kazooie World, where everything is good and happy and makes me smile. Man, that game looks incredible.
Yeah.
Like as far as like for a video game for me, that is exactly what I want. It is essentially just another Banjo-Kazooie game with different characters, and I'm fucking so down. It looks amazing, like just graphically, it's just super gorgeous. It has the charm, it has the style, has like all the sexual innuendo and like double entendres that you would want from like a Rare game. So the writing is really on point. Like they reference stuff like, hey, I'm the fucking classiest character in this video game. And they do kind of like that fourth wall stuff that Banjo-Kazooie did so well. Oh, man. Like, I didn't actually get to play Banjo-Kazooie or Ukulele. See, I'm already messing up. I actually just sat down on the floor next to Barrett, who then played it, and I just sat and watched him. Like, it was like me sitting as a kid watching my brothers play Banjo-Kazooie all over again. It was awesome. It was just like, it brought so much nostalgia back to me. The sound, the look, the feel. It was just all there. Maybe some camera troubles, but hopefully it's not too bad in the game. It just, yeah, it had those vibes. Super, super happy. Super excited, too. And that comes out early next year. And then the only other game I played, and I sat down and I played it, was Hex Machina, which is Housemarque's new game. And it's cool. It's for people who don't know, it's a top-down twin stick shooter, but it's also like a lot like Resogun, which was kind of the Housemarque game I got into the most. Like, I haven't really played Super Stardust. I never played Alienation, even though I want to now, especially. But, you know, it's a top-down twin stick shooter. You're kind of walking around shooting with the right stick. Very, very fast-paced. You die in one hit. Voxels exploding. So, like, when you kill enemies, they explode just like they did in Resogun. So it has that look to it. Particle effects fucking everywhere. So, you know, I'm on board. And the mechanic of, like, humans running around is there as well, which was really cool in Resogun, even though it got me killed so much. I actually didn't finish the demo because I kept running and trying to save all the humans, and I kept getting myself killed. So, like, there are humans running around. There are specific enemies that will come and grab the humans. In this case, they actually just fucking brutally murder the humans instead of, like, abducting them and taking them away. And it's, like, got that fast-paced speed. It's got the music. It's got everything you would want out of a Housemarque game. And it's, like, top-down, but sometimes... Basically, after every small area, you move to another area of the map. And sometimes that is, like, on the side perspective of the surface that you're looking on. So then it, like, kind of becomes a behind-the-back shooter. Just askew a little bit, so it's still a twin-stick shooter. It's cool. If you liked Resogun, it's like taking those mechanics and the idea of those mechanics and applying it to, like, a top-down twin-stick shooter instead of, like, a side-by-side shooter. And it's really, really fun. Like, I don't know when it's coming out. Sometime next year, I think. I tried to find any hint of a release date, but I couldn't. But it's, you know, it plays so well just because, you know, it's a Housemarque game. So, yeah, that was cool. That was probably the best thing I played outside of Yooka-Laylee. So that's it for PSX. I just want to talk about all those. Previews are going up. I have 4 previews written, done, completed. I just have to post them. And luckily I got some press assets from some people who were nice enough to send them over. So hopefully those will start going up this next week. So they're a little bit more in depth if you're curious. That's it for PSX stuff. I didn't want to go on another Alex O'Neill talks for 45 minutes rant. Too much there. Whew. All right. Final Fantasy 15. Let's do this.
All right.
All right, I guess. So, Tony, you're getting that. You bought this. You got.
I did. I
got
bought that.
Where are we at? Hour count, chapter count.
So I just finished. Okay.
Without
so at the end of
spoilers.
chapter 1. Yeah, at the end of the first story, this first story required boss character. That's that's the last thing that I did.
Is that the mechanized character?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the end of chapter 2, I think.
I couldn't figure out if it was the end of chapter 1 or chapter 2.
I think it's 2.
So
you're
yeah,
not
so
too
that's
far
where I'm
into it.
That's
What's your
where I'm
hour
at.
count? What time
I
are
think
you
like
looking at?
8.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think all of us went down the rabbit hole of like, oh, I'm just gonna fucking go.
I'm just doing stuff. Yeah, so
Chocobos.
I did that, and then I did 2 like Prince specific shit. You know what I mean by
Like
Prince specific shit?
Like your companions.
No, like the thing only Noctis can get. I got 2 of those.
2 of those items. I feel like we can talk about those.
Okay, so I went into 2 of those tombs.
The tombs. You got 2 of the what are they called? Artifacts?
Like the king
Arms.
weapons.
Yeah. The fell arms. Oh, that's tails.
Fell arms. There we go. We're gonna run with it.
Whatever, like, yeah, the king's arms or whatever. Something arms. You got some arms.
Yeah.
Najin?
That's where I'm at.
Okay. So you just got to the second area, pretty much.
No, not yet.
I got an arm too.
Okay. Scott's got 2 arms.
Well,
like,
no.
there's
I
a-
was playing Doom, and I had to
there's a
pick up
character
dead guy's
that-
arm.
Oh yeah,
Open
you
the
do
door.
get some arms in Doom.
There's a dude that temporarily joins your party and is like, hey, I want to make sure you're not shit.
Yeah, shout out to Core.
That
Hanging
guy
out.
Cord just left.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's where Matt.
Okay. Yeah, that's the end of chapter 2. That's you now have access to the second area.
I just haven't gone there yet. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I haven't
fine.
gotten back to it.
Yeah, to Sky. It's a cool place. It's trees.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's not a desert anymore?
It's not a desert anymore.
Look, man, I need less desert in my life already.
There's
all right?
a lot of lush. There's a lot of wet in Duskai.
Yeah.
Nabashin, you've played the most by far of any of us.
Have I?
Yeah. You're a little
Together?
farther than me story-wise now, and you've played a lot more than I have.
Yeah, I like playing the game.
Yeah, it's a real good game. Where are you at? Chapter count, time count.
Let me see. I actually did something. Last time I checked, I should say. Last time I checked, I was 46, level 46.
Mm-hmm.
Probably like 45 hours in.
Jesus, man.
Whoa.
And chapter am I in? I'm on chapter 6.
Okay. I just started chapter 5. I think I'm about 18 hours in, and I'm level 32.
I think I'm like level 14.
Okay. That sounds right. What's the feel? What's the vibes? Obviously, we played a lot. We've each played a good amount of it, I think.
Yeah.
I'm curious what you think, Tony. I know Nabashin likes it. I fucking adore it. I literally, at PSX, people were sick of me being like, I miss my boys. I need to go home and see my boys right now. And I felt bad because Allie and Joey were like, oh, God, isn't it great to have a game with fucking 4 male protagonists? I'm like, listen, I'm sorry.
I don't think it needs to be that big of a deal.
I am with you. There needs to be more female protagonists in video games, but I miss my boys right now.
Let me have this.
Yeah, it was really like a
I
let
don't
me
know.
have
I
this,
think-
but like, no, I get it.
I think that sentiment is misplaced
sure.
in Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy 15 has like some of the least like dude boys in it, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like these are very like genuine characters. We'll get to that in a minute, but and Cameron in our live chat is indicating to us is Royal Arms.
Okay.
Thank
Sure.
you. We got there.
Pretty sure the arm I picked up was of royalty, so I'm still in the group.
It was, yes. Scott is included. What do you think, Tony? What do you think about this game so far?
I'm really enjoying it. I am not taking it in huge doses. Like I don't know if I could sit down, at least not yet. In the first area, I don't know if I could sit down and play that game for like, right, like for more than like a couple. That's kind of what my sessions have been. You know, start playing, play for a good 2 hours or so, then move on to something else. I'm enjoying my time with it, but I'm not in the space where I want to binge it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it, but I'm definitely enjoying it a lot.
Okay.
Having a great time with it. So
I'm glad you're liking it. I mean, the last Final Fantasy game you played was 13, right?
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, no,
if
I
you
did play 14.
Okay.
Quite a bit of it. I got close to level cap, then it became no more leveling, only grinding, and I stopped playing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, it's funny because the like opening screen of this is like a Final Fantasy game for like newcomers and fans alike.
Yeah.
The sentiment I've been seeing a lot is like, I don't know if this is like, do I just jump into this Final Fantasy? I'm like, yes, this is the Final Fantasy that you just jump into. You don't like look at anything. You just play this. As
Oh
far as, like,
bullshit! You need that movie. You need the Brotherhood.
I like.
You do.
I feel like I don't want to say
for
for sure.
any
yet.
context for that fucking game.
I like it
But
has
there's
a.
the thing.
It does have a
Do
really
you
good
need
setup.
the context.
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
think you do.
It throws you in the water, but I don't think you need the context.
if you want to get something out of it other than like the gameplay loop. The gameplay loop is fine,
I don't
but
know,
like, if you want to know what the hell you're doing,
But, like,
if you want something satisfying in the end, like I'm saying, like,
hear me out. Hear me out.
okay, I'm sorry.
Like, I think like the real heart of that game, anyone can jump in and enjoy, which is the characters. Like, I think like seeing Brotherhood helps a lot. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there's like a great moment with Prompto, but like that moment and a lot of moments phrased between the characters are like really well done in a way that I think like is just like you spending time with those characters and going and doing the bullshit and the way that they talk to each other. Like it's a lot of it is like throw you into the deep end, even if you have watched all of the other context stuff of like these guys have rapport. You get more of that. You can understand some of that rapport if you've seen the other things. Obviously, not Kingsglaive doesn't really relate to the characters that you see now. It relates more to the world.
I think Kingsglaive is almost more important than Brotherhood, though.
I think
beforehand,
like there is an overall story going on in that game, but like that is not what most people are going to take away from the game, and especially seeing people.
It depends who you ask, though.
I know it definitely depends on who you ask, but like what this game wants you to care about is the four main characters. Like there is a story that's happening that I really like that is definitely like way more related to Kingsglaive than like there are two stories that are talking to each other. There's the story between the four characters like just being friends and like going through this rough time together and like this arc together. And then there's like the world story, which like obviously that's where whatever the latter half of this game ends up being becomes more important, and that like relates back to Kingsglaive, whereas the other one relates back to Brotherhood. But I could see really getting a lot out of this if you didn't have those. Like you still get some setup. You're gonna be lost, and you're not gonna have as much context. But I still think like you would have a really good time with this game.
and that cutscene that happens after chapter 1 would make no sense if you'd never seen.
No, like that's the one I'm thinking of right now. Of like, I agree with you, but like the thrust of the game, the thing that you're in for most of that game is like still gonna be fun for character and for gameplay. Like
like here's the thing that I don't think you're getting is, does it have to make sense then?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I have to see where it goes to know.
Of the time, the answer is no. 99% of the time, when something doesn't make sense in the beginning, it doesn't have to make sense in the beginning. It's something that you're supposed to remember.
At least in JRPGs, that's true. I think like
especially
that's like
in JRPGs.
That's the most Japanese part about it is like it does that whole thing of like there's like this greater context and this world that they've built up that like most people aren't going to either care about or understand, even if you have seen everything that happened in all those other.
I think Final Fantasy 15 expects that you've seen before you play it.
They totally do.
I think that's fair, but I don't think.
I think Brotherhood is not that way, but it enhances the experience of playing the game. Kingsglaive is, at least from a development standpoint, almost necessary before you play the game.
I don't think it's necessary. I just don't think that.
I don't know. Like for the way that like I play that kind of video game, and I feel like I'm in part of the majority, at least as far as how I play JRPGs. Mm-hmm. I want to understand the story, and like I will kind of go the extra mile to understand it. But the fact that movie is there and that they rely so heavily on it makes me feel like you need to see the movie before you can really understand the game.
I know. It's just like I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just like I don't feel like that. Like I personally, like in my experience, like the thing that I've taken away from the game the most has been like the subtlety that they go and the great lengths that they go to build up these characters, and that's mostly, like I would say, about 90% of been what I've seen in the game. But like it's impossible for any of us to know now because we all saw all of this before we played the game.
I've read some things written by people who played Final Fantasy 15 and didn't watch Kingsglaive or didn't see Brotherhood, and all of them are like they all pretty much all echo the sentiment like what just happened after the first major cutscene because there's no context. They don't understand what. I don't know. That seems real bad.
Yeah, and I think like again, I think that's fair. I'm just like expressing my opinion here. But like go say what you're gonna say now, Bashin.
Uh, I kind of just lost it, but like
I know I derailed you.
yeah, I apologize for that too as well. Didn't mean to
No worries.
jump your stuff, but like you need something like for someone. It's like like the whole Conan O'Brien thing, basically. Like there needs to be some context of what you're doing, and like I understand like the gameplay loop is fine. It's amazing even like this is what I get out of this game is what I'm loving out of this game is what I'm fiending on this game and that's why I've been playing it for so much. But like having the context of what I'm doing, knowing who Luna is, knowing what happened to my fucking father, knowing what happened to the kingdom that I've left, like I would get like nothing out of that if I didn't see any of that. And for me personally, this is just me thing, not for everybody. So yeah, but like and I just feel like for most people, you need that context, like some sort of motivation. Sure, you get your stupid lunar narrative dissonance. I'm sorry, I can't say it right. That like, oh, shouldn't you be shouldn't you be getting married instead of like doing all this like side stuff? But it's still a video game at the same time as well. So it's like, what do you want out of this? And like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like that's something that should have been in the game, or at least some mashup beginning part of it, just like to somewhat explain it.
Yeah.
Like the feeling from my father, like I have none if I just played this game. Like the whole thing from Kingsglaive is like, that's an important part, I feel.
Yeah, and like I get that. It's like the thing, like when I'm playing it, I almost kind of wish I hadn't seen Kingsglaive because like I like the in context in the game, right? Like the like end of part of chapter 1, right, where you find out stuff is going down back in Insomnia, and then you're trying to kind of get back there, and then you get this phone call of like, this happened, it's over, like, and you don't see anything. Like, to me that was like more impactful than like having seen everything that happened in Kingsglaive. And I think part of that comes from me, like, and I don't think you guys necessarily disagree, of like 98% of Kingsglaive is completely unnecessary.
It's about complete bullshit.
Yeah, it's just like visual, like it's just a thing to watch and witness, and like the things, like the plot of Kingsglaive is like maybe 5 minutes, and like it happens, like this person does this ring is here, and this person dies, like the end, or these two people die, I guess. And I guess there was like some kind of internal politics that it kind of also happens in the background of Kingsglaive that you don't even really see. And so like this feeling of like not knowing what happened and like not even knowing the scale of how bad it went is actually kind of interesting from my perspective. But like I'm also the guy that like played Final Fantasy 13 and understood what was happening when I was playing it, where apparently that was impossible to most people. So like I get it.
Okay, yeah, I now see where we're coming from.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thanks, Scott.
So here's the thing.
Yes.
I was in the same boat. While I was playing, I knew what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
While I was playing Final Fantasy 13, I knew what was going on.
Yeah.
I was a little baffled that people didn't. So, I think that's the reason for the movies.
Yeah. I think it's like for people who, like, I'm so willing to like let the rope go and like fucking lead me down this road, and I maybe don't tell me everything now, and I'll just go with it. Like, I am so that guy, and that's why I think I love JRPGs so much. So like I don't need the context. I don't need the world. I can see the very little bit you see between Regis and Noctis, and I get it. And I'm on board, and I'm like, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and I believe it.
Like
that's
then
me.
again.
I realize that. I'm sorry.
Here's the counter to that.
Mm-hmm.
When they have something like they do that opening scene of Final Fantasy, but they never pan it out to make sense. That always ends up being a big letdown.
And I haven't finished the game also. Like, I don't know where this goes. I mean, obviously, I've gone off a couple of reviews that I've seen, but we'll see. Go ahead and say what you're going to say, though, Nomishin.
I mean, obviously, like, when I beat this game, and I will beat it eventually because I love this game. I'm still gonna keep playing it.
Yeah.
I know I'm gonna look back at old trailers and just get like really upset, because of not necessarily what I was sold. Well, I guess what I was sold, because like it was like maybe like 3 years ago the show that like when they revealed like Final versus 13 was becoming 15.
Yeah, E3 2013, Year of Dreams.
Yeah. Like, and there was like that whole interaction with his father, like the whole soup thing. Like that scene still sticks in my mind. Like when I think of Final Fantasy 13 or versus 13, it's like it's a stupid little scene, but he says like, "Don't you want to drink your soup?" And he's like, "No, I don't like the soup." And he drinks the soup, and then his tongue turns green. And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a sweet scene." And even that like that scene from like when his father was like holding his son. Like I just feel like that stuff should have been in the game. That's how I feel.
But like, do we know if that's in the game or not in the game in some kind of context of flashbacks? Or
but I'm saying though, like, his father is dead. Mm-hmm. Like that should have been at the beginning of the game. Like I need this connection. I
don't know how you build that at the beginning of the game with how they wanted to go from the beginning, right? Of like it starts with them like off, right? Starts with you so detached from everything. And that's why, like, again, it works for me where I understand where it wouldn't work for everyone else of, like, just believing it. Like, you see these scenes of Noctis and Luna as kids, and, like, okay, I get it. Like, they were close. And, like, he cares about her. Like, I believe it. You don't have to sell me. Show me this one thing of them spending time together, and I believe it. So, like, if down the line, like, you learn something about the family of Lucas or whatever, and, like, it cuts back to Noctis spending time with his father, like, I'll believe it. Like, you don't have to sell me. I just get it. But I don't know how that pans out.
Yeah, the Luna thing is fucking with me too, because that needs to be something as well. Because again, versus 13 stuff. I remember that stuff. Like them in the bar, they had like no fucking audio for that for some reason. Like the game was like that earlier or whatever, and it was nothing but subtitles about them just talking to each other. So like that connection from that past game, that game that doesn't exist anymore. I remember that connection, but like this new thing is like I don't really have that connection with Luna right now. And like I know I'm getting married to her, but like I need that connection as well. They need more. I feel like they need more character development, honestly. I mean, I'm getting character development out the wazoo with my boys, so that's fine. I love that. That's getting me through this game. And obviously the gameplay and everything else is.
I think your boys are all you need.
Like, I also agree with that. I think your boys are all you need. Like, I think they don't expect you to care about anything else, or not as much.
At least not right now.
And like the thing is like
the world is fucking ending,
right? Exactly.
Hey, you only know that because you watch Kingsglaive.
But like,
let it go.
That's the problem.
But like, it's like
from Noctis's perspective, you do not know how bad it is.
Exactly. Like, and you're also like bringing this versus 13
you're
stuff in. You're
supposed
like
to understand that from Kingsglaive as well.
You're not playing. It's like you're not playing the game from Luna's perspective or from. You're playing it from these four characters' perspective. You only know however much they know. And like, yes, there's the context of like, oh, Noctis and his father, oh, Noctis and Luna, but like, you can't know everything that's going on.
Kingsglaive is doing bad for the game.
But I mean, if you want to like spin it as like you only play from the perspective of these characters, then you discredit Brotherhood, where a lot of the context of why these characters are who they are and the things that you're expected to know about the bonds between these characters and how they play out in the game all come from Brotherhood.
But like, that bond is portrayed in the game in such a believable way. Like that's where like for me, like I just don't. It's not an issue for me. Like,
but how could you know because you've seen Brotherhood?
Again,
like,
you're fucking giving me an impossible hypothetical here. But like when I play the game and I see the way the characters interact, and like I see like there's a lot of subtlety that's conveyed through the game of just like animation and like stuff I talked about earlier of just really, really small, subtle things that makes the bond between these four characters so believable. Like, I just believe it. I see it, and it just makes sense. Nabasha in the chat, we're divided. This is our last show. But like
Nasha and I are gonna go start the real podcast.
If you guys like, if it fucking pisses you off, it fucking pisses you off. But like, it works for me. Like, I believe it. Everything I see in the game, it just works. Like, I see these four characters interacting, I see them driving their fucking car, being fucking boys, and I believe it. And like, their connections to the other characters, like, I don't need a lot. I don't need context. I don't need anything else. Like, I just believe it. And
No
it's
one's saying
like,
you're wrong, Alex.
I know.
I'm
I'm
not
just.
saying wrong,
I'm
but-
saying, like, if this is gonna be the fucking thing that we hang the hat on of, like, fuck this game, like,
No one
it
said that
should-
either.
It's just like, that's totally on the opposite of where I'm at, and I just don't get it, and like, I'm not going to get it.
I mean, like, for me, this is like Metal Gear Solid 5, basically. It's just like this half-finished game that needed more for what it is.
Please.
For me, something.
But-
Please.
This is for me. I wanted more out of this game,
But, like,
and I'm
what-
not getting that. I'm loving this game. It's one of my 5 favorite games this year. But I'm saying there's problems with it. I'm just addressing those problems, and I'm just saying what my issues are, and that's it.
I know, but like,
Yeah.
it's so hard to say that when you haven't finished it yet. It's half finished because you've literally only played half of it. So like, what if down the end of this, like, you know, it's a completely different experience? It's just
But then
like,
how many people who play Final Fantasy 15 are going to finish the game?
I don't know, but like, that's not a metric that I'm judging it. I'm judging it by the 4 of us right now. Scott,
I
who hasn't
agree.
played it, and the 3 of us were very different emotional places with the game, clearly. So, like, I
You're
like,
gonna be fun, guys.
Game of the Year is gonna be a goddamn bloodbath. Like, I didn't think it would end up being this divisive, but like, I don't know. Like, there is so much to love about this game that like, and I'm the reviewer, right? That's out there giving it a 9 out of 10, clearly, and you guys are on the opposite end of that spectrum of like,
but I don't think either of us are.
but
Like, I really enjoy the game. I just think that it's missing things that were forced into the movie and the anime, and that
Like,
the game should have assumed that you have not seen either of them, and built a world in that you would still get the same, the same context that you would get if you had watched both of them, but it doesn't. It assumes that you've seen both based off of that groundwork. And I feel like even if, the game should acknowledge the things that are in the anime and the movie, and you work that into the storytelling as if you haven't seen them, but it doesn't. It assumes that you've seen both things and doesn't explain that for that reason.
But like, I don't know how the parts about Kingsglaive actually pay off in the story. I don't, at least. Maybe Nabashin knows more. So I don't know. Like, there's literally one cutscene.
You can base that off of, that cutscene's super fucking important.
Yeah, but like, I don't know how important is the thing. It's like, this fucking character has a ring. If you had told me like the king's ring that he has,
The king's fucking dead.
yeah, but like, they tell you the king's dead. They tell you this stuff. It's like, if you tell me like, oh, this is the king's ring, she has it, like, cool.
Hold on a second. Is that like the main important part of that cutscene?
It's like the whole cutscene is like you seeing Luna. She walks out of the city. She has a ring. The end of that cutscene.
Basically, the cutscene is they took like 5 different scenes from Kingsglaive and stitched them like 2 seconds of each scene together, and then that part about Luna Freya. So it's like, it basically is just like, hey, here's the part where you should go watch the movie. Oh, by the way, she has the ring at the end that she had at the end of the movie. Go on with the rest of the game.
It's just like, it's
Like-
again, it's hard for me to justify like, this means it assumes you watched Kingsglaive when most of Kingsglaive is irrelevant, except for the fact that one character has a fucking ring. So like, and then it tells you that this character has this ring. And like, there's like this setup thing, this whole tutorial area where it basically is like, here's all the context about the world. Here's the Kings of Lucas. All their powers is stored in this fucking ring. Here's the Oracle. This is what the Oracle does, which at no point anything else tells you. So like, I would be more angry about the game like front loading all this information to you if you played the tutorial. Which, did any of you play the tutorial?
I did.
Yes.
So, like, it tells you all this world building stuff. I think that is more egregious in game than Kingslave and Brotherhood combined. But we haven't talked about
I don't
that.
know. Yeah.
It literally is like, here's the world, here are the different regions, this is what's happening. There's this ring, fucking 13 spirits are in it, and Luna's an oracle, whatever the fuck that means.
So here's the big question: are any of you trying to fetch the ring yet?
No.
Are any of you?
No.
Okay.
Your main characters don't know where the ring is.
Y'all can stop now.
So, like, again, I'm sure that'll be important, but I don't. It's not in play yet. You're looking for Luna though, so I guess that is where that's gonna roll around.
I mean, you gotta
Like,
get that sweet waifu material. You know.
I don't know. In the 2 chapters that Nabashin you were ahead of me in, like, I don't know how much changes plot wise.
Got a summon. That's basically all that changed.
Okay, that's what I figured. It's just like, I don't know. Again, it's hard for me to say because, like, I'm following. I'm cool with how they're portraying everything, and, like, we all live in this negative world where we've all seen Kingslave and Brotherhood
and have the necessary context to understand the world. Fucking weird.
But, like, again, like, I can't disagree with you because I've seen them, but I can't agree with you because I think, like, everything that the game has told me has, like, made sense to me. And that's with prior knowledge, sure, but that's just where I'm at. Scott hasn't seen either. He's got to be our control group.
He saw Kingsglaive.
Kinda. I don't know what you're talking about the ring though.
Did
It was in Japanese, and I had it on second screen.
Scott was in Discord with me when he watched Kingsglaive. So
Really?
I was playing some Doom.
All right, so you guys don't like how the context of the story is set up. What,
pretty much, yeah.
What else? Just unload.
Everything else is great.
Everything else
I love
is great.
that game. I love that game.
I don't even know. We're canceling Irrational Passions. This is the last episode. 306 was a good run. I never want to speak to any of you again.
Come on, man. I was with you there.
I like it all a lot, including the world and the story,
including Kingsglaive and fucking Brotherhood.
I don't like it. No, I'm not going to say I like Kingsglaive. Let's not go that far.
No.
I like Brotherhood, though.
Brotherhood's amazing.
Brotherhood's real good.
Let me tell you about my Fat Boy Prompto.
Some might say Brotherhood. Some might say Brotherhood's necessary to understand Prompto.
Some would say that. Some would openly disagree, but have no way to support that.
Are you trying to tell me that you would like Prompto as much as you do right now if you hadn't seen that Brotherhood episode where it explains his backstory? Because the answer is no.
I mean, I would like him a great deal, but I don't think you
not
can
as much.
Walk away from that episode not literally adoring everything about him.
I think I would literally hate Pronto if I did not see that. Honestly,
Really?
That's right. That's why
Honestly.
that context is necessary for the fucking.
Oh man, I love him. He's got the freckles. He's so
but,
cute.
but you know, I'm a guy who didn't like Siri. You guys love Siri, so it's like one of those type of things.
That's true.
Who's Siri?
From Dragon Age Inquisition. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I don't really like her either.
There you go. Scott's on your side.
For like half a second when you first said Siri, I was like, Witcher? What?
People in the chat.
How could people not like her?
The general sentiment of the chat is, I did not expect this discussion to go this way. Neither did I.
We're in Game of the Year season, guys. It happens.
I'm okay. Listen.
Remember how I said Game of the Year's gonna be a bit of a mess this year?
Yo, guys, let's talk about Uncharted 4. No, I'm sorry that this stuff is making that experience less good for you. But
It's not. I don't know if it's making it like noticeably worse for me because I've seen both of them. I feel like if I hadn't seen both of them, that I would be having a lesser experience, and for those people, I am angry.
I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like, as like a critic, right? And I'm sitting here like critiquing the game as I'm playing it. I'm like, I really love everything that this game is presenting to me. Obviously, the animation, the characters, the world. Like, on a technical level, the game is astounding and beautiful and fun. But like, there is like, I definitely understand this frustration and sentiment of like, well, I do know a lot about this world because of these two things. Or I know a lot about this world because of this one thing, and I know a lot about these characters because of another, right? I'm already invested on basically the two parts of the game that they want you to care about. So it is weird, like, talking about it. But, like, it doesn't make the experience any worse for me. Like, I think I would have loved this game one way or the other because, like, generally the game is very much like it's an Alex O'Neil-ass fucking video game. It's about characters, and it's way more focused on the characters just hanging out than it is about anything else, which works for me. It's like it reminds me a lot of Persona in that aspect.
Yeah.
Where, like, Persona 4 is like so about its characters and the relationships between them, and like if you buy into that, like the fact that game goes from a murder mystery to a thing where teenagers are fighting literal gods doesn't matter. Because, you know, you love these characters, and, like, wherever they go, you're having fun with them. So, I think that, like, when I'm playing it, like, that's my perspective, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
I
like,
just don't think about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think about it. I think about, like I was talking to Danny, and I actually wrote a thing about this. I don't think I'll ever publish just because it's just me writing to think about it out loud in written form, I guess you could say. Of, like, there's so much, like, when you're fighting and you get knocked down, and, like, the way Gladio fucking grabs your arm and picks you up is, like, there's so much in that little fucking animation that is, like, tells, like, 1,000 stories just in itself. And there's a lot of that in everything. And it's, like, it's so easy to believe that these characters have, like, an unbreakable bond. And it's great. Like, I've not actually seen... You think about, like, Final Fantasy games or JRPGs in general, so much of that genre, and it's one of the things I like about the genre the most, is a core tenet of those games is building your team, right? Like, JRPGs are known for their super distinguished characters that stand out, and, like, part of the game is, like, your family of characters growing. But this game is like the opposite of that. You start with all your characters and you end with all your characters, right? Presumably.
Mm-hmm.
And like, because you see that flash forward at the very beginning of like whatever, however, how many years is it? 15? 10 years?
He's got a beard.
Noctis got a beard. But like it's to tell you like these four people are together for the long haul. So I
think that it kind of plays to what we were talking about before, where you start with all your companions in this game, where in other games in similar situations, you meet a character, you understand where they're where in the world they're coming from, then they join your party. In this game, you start with everyone, and that's one of the reasons why I think that brotherhood is a more necessary part of the game, because that's where you get that context that you're not getting when that character is joining your party.
Yeah, they all have history, but I think the way they kind of bring that into the game works. Like, there is that, I'm sure, I hope both of you saw it, like that conversation you have with Prompto on the rooftop.
Haven't gotten there yet.
It's a conversation, it's quick, it's like way better if you had seen Brotherhood, of course, but like even in just the context
like
most things apparently, but even in the context of the game, it like feels like a genuine moment between these two characters, and I think that works as both. Like, when I saw it, I'm like, this is cool for both people, the person that had seen Brother and the person that hadn't. Because, like, you're just one-on-one time. Any of the one-on-one time things. Like, you know, I went running up a beach with Gladio, and, like, that was just,
so good.
That was just, like, a great moment, and there was nothing, like, in that moment specifically that called back to anything. It was just, like, him, like, hey, like, I'm your trainer guy, like, I'm the guy that's supposed to get you up off your ass. Let's go. And it was just like a great moment. So you still get those.
I like it
in the context of the game.
I like it when they all just kind of stand behind you while you stand there fishing for hours, and there's like, yeah, nice fish, bro. Reel it in.
Can I have a go? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you go.
Yeah. No, dude, like I love that this basically has the Ocarina of Time fishing minigame in it, and I fucking love it so much.
The first time that I went fishing, I stopped fishing and turned around. They're just standing there. I'm like, you guys here the whole time?
What else are they gonna? They're your bodyguards. What else the fuck are they gonna do? I don't know. I don't think he's in danger of fishing, but he could reel in like, I don't know, a dragon.
This fucking prince and his fishing again. Jesus.
Yeah, it's just like they go to such lengths to characterize each person on your team. Like, you know, Prompto loves taking pictures and Noctis loves fishing, which is such a weird fucking thing. And Ignis loves cooking and Gladio loves survival shit. It's like, it's so
That's
weird.
a weird jump.
Yeah, it is a weird
Yeah.
jump. Gladio likes fucking rock climbing and survival shit.
I do really like when Ignis finishes making food and puts it on the table. Man, that toast looks so good.
Yeah, dude, no, fucking 10 out of 10 video game food.
Oh, I've
Holy
been-
shit.
I've been cooking a lot more lately because I've been playing this game. I think
Yeah.
I feel like actually making my French toast today, and
Well, just the first time that I just decided to make toast. It was just hilarious because you just fucking plate with a burnt piece of toast on it.
Yo,
Fuck
Tony,
yeah.
you're gonna fucking lose your mind when you get to the cup noodle shit. Like, you are gonna
I'm
fucking
excited.
lose your mind. Oh my god, Nabishin is what I'm talking about. That
Oh,
shit
yeah.
is fucking hysterical. And maybe a little disgusting at parts, but like in a way I'm kind of okay with. I don't know. Game good. It's really fun too. You've been doing a lot of side quest shit, Nabishin. I've been at like a point where it's like I gotta break that up every now and again. And I gotta just go like do a story mission.
I'd have a PS4 by now if I didn't also have to buy a monitor or a TV. I'd have one.
Yeah. Listen,
Goddamn.
I get it, Scott. You want to make your PC setup the best PC setup you can have. And I get it. I respect that.
I'd
You know-
have the PS4 by now to play it.
Yo, hey, Scott.
Aw, you
you
sound
go on
sad.
Craigslist. There's some real cheap TVs and PS4s. Just
Well,
saying.
it's shit because you didn't watch Brotherhood, Scott, so fuck you.
That's not what I said.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Said the game would be good, but it's much better if you've seen those things. And for that reason, that's
Again,
why.
I don't disagree with you. The game
context
is
should be-
better with context. There you go.
context.
Feed me, Bossman. Feed me that context. But we all like it.
Yeah, one of my favorite games this year.
I love it. It might be my favorite game that I've played this year. It's very in its DNA. It's very Alex O'Neil. Like it is the things that I like. It's like this action combat that's kind of simple but also really complicated if you want it to be. And it's actually really fun.
Did
Like,
you enjoy X2, the girl world trip?
I didn't. I've never played 10 or 10-2, so
Okay, I was just curious.
I feel like I probably would at this stage of my life. Back when it had come out, maybe not, but at where I'm at now, I might. I don't know. That's a weird one. 10 is a weird one. I have so much baggage with 10 is the thing, so but yeah, it's just, it's like this really weird character focused game. And like literally the whole game was just 4 boys on a road trip for 40 hours. Best game ever, maybe? I'd
Probably.
argue. I would
seriously.
argue. Yeah.
Like I'm almost afraid to continue the story because I feel like it'll upset me because not because the baggage, but
The
more
road
because
trip can never end.
I don't really play JRPGs all that often. So it's like one of those type of things. Like I don't know, 'cause that kind of what ruined, quote unquote, ruined Tokyo the Raw session for me because like it got so
It gets kind of crazy.
yeah.
Yeah. And like it's
It starts off real strong.
it's weird that here like
Yes.
we've all heard like this idea of like it's really open and then it's like really linear for like like over 10 hours. So like the second half of the game is like this kind of like story driven linear part of the game. And it's just so weird. Like when you're playing it, it's hard to imagine the game being that, especially like for 10 plus hours. I feel like when you think of like open world games, you think of like that latter part, like Witcher 3, for example. Like the linear parts of that game total maybe like 4 to 6 hours, and it's just like the end of Act 2 and the end of Act 3.
And then you spend 75 hours doing all this
But-
extra shit.
But you spend like so much time. So to think of like the latter half of The Witcher 3 is like 10 to 18 hours of that would be weird. I think of like okay, we spread out. Now we bring it in for like the final couple of hours and then it ends. But to think that it's longer than that is weird to me. I don't know if any of you feel the same. But like, I don't know. I'm so invested. I'm so in on everything. Like the world, the characters, whatever's going on, the stupid bullshit story that's, it's just a fucking JRPG story, but I fucking like it. Kingdoms warring, crystals being taken. Like, come on. It's a goddamn video game, and I love it. So, yeah. Anyway. Man, who saw this going this way? I guess you guys did.
No, man. No way.
Nope.
Fuck.
Nope.
That's crazy.
So.
What? That was crazy. What, 30 minutes of this?
Yeah. That's why I saved it. We saved the best for last, guys.
Let's talk about Bloodborne.
All right.
I should go back to that game.
Yeah, you should.
Too distracting.
I'm having too much fun with my boys. But really, like the boys, it's really nice. It's fun. It's a good time. Is there anything else we want to say? Any other complaints? Any other positive things we want to say about Final Fantasy 15?
Justice Monsters is pretty fun.
I can take it or leave it.
All right.
I just really like the gameplay. Gameplay real good.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun game.
For holding down a button, and yeah, it's real good holding
There's
down
a
a button.
surprising amount of things you can do holding down a button.
Yeah, for sure.
Although I'm mashing the button more than I'm holding it down because I like to. I know that's more of me thing, but
I mean, like,
it's real to me, goddamn.
I dodge like last minute like character action, so that's where I get my satisfaction as far as that.
Yeah, I like the man at Warp Strike.
I don't like holding down the dodge button.
That's weird.
That's easy mode.
That's easy mode. That's like, let me use all my MP because fuck it.
I play that game like Dark Souls.
Sure. You remapped
Backstab
everything to the trigger buttons, backstabs. You can
No,
kind of
like,
backstab.
as far as like dodging and getting blindsides and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's talk about some fucking news. News in gaming. So this podcast doesn't end up being 14 hours of us yelling about boys. Let's get through the news. The only thing I put in here was essentially the PSX and the Game Awards news roundups, because those are the only things really worth talking about. Does that sound right?
There's other things, but
We can
it's too
cover
long.
anything else that's important next week.
Yeah. Anything that creeps up on us. The Game Awards winners were done. I haven't had the time to tally that up of what we guessed. We were all pretty far off.
I think I won, maybe.
Okay. I believe you. No, I'm just kidding. I got to double check. I don't believe you. I don't trust you. Not after tonight. Never again. But some stuff was shown at the Game Awards. They announced a new Telltale game, which was leaked the week before. We didn't do news for that week, so because we didn't do a show. Which is Telltale Guardians of the Galaxy. Which sounds all right.
Mm-hmm.
Episodic, 5 episodes coming 2017. So that was the Marvel series that they had announced, I guess, like last year, right?
Yet another Telltale game that I will not play or care about.
Yeah. I mean, I might. We'll see. Kojima... So they did this Kojima part. Like, I watched it, like, 2 nights ago. So, because I didn't watch it live because I was on a plane. Man, I thought it was a good show. I don't know what...
I had issues with it.
It wasn't perfect. But I enjoyed it. That opening bit with Keighley and Kojima was really nice, though. I quite enjoyed it. How did you feel about it, Nabashin?
I thought it was okay. I thought last year's was better, but this way that's okay.
What? Just the Jeff Keighley fucking calling Konami out?
No, nothing like that. I just felt like it was a better presentation last year. This one seems a little bit more. I don't know. Like all the speeches were 10 out of 10, really good. I need to stop saying 10 out of 10. I've been picking that up.
Switch that with Zyger out of 10.
Yeah, there you go.
Like all the speeches were amazing. Every speech at that show was great.
Yeah, dude.
Really great.
I cried so hard during that Dragon Cancer speech. Like, I watched it. I knew it happened, and I knew people were really upset, but, like, I was legitimately sobbing. Like, it really hit home with me. Because, like, I have that whole personal investment in, like, video games are so important to me, and, like, they're such art to me, and the way that they can tell stories. So, like, seeing this guy up there talking about, like, how this essentially told the most important story of his life, and he could share that with people, was, like, it just destroyed me. So I very appreciate Ryan Green, I believe was his name. Joel Green. Excuse me. No, Joel Green was his child. Ryan was his name. Ryan Green. I tweeted at him just like, yeah, it was really powerful. Continue. Sorry.
You're good. Like I said, all the speeches were great. I just felt like pretty much all the in between time between like
The Bossman
Often
time. The Bossman sells out time. Danny and I just kept making a joke, and when we met Kyle, he was like, "So, you sold out last night, didn't you?" It was really funny, but
Aww.
no, he was like, somebody had to do it. There were
Yeah.
sponsors. Like, totally no offense meant. He was in good spirits about it, so
That's good.
he had a good time, I think, with it. So
Yeah, like he does what he does, and like I love him for who he is and what he does. So like that was fine, but like I don't know, like every moment, like even like the game announcements, for the most part were just lulls, like nothing really worth showing. No, that's a bad thing to say, but like nothing had impact. Like there was no Psychonauts 2 this year, I would say. At the Game Awards.
there was no like fan favorite, and there was no like big surprise.
Unless you want to count Death Stranding, but like that's I don't know, maybe.
I don't know. Death Stranding is in such a weird. Like, everyone kind of knows that game's not coming out anytime soon, and everything they show is just like, I'm getting excited for something I literally couldn't possibly understand. The trailer, just like from a cinematic perspective, was phenomenal. Of like, yo, Guillermo del Toro's got babies in pods, and he's also in a video game, and then Mads Mikkelsen shows up. And it's exciting for me because I really like Mads Mikkelsen as an actor, and like the idea of him as a villain in a Kojima game is really exciting to me, assuming that that's what he is. But yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult thing to say. There weren't any crazy things there. No,
For sure.
I agree with you. There was no No Man's Sky moment.
For better or worse, yes.
For better and for worse.
Or better.
Mostly better.
Better or better.
Better or better. That's a better in Scott Guthier's book.
Did we talk about that game getting a big update?
No. And we are in news. That happened.
I
I thought we did.
Have any of you played it?
No, don't care.
Oh, I don't have the game. What am I talking about?
Yeah. I'm thinking about it. 'Cause
I
I
will
left
wait
that
for
game
them
on
to
good
update
update
it
terms.
that game like 5 more times, and then
I don't think you should quite yet, Alex.
Maybe not.
You want to?
I just played a couple hours of that game and I had a fun time. So I'm like, I don't hate it as much as everyone else seems to.
No. But that's not it. It's to me, it seems like the story that I have picked out in the back of my head of what I think happened is they had a lot of things that they wanted to do, and they had a lot of things done.
Mm-hmm.
But when they tried to put everything together, it fell apart horribly.
Okay.
They could not get it to run right. So then they had to start cutting things left and right, and by the time that happened, it was too late to do much about
They had to put it out.
Right.
They had to have a 1.0.
Mm-hmm.
That might not be too far off. I don't know. It's a weird.
Now,
it's a weird
how
story.
far off I am, I don't know, but this update seems to think, at least tells me that they had what they put out was not what they intended to put out, and they want to make that right.
Okay. I can get behind that reasoning. We'll see. We'll see soon enough. I'm sure they're going to continue to update. They talked about how the Foundation update, which is what they call it, allows them to do more updates easier going forward. So we'll see.
Yep.
Continue now, Shane. I feel like we keep just derailing you.
Oh, you're fine. But yeah, like very much what I was saying. Like, I don't know. Like, it just didn't really do it for me this year. I just felt like not like it was like, oh, it was worse. It was just like, it was just like it just didn't really get to me this year.
Yeah.
So, kind of like how E3 was all for me this year. Like, nothing really spoke to me this year, while PSX like said everything to me. So
Yeah,
stuff like that.
we'll get there.
I mean, I'll be straight up honest with you. This year, I couldn't even come up with a stupid reason to have any enthusiasm for it at all.
For the Game Awards?
So I didn't even watch it.
I don't know if it would have done anything for you, Scott, so.
It never does any year.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, actually, there was one part you missed out on, which was the Spectre of Torment Shovel Knight announcement, which was hot. So it's the Spectre Knight.
Yeah, I'll play it.
It's the Spectre Knight expansion to Shovel
Plague
Knight.
Knight Shovel Knight's pretty good.
And that looked real good.
Yeah, I'll play that.
It looked better than Plague Knight stuff, which I actually really thought was cool. So there's a lot of
Plague
side.
Knight hard, dude. Plague Knight real hard.
It's real hard, yeah. There's a lot of like angular dashes. There's wall jumping in the Spectre Knight stuff. It looked really cool.
Can't wait to play the same levels again.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It looked different enough, I'll say. But yeah, I don't
Can't
know.
wait to play Spectre Knight as butt.
Hashtag butt. Yeah, great speeches. Nolan North came out and talked about passively like the voice actor strike and how like, he personally is like pulling for game developers, which was an interesting thing, especially considering the conversations we've had on this show about that, of like something's got to give. Maybe this is the beginning of that. They showed off Prey gameplay for the first time. They also said Prey is apparently coming out in spring 2017. Which seems optimistic. Is that optimistic to anybody else? I mean, it could be, but I don't know. And then Prey looked like sci-fi Dishonored, and I was like, cool. I'm on board with this. Dragon Cancer speech was really, really powerful. Games for Change was what that won. And some Zelda gameplay was shown off. Halo Wars 2 gameplay was shown off. Mass Effect Andromeda was shown off. I thought the Mass Effect Andromeda stuff looked really great. I don't know how you felt about it, Nabishan.
Look good.
Yeah, it looked fun. Like, it looked like a fun video game. It was weird. The thing that threw me off was like, okay, these just look like a bunch of Turians and Krogans and humans.
That's your female Turian, by the way.
Yeah, I saw it. I knew. I was like, I called it. Of like, oh, well, look, there is a female Turian on your crew. So, just took a stab in the dark, and it was totally right. They should.
Oh, fucking interesting question. I saw like in a random tweet from Game Informer, which I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna be, but like, are the Krogans still have the genophage in that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe I assume because all of these people were shipped off before the Mass Effect 3 happened, then yes.
They would have to.
Yeah, they would have to.
And that fucking sucks. That's a terrible thing.
They were essentially sent as like nothing but meat soldiers then.
Like maybe like they'll fucking satellite the cure to them. I don't fucking know. Like, it's like, oh, it's been 600 years, so like, oh, we'll just send this information out so everybody knows the cure for it. But I guess you could do that, but like, that's a big thing. That's a huge.
But that's like decision based, so maybe they won't do that.
Oh fuck, you're right.
So like,
oh, so you think they're just gonna slide it under the rug?
I think that they'll slide it under the rug. They'll just
all
these Krogans
dude,
got genophage still.
That's terrible.
I know, that's fucked up, man.
Ah,
Fucking motherfucker gave his life for this. Morton died for this.
But hey, not in this universe.
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Let's see. I think that was it for Game Awards stuff.
Yep, I will. I'm not commenting on the Game Awards.
Did you not enjoy it, Tony?
I have big problems with this year's Game Awards, but we're not going to get into it because we already fought and killed each other once.
I want to hear
listen,
it.
We're not going to kill each other over this.
Yeah, we're not going to kill each
Nobody
other.
here is a
This
big
doesn't
fan
matter
of
as
Game
much as our
Awards.
boys.
Listen, you can't go around dissing our boys like that.
No,
I'm
no.
not even attached yet.
What's up? No, talk to me, Tony.
So,
Just top level stuff. We don't have to have a discussion about it. I just want to know what your issues were.
all right, I'll briefly go over my qualms with it.
Sure.
One, there was promised more gameplay shown off at this Game Awards, and there was obviously a lie. It didn't happen at all.
Yeah. For Mass Effect specifically, or are we?
In general,
Okay.
yeah, and there were cinematic trailers, in-engine game trailers that do nothing to show you what an actual game looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it can be a trailer running in real time, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, like watching the Prey stuff, for example, was like, it's good to have an idea of what the game will look like, but it was so many cuts in that. I'm like, man, I don't know how this game is paced at all. Like, I don't know how this feels. It was weird. That was very weird. Same with Mass Effect, but
But it showed you the HUD.
it did show me the HUD. Show me that shotgun. Tell you what.
Continue, Tony.
Yeah, continue.
Like that's a problem. Like a lot of the awards were explained in like 2 sentences on the website. No context was given during the awards for why the ones that were picked by a jury were picked. Like, you know, for why each award won. Obvious one to like point out as far as that goes is like best mobile game went to Pokemon Go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like what makes that game that was awful when it came out? Like there were so many problems with it. What makes that better than something like the Final Fantasy game, or rather the Fire Emblem game, or like any other game on that list of nominees? It was a better mobile game than Pokemon Go. So why did Pokemon Go win that category? There are a couple categories like that I had big issues with.
You're
Yeah.
making your hero so rock hard right now.
But
hard.
it more likely it's a culture impact thing.
I agree,
why they
but
did
that should be why was there nothing that said that it was because of its cultural impact?
Yeah, like why didn't anyone
Like-
say that?
That wasn't explained in the description of the award. So what meaning does the award have if it's given for a reason that isn't explained?
Yeah. I think that there was more of that this year over last year even. Like just when I thought last year it hit a nice medium somewhere in the middle of that. This year.
Last year's awards were like, oh, hey, look, these things are getting better. Hey, look,
Yeah.
this is borderline good.
It's almost a good year for video games.
Outside of that, like that is my biggest complaint with the Game Awards is that the awards themselves are in most cases almost irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because
Very
of
much like
how they're chosen, how they're explained, how they're described, and more so the lack thereof.
Yeah.
It's kind of the reason why most places just got rid of genre awards, because like genres are so
There's no
point,
no
right?
big point for it, right? Yeah. It's mostly that. I mean, there are other problems I had with it, where it's just like
Nate
from
pulling out Street
it's
Fighter
a-
Five.
Yeah, exactly. Street Fighter V won. Why? Because it's the fighting game that everyone knows.
Yeah.
You know, like
It's recognizable.
it wasn't the best fighting game by any means.
Yeah.
It's a great fighting game, but everything else about it was bad.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like those are the big things that I had problems with. Like I had problems with how the show was set up. Like most of the awards were like, "Hey, we just came back from a commercial break. Let's give this award out that we didn't talk about. All right, now on to the next trailer that wasn't showing any gameplay. Here's a musical act that no one cares about.
Mhm.
I don't know. Like the Doom one was awesome.
Yeah.
All the other musical acts, they had nothing to do with gaming.
It has become very much like a vehicle for speeches and
I mean,
announcements.
there's like games that are winning with like figureheads of the companies that make the games on the board for the fucking Game Awards, and that makes me angry.
Mhm.
I don't know. I have big problems with it, but I'm not going to get into it. So
You kind of
That's
that's fine.
I think I think
I'm not going to get more into it.
I think like your problems are valid though. Like I don't think anyone here would necessarily disagree with you. And again, it's like the Game Awards, just like all awards, are inherently just arbitrary.
It is, but like it sucks because this is the one that we get, you know.
Yeah. No, you're right.
So
you're right.
I don't know. It should be better.
It should
but
be better.
It should be better, and it was promised that it would be, and it was not.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Just like
The
Telltale
worst
Batman.
one so far.
I like again. It is like very much just like a vehicle for speeches and announcements. Like I think is what it's become. Like I feel like the Game Awards doesn't have to be an award show. Is the biggest thing, right? It could be just like celebrating great games and developers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like it's great. The Game Awards was worth it this year because it gave the creator of That Dragon Cancer a moment to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
What it's for. That is what it should be for. It is not something for advertising, but unfortunately that's the reality that we're in.
Like
you know?
if Keeley wanted to like put together a show where he could have like notable developers come up and just talk about their experience making these games and then announce a bunch of cool stuff, like that would probably be better because it wouldn't be as disingenuous as saying like these are the Game Awards when really they're just like any other website's Game Awards, which is just like this select group of people think this should win.
Yeah.
For whatever arbitrary reason. So I'm
Yep.
with you. I agree with you. For once. Let's talk about
Explain your goddamn jury selected awards, fucking shitters.
yeah, right. Let's talk about PSX though. Man, that was my jam. I was there.
Yeah.
I was in that room.
I'm glad you got over there.
You get a shirt that said you were there.
I do have a shirt that says I was there. They gave it to us for free, fucker. Yeah, no, the PSX conference was really cool. Like I talked about it on Twitter afterwards. That was what I wanted the E3 conference to be. I get like some parts of it wouldn't fit into that, but like as far as it was paced, that was how I wanted it. Still frustrating of like, we're gonna announce all this stuff and not show a date. But it was better because at least was like, this is coming out in 2017. This is coming out in 2017. All of these games are allegedly coming out in 2017. At least you're giving me a year versus E3, which obviously I have so many issues with. Because it's like, we're not even going to tell you anything about this. We're just going to show it and that's it, which is cool. It's exciting to see new games and stuff. What was also great about this PSX was that they didn't show any of the tentpole games that they showed at E3. Right? Detroit wasn't there. Days Gone wasn't there. God of War wasn't there. And Spider-Man wasn't there. Right? So, like, the big announcements from E3 just weren't there. They had other things to fill the show with, which was cool. They kicked it off with the Uncharted DLC, which was great because, like, Barrett and I were, like, right off, when you hear that music tinge, I'm like, okay, it's Uncharted. Got it. Cool. But then as the gameplay demo went on, Barrett and I convinced each other that it was Tomb Raider. Or I convinced Barrett that it was Tomb Raider. Because, like, imagine how big an announcement that would be to be like, we got Tomb Raider back. Whatever the new Tomb Raider is called. Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Dusk of the Tomb Raider. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is coming back to PS4. Like, that would have been a great PSX announcement. But no, it was Uncharted DLC. Which also looks great. Bring my girl back. Let's go, Chloe. Let's go. And that's like a standalone thing. And then they did Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. New Destiny stuff. I know Tony's ready to get back in.
Nope.
Okay, fair enough. Wipeout HD Remaster Collection. Fucking Knack 2. Which was... I'll tell you what, man. You have not lived until you've seen a room of people who like making jokes about Knack 2 react to Knack 2.
How was that?
It was weird. There was like this tepidness, like the right side of the room was like, oh no. And then the left side of the room was like, oh yes. Of just like, oh god, this game was bad, and this next game is gonna be bad. And then Frank Bazzani came up to me immediately after the conference, like, we're co-op streaming, playing an entire playthrough in Act 2. Let's go. And I'm like, all right, let's do this. I'm actually down. Showed off Akuma announced like the second season pass for Street Fighter, which they just showed silhouettes of characters. Did you notice any call outs there, Nabashin?
As far as like the characters? As
Yeah,
far
like
as-
silhouettes of people that you think might be.
Oh, they're
in that.
all new characters. Every single
Okay.
one of them.
Okay, so they've never been in a Street Fighter game before, or
Never been in a Street Fighter game before.
Okay,
One of them looked like Sakura, but it wasn't. Then more thought it was Sakura. It wasn't. So.
okay. Thank you for confirming that. That was what I was going to bring up next. Windjammers was coming to PS4 and Vita, and like they said Dave Lang on stage. Super weird, but like it was me and like the 3 other Giant Bomb fans in the PSX audience. They were like, "Oh shit!" They showed off the new Crash Bandicoot, which I'm like, I actually saw people playing Crash Bandicoot at PSX. Looks like that fucking first Crash Bandicoot game, which is a bad game as far as I'm concerned. So, the Let It Die, Lara Croft Go, 2 games we've been playing. They showed off a little, not Death Stranding, Horizon. Some remasters of PS1 games. Parappa is in there, and then they're doing Patapon and Loco Roco as well. They're bringing to PS4, and apparently those are really good. I'm trying to think of anything else. They should
Ni no
Gran
Kuni
Turismo
2.
Sport. What? Ni no Kuni 2. That was great. That was a really great demo.
You should honestly, you should look at that conference again, and when he announced Ni no Kuni 2, and you hear that somebody was screaming.
I watched it again, and I
Like
didn't hear it.
it sounded like you, bro. I'm sorry, it really did.
I didn't scream is the thing, and I'm like, so if you think of like an auditorium, right? The stage is right there, and then there are like bleachers to the sides, and then bleachers in the back, and then like seats all in the middle, right? I was all the way in the back, so there's no way it could have been me. Which I was like,
did you scream?
I didn't scream. I was like, oh shit, because I was really
Counts.
Barrett was also really excited about Ni no Kuni 2. So the 2 of us were really excited.
That means
Man, y'all just
I gotta
broke
finish
it
the
today.
first one now.
You fucking better finish the first one, Scott. It's got a really good ending. God damn it. I'm the only person I know that's finished it. I was like, Barrett, have you finished it? He's like, no, I'm like, no, don't say anymore. It's bullshit. Whatever. Fuck everyone. No one's finished that game. It looks really cool. It looks actiony.
I went too deep and ran out of
I
time.
know what you did, Scott.
I know what you
I
did.
ran out of time.
It's it looks more actiony. Like it doesn't look like they're familiars, but it looks like you're more playing your character.
How familiar with them are you?
I don't know. It looks like you might have like a group of people that are trying to rebuild the kingdom as well. I don't know. Ni no Kuni 2 looks really awesome, and it's apparently coming out in 2017. The trailer had already been localized, which is a good sign. That means they're at least doing localization now. I doubt they're going to go for a worldwide launch, but maybe they are. Who knows? They haven't released it in Japan yet, so normally this would be a
I don't
thing.
think they did any press for Japan. Like
No, they haven't. Yeah, this is
the second time they've ever
second time they've
revealed.
ever shown it. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah,
It might come out early next year in Japan, and then late next year for us, which would be great.
it might even come to us first. Like the way is like being made. It seems.
Yeah, I'd be super down for that. But it looks like Ni no Kuni 2 like legitimately looks incredible. Like I'm very, very excited for that. Trying to think anything else they announced. It was weird that they showed Last Guardian stuff there, but I guess like they have to.
They have to convince
No, he
people
didn't.
that what's on the shelves isn't an illusion.
Yeah, I guess
Apparently, that trailer was full of spoilers. I was not paying attention to it. So.
Yeah, I was like, I don't really remember it. I remember seeing like other human characters,
That's probably a spoiler.
but like I don't know. Like I haven't watched it again since because apparently it was full of spoilers. So I'm like, okay, I won't like pay attention to it again.
I mean, like it's weird to put another to do that anyway, just because like the game was like out in a week. I was like, I'm not gonna watch this. The game's coming out next week, so
yeah,
that's why.
it was a weird thing. I mean, obviously I couldn't really avoid it. I could have closed my eyes, but it wouldn't really have helped me. Being in the room. Yeah, and then they closed out. I'm trying to think of anything else big. Am I missing anything, Namishin?
Other than the last thing.
No. Yeah, that's. So they closed out with The Last of Us 2. The Last of Us Part 2, specifically. Very, very great trailer. Again, I know, I get it.
Thing around.
Most of this podcast don't give a shit about The Last of Us. I do. being in that room where they announced it was really like I didn't expect that. There's been so much talk of like, oh, they're making Days Gone. Sony's making that game, so they're not going to make The Last of Us 2, at least not anytime soon. So that game just showing up and being what it was, and that trailer being what it was, and that game looking as good as it is, like, I was so emotional. Like, I've never been, not since Kingdom Hearts 3 years ago, have I been that emotional during a game announcement. But like Kingdom Hearts 3 was like a good vibes, I'm so happy I'm crying type thing. Whereas like The Last of Us like means so much to me in a very different way. So like seeing that game again, seeing those characters again, different but real again, was, I can't even like legitimately describe how it made me feel. Like there are no words that I can, like it was just I was breathless.
Yeah, that trailer was masterfully done, and like,
Yeah.
and maybe it's more of like how you reveal something that gets someone emotional about it. Because I've been saying for years, and I was proven wrong, obviously, that like like the emotional attachments that you have for like a video game is more you get more emotions out of a Japanese game being announced in like of an American game. Not because of something like that, but I just feel like the way an American game is presented. Like you always expect a sequel, you always expect this, but like it's the way they did that trailer and the way it made you feel that I was like, wow, like fuck yeah, like
yeah, for sure. Like you're totally right. You and I have been talking about that over the last 2 years on this show too, of like the emotional investment in like a Kingdom Hearts franchise versus like a Mass Effect. Like when they announced Andromeda, I was excited, but I wasn't emotional, and that would be as close as they would have gotten to that. But the thing is, like with going into Mass Effect, those games, like knowing that that's a trilogy and the way it ended, right? It would be hard to evoke that with an Andromeda announcement, but this did it, like, and like it helps that I got so, there's like a part of that game that hurts me, like it hits me so emotionally. So like seeing that character again on screen changed was like, yeah, man.
Not even like to really keep talking about this trailer, but like they could have just ended with that sign.
Yeah, exactly. I totally thought like it shows the Firefly symbol on the stop sign, and then it shows the Naughty Dog.
And you know what? And if they stopped it there, that would have been, like, oh yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah. All right, that's all I needed. But they did more, and they got the emotion, and that's why that trailer is hot, and that's why it got the emotion. That's why it makes me cry. Yeah,
so good, so man. Oh, so good. Like it was the best part was being in that room when everyone realized who it was. It was like it went from like you see, and I know Scott, Tony, I know you guys don't give a shit, but like bear with me. But like when you see the Firefly symbol and everyone realized that it was The Last of Us. And
God, who cares?
And the room just like shuddered collectively, and then like it cut to the Naughty Dog logo. People were losing their minds, and then it kept going, and everyone went silent. It was, you could hear a fucking pin drop in that room, and then like everyone realized who it was, and then everyone realized who the other person was like, oh, and like it's funny because I went to the panel for it the next day. And Troy, did you watch that nomination?
No.
It's on like a Twitch archive. It's on YouTube as well. You should watch it because like Troy Baker gets really emotional during that panel. He talks about like they were in the room when they announced it, and he's like, when we heard all of your reactions to when you realized it was those two characters, I was sobbing, like just like. From like because he talks a lot about like how much it means to play that character and how much that character means to him as the actor who portrays him versus like how much that means to everyone who played it, and like it like destroyed him emotionally. I'm like, I was getting so like worked up during that panel. I was like, I know. So yeah, it was one hell of an announcement. I don't know if I've seen outside like again like Kingdom Hearts 3 and Final Fantasy 15 like those announcements 3 years ago. I don't know if I've seen an announcement that was that good. So, But that was PSX. Those are the big hitters over the last couple of weeks. It was cool being there. And I had a lot of fun being in that room, going crazy.
Easy Allies, real quick.
Oh yeah, I met the Easy Allies. They did a meet and greet the day before PSX, and that was a lot of fun. I met 80% of the Easy Allies. I did. Don was not there.
Yeah, no.
Which was sad. I mean, he was probably like scaling Mount Everest or something, whatever Don does. And I did not get the chance to talk to Damiani because he was like, Michael Damiani was like off doing his own thing. But that was a lot of fun. I tweeted about this, but it was like really weird, like meeting Ben Moore, who I knew followed me on Twitter. And like, I'm obviously a pretty recent fan of him because Nabishin finally like enough of your prodding me towards the Easy Allies and game trailers. Before that, I like after E3, I like now I'm like a big fan of theirs. Like finding out that Ben has listened to this show, and like said like, you know, hey, I don't get to listen to it often. It's really long, but like, yeah, I really like your podcast. It was like, whoa, what? And I did like he thought that was funny.
It is pretty long.
It is a pretty long show. We're 3+ hours now.
It's running a little too long right now.
And like talking to Brandon Jones and like him being like, wait, I knew I fucking recognized you from somewhere, and then like calling out that fucking legendary Twitter video exchange that Greg Miller and I had. Like he's like, I had to stop everything and show this to my wife. That's how good this Twitter exchange was. I'm like, whoa. He said it was really fucking funny. So that was like that was such a great moment for me. It was so weird too. And it's funny because like I felt really bad. I wanted to talk to everybody. I really wanted to talk to Kyle Bossman. Because obviously he was like and I told him like, you were like kind of like my gateway drug into this group of people with the Final Bossman. And I was so worried because like he talks so much about like how he hates being around people and he gets so anxious, but he was like super cool throughout the whole thing. Like he did a great job. He was having fun. He was like meeting people, making sure he introduced himself to everyone. And yeah, so it was great meeting them. I hugged Huber like 5 times. And it was great. Like Michael Huber, who has become like this beacon of positivity in my video games career. It was great, like seeing him. Like anytime anyone would meet, most people like at some point met Huber, they'd shake his hand, and he would not accept that. He'd be like, "No, just come here and just hug everyone." It's like that's also very me. Like I'm a lot of the people that I met this past weekend for the first time, I'm like, no, we're fucking hugging it out right here, right now. And he was very much that. And also I got to explain to him what happens at the end of Dead Space 3, because like him and Brad are trying to play through that, and he's like totally not digging it. And like telling him what happened, and his fucking reaction was so good. It was very much the reaction you would want Michael Huber to have. Of like, no way. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. I took a marble. I'll have you know, I contributed to the 2,000 plus marbles. I thought it was gonna be like 400 in that bag, and when I looked in, I didn't see any of the pictures in there. Like people had put like pictures of marbles in there.
Pictures of marbles.
Marble. So I saw the marble bread, but I didn't realize it was marble bread.
Oh,
and people won't get this unless you watch the Easy Allies betting special, but you should, just to kind of get what's going on. There's pictures of it on my Twitter. But yeah, that was I could not have prepared myself for how, because like there's a moment where they were still setting up and we were kind of like waiting in the atrium, and they were like bringing stuff in, and they kept peeking out, just making sure everyone's like, "Are y'all cool? Like we're setting stuff up in here. Give us a minute." And like Huber pokes his head out at one point, and this guy has just like a Christmas bag, and he's just cutting open bags of marbles and dumping them in this Christmas bag to then dump in the marble bag. And Huber's like, they're like, like wiping his forehead, like sweating bullets. And he's like, "Oh no, like this couldn't have gone any worse." and it was great. So it was a lot of fun. They're good guys. Those guys are awesome. This was like the biggest meet and greet they'd ever had. Also, like their last one was apparently 14 people. There were like well over 100 there this time. So it was cool to be like surrounded by a bunch of Easy Allies people.
Cool.
Yeah. Let's. I think we're gonna have to forego the mail sack, unless you guys want to go through tweets.
We gotta do IPQ, man.
Yeah.
We should do tweets. Yeah. Silver PR sent us the Game Boy edition of his game, which we will have to hold for next week. He also sent us a voicemail, which I will just hold for next week as well.
Shit, Game Boy? That's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be fun. And I just peeked into the email. It looks like he labeled it so that I might be able to play as well. So I didn't see any game titles. I just saw things listed as Game 1, Game 2. So that's exciting. All right, let's get into these tweets. Remember, you can always tweet your questions at us and be, Jesus Christ, be read on the show if you tweet them at IrrationalPod, which is the show's Twitter, with the hashtag IPQ. Please use the hashtag. It makes it much easier for me to find. All right, let's see. This first one's from Trevor Starkey, and it is favorite part of PSX, the conference, and the extended weekend. I guess this is more directed to me, but I'm curious what each of your favorite parts of the conference are. I guess Nobishin was the only one that watched it. Did you watch it, Tony?
No, I didn't.
You should watch it. It's good. It's good. It's good watching.
I got like the play-by-play from all of my friends who were there.
Yeah.
So
Fair enough. Some people were live tweeting it. I was not. I was just chilling. Nobishin, did you have a favorite part of the conference? Was it the Last of Us announcement? I don't know.
More of Yakuza.
Yeah, that Yakuza stuff was really good.
The fact that they even do that, like, fuck, man, like, thank you.
I kind of want to play Kiwami.
Yeah.
I'm legitimately. We joked about like the whole post E3 Easy Allies did their like little preview of it, but I'm like kind of I kind of want to play Yakuza 0. And it's funny because I talked to Huber about it, who previewed it for Easy Allies, and he's like, the best part of it is that you can just jump into that one and you don't need to play the other ones. So I'm gonna give it a shot. So that stuff was really cool though. I remember that being up there. I'm like, yeah, somewhere Nobishin's going like, yes. And it looked good too. For me, obviously, The Last of Us 2, Part 2, I should say. That was massive for me. As for the weekend as a whole, I mean, seeing everybody, like seeing all my friends, was the best part of it. I got to go to Portillo's for the first time. You hear Greg Miller talk about that enough. It's funny, like when I was waiting in line, I'm like, I'm here. I don't like peppers on my hot dogs. What do I do? I sent him a message, and he's like, just get it without the peppers. It's still gonna be good. Italian beef is really good. I ended up like getting one thing of food, and then I went back for more because it was so good. It was really, really good. Very greasy and disgusting in the best way possible. But yeah, seeing all the people was a lot of fun. Ivan Lekovich, I really want to go to a convention like PAX or PSX, but I have really bad anxiety. Any advice? This is a good question. I feel like Nobishin, you can probably speak to this better than the rest of us.
true.
It's about just taking it one step at a time, and also go with someone who you can be around, so you can always have like an anchor to go to. Like when we were at Kind of Funny Live, Alex was my anchor, so like he helped me get through most of my issues there. And like,
you had one anxiety attack that was my fault, and I feel still really bad about it, but
oh, you're good. But yeah, like having an anchor with you to like at least like get you to like do something that you really want to see when there's like a whole bunch of people, and then like and it could be like a little bit too overwhelming. That helps. And also just is never be afraid just like to walk away for a second, get some air, put some water on your face. You know, that helps me out. But like,
do whatever you got to do. Yeah, I think like that helps. I remember. It's funny, like I was the most anxious I've been at a convention this PSX. I've never really gotten anxiety or anxious before. except for like maybe my first PAX East, which like Tony and Evan. Was Greg with
Yo,
us that
man.
year? Or was it Joe?
What? I don't know who. It was me and you.
Me, you, Evan, and
Evan was there. 'Cause
Joe.
we had cute pictures on the plane.
Yeah, and Joe. I guess Joe. Was
I think
the
it was Joe.
fourth.
Must have been Joe.
Yeah. So like I had you guys there, and that was post IP 100, so we'd all hung out together before. Obviously, the Joe factor wasn't a problem anymore, but so we had
The
not met
Joe
him
factor.
the Joe factor, the wild.
Yo,
card.
man, he rode around the trunk of my car. This is a bond that will never
so,
go away.
So like the first time I was at PAX East, I had you guys, and we definitely like we did that PAX really well. Like we went to the press hour and we just divide and conquered and split up and then came back together and hung out.
Fuck, man, that was back when I went and saw fucking League of Legends during the press hour.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's so funny. So like yeah, I not
Whatever,
being
man,
afraid
it's
to
one of
walk
the first
away.
people to play as characters.
For me, whatever. For me, like
I agree.
when I was the most anxious, I think like the thing I was the most anxious about was like letting people down this past PSX, and like the kind of like I said the conflicts that were going on that I wasn't very privy to, that people were very specifically keeping me away from because I was too pure for it, and like that led to a whole other bunch of situations. But having like being around like people like for me like just going to Danny and like spending some time with Danny or whatever. Whoever, like the people that I was staying with, Griffin, Danny, Steven, and Nick, I was okay with them. So,
You went to hang out with Griffin and got more anxious.
tell you what, Griffin, what a carrot. I could tell you some stories that I'm not going to tell you on air.
Fair enough.
He's a good guy. He's got his heart in a good place. So yeah,
I'll find out, I'm sure.
yes, you will. You two are gonna love each other, also. Yeah. So like having bringing a buddy helps a lot. It helps also like Nabish and I that we have had all these people on our show and know them to an extent, right? So we have a little bit of an unfair adventure.
So I feel good now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I just don't get anxious about stuff like that, so it's easy for me. So I wish I could give you advice, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of
Your
anxiety.
white privilege. You know this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all my white privilege.
You piece of shit. I don't have a lot of anxiety, but it has happened to me before. I've gotten anxious before. It's just, the idea of like walking away and taking a minute for yourself is big. Scott, do you have any? I don't know if you have anything to add here.
No,
Okay.
not particularly.
Scott will find out when he comes to PAX.
Exactly.
Diego Rivera at Behold the Sack, which is a really good Twitter handle. I only say that. I only read his handle because he has not tweeted it before. If you had to pick one superhero to get a game franchise on the level of the Arkham games, who would it be? That's another good question.
Doctor Strange.
That's a good one. That movie's. Have you seen that yet, Namashin?
Yeah.
It's good.
It's
Good movie.
It's a good movie.
That's a good one.
He'd be a fun one to mess around with.
Yeah,
The Flash.
Flash is good too. You've always brought up that Flash game that I want to happen. I want to believe it can happen.
Well, it's like think about it. You have that city, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you have all of Flash's movement abilities, and if the game's done right, like to that level, they'd have to do the gating so much differently than they do in those games.
Yeah.
Because you're the Flash, you can go anywhere you want.
Yeah, you can run up fucking buildings. I want running as the Flash in Central City to feel as good as like swinging from buildings as Spider-Man, right? Like if they can do that, that could be really cool. Nabishin?
Batman Beyond.
Batman Beyond's good. I wonder if that's what they end up doing, Be interesting if that's what that next Batman game is rumored to be, but I'm trying to think of something that's outside of the box. I would really love to see like a good Shazam game. And I feel like you could tell like a really fun story with a Shazam game. Because like, you're a kid who has powers that turn you into an adult. You know, it would be very different than like the Arkham games. It would probably have to be a lot more lighthearted. But I feel like that's a fun premise to play with. Just Shazam as a character in general. And the last one we have is from Nate Johnson, NATO. Which 4 anime boys would you love to see road trip Final Fantasy 15 style? For me, the Shonen Rivals, Vegeta, Zoro, Zebra, Adult, Sasuke. What a specific group of people.
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
Dude, that's tough. Kid
That-
Goku, for sure. Like Dragon Ball Kid Goku. Not Dragon Ball GT Kid Goku. That's my first boy. Kirito from Sword Art, just because he's like such a fucking bummer.
Such a loner.
Such a loner. Like the loner of the group, he'd have to be the leader probably.
I think Agiel's way cooler.
Yeah, but like, I like Kirito because he's not cool, but he's so cool. What up, Black Cloak? Let's say, fuck it. I'll just like throw Inuyasha in the mix for the wild card.
Weird.
I know exactly, and we'll get what's another anime that I like? We'll just throw like
Tamaki.
Naruto in there. No, fuck whatever you said. I didn't hear. Throw Naruto.
That's a
Keep-
Tamaki.
No, please no. Kid Goku, Kirito, Naruto, and Inuyasha. That'd be a fucking group of boys, let me tell you. Come on. Tony, I know you've got 1,000 answers to this question.
I'm trying to think of a good 4th person
Okay.
to complement this specific group.
Okay.
Obviously, go first. Please.
Probably Yusuke Urameshi,
Yeah, he's good with any group. You're right.
Inuyasha. Let me look at my anime.
Let me look at my anime. Said the goddamn weeb.
Fuck off.
Look,
Fucking
we're our boys
savage.
again. We're boys again. Finally, we got through it, guys. Maybe the reason I like the characters in Final Fantasy 15 so much is because it's just us.
Who are we?
It's a good question. We'll get to that. We'll get there. I need your I need your boys first.
Yeah, like we'll have to Urameshi, Yusuke Urameshi, Inuyasha, right? Domon Kashu from G Gundam.
That's
So
a
they're
great
all
character.
angsty. Yeah, they're all angsty. And
Yeah.
I can't think of a third one, a fourth one.
No, they'd be all terrible if it was all angst.
Yeah, no, that would make it so good.
No,
So here's-
no, they don't mix well together.
I love it.
So I got mine.
Yes. Go.
And I characterized my anime characters by the characters in Final Fantasy 15.
Okay, good. I couldn't do that because I don't watch enough anime. Or I can't
So
spot enough.
for Prompto, Natsu Dragneel from Fairy Tail.
Got it.
The main character of Fairy Tail. He's very Prompto-like. For Mr. Princess, Yuri Plisetsky from Yuri on Ice, the Russian Yuri.
Okay.
For Gladio, Agiel from Sword Art Online. And for why am I blanking on his name?
Ignis.
Fucking
Oh, you're not.
Shiba Tatsuya from The Irregular at Magic High School.
Yeah, okay.
I was like, I don't know. I know one of these characters.
I know. No, I know a little bit about all of those characters.
My
Okay.
fourth would be Kamina from Gurren Lagann.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice wild card.
I have a Pokemon named Gurren Lagann. Just saying.
We do have one more IPQ. Last minute. Cameron Abbott at Unsexiest Comedy. On a scale of meh to I yearn to hold you in my arms, how much do you miss me?
Can we embrace naked in a bath of rum, wearing pirate hats?
Jesus Christ. I feel like that's beyond I yearn to hold you in my arms. I feel like you went actually above the 10 on this scale.
Well, that's where I'm at.
You've not met Cameron in person, right?
I know.
Well, I mean, Jesus, if you're going that far, don't even let me know if you're coming by the state.
Damn, harsh. Doesn't compare, apparently. What about you, Nabishin?
Of course, Miss Cameron.
I'm at a solid. I could use a hug with Cameron. I could always use a hug from Cameron, though. It was good to see him again. I wasn't expecting him to be there at PSX. So.
I didn't know he was going to be there until I saw pictures.
It was a last-minute thing. Yeah, it came together, so... All right. Us boys. The four of us boys. Who are we in the boys group?
Who's Prompto?
I feel like we all have a little bit of Prompto in us, is the problem.
I don't know if I like Chocobos enough.
Are you sure about me and Prompto?
You have a little bit of his joking nature to it. You are the least Prompto of us.
Is Scott Ignis?
I think so. I think Scott's got to be Ignis. He's the most analytical of all of us. Even beyond Tony. Because Tony's too jokey. Tony's too Gladio. I think you got to be Prompto, Nabishin.
Oh, okay.
And listen, chime in here anywhere you got, Tony.
Michelangelo is my favorite Ninja Turtle. So.
There you go. They are just the Ninja Turtles. It's just a trope that fucking works.
Alex just wants to be a pretty princess.
Honestly, I would rather be Prompto than I would be Noctis, but let's be real. I gotta be Noctis.
You are the pretty princess.
I'm a pretty fucking princess.
You know, look at that side swept hair.
Yeah. I got that emo hair.
If you were a Pokemon, you would be fucking Rowlet, second of all form.
I mean, I could see Scott as Gladio as well, but I don't know. The Tony is Gladio or Scott is Gladio and Ignis and vice versa. I could see it go either way. But I feel like Nabishin, you were the most Prompto. You're jolly. You got the good vibes. You're silly. You make sure we have fun on this show, even when we're yelling at each other.
So I see it as Nabishin as Ignis.
Okay.
You as Prompto.
Okay.
Scott as Prince Noctis.
Okay. And you still as Gladio.
Yeah.
I can see that as well.
Sure.
Because Scott makes a really good Noctis.
Yeah, Scott is definitely
That's what I was
facetious
about to
enough.
say.
Yeah. Okay. I can get into that as well.
And I think Scott is most likely to be Freya.
What up? All right.
That made it weird.
Because Scott's what I know of Scott's attitude towards women as potential romantic partners
Here we go.
is very similar to how Noctis responds to Lunafreya. So
Scott's so uncomfortable right now.
Now I'm curious. Now I gotta play it.
Now you gotta play.
I
You gotta play
really
Final
gotta
Fantasy
play
15, Scott.
I mean,
It's a good game. All right.
just make sure that you watch Brotherhood and Kingsley before you play.
Or
'Cause
don't,
You need to.
and then we'll finally know.
Well, he's already seen
I'm
Kingsley.
gonna not, and we're gonna know. How about that?
You've watched,
But
Kingsglaive,
now
apparently.
you're biased regardless. So
Yeah. I'm just curious. I just want to know what Scott thinks of that game in general.
thinks Nobshin's Gladio, I'm Prompto, Scott is Ignis, and you are Noctis.
Okay. That's also valid. Again, I feel like I don't know. Nobshin is the
And
big
Danny's
strong-
Dino.
Man,
fucking Dino, man. Let me tell you about my fucking rocks.
Hey, forget about.
Hey,
So-
forget
so
about it.
really-
I'll give you this piece.
So really, what you're saying is we need to buy a very expensive car and go on a road trip together.
Dude, yes. And it's got to break down, and we got to listen to
We
Stand
gotta-
By Me.
We gotta push it.
The opening of that game
God,
is so
that's
good.
so good.
It's
told
so
you,
You
good.
were so right, Nabishin. I couldn't even be ready. Like the pan up from the Stand By Me to the fucking title
It's
card.
so good. I
It's
I
fucking
tweeted about that shit too.
incredible. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we all tweeted about it separately.
Even Scott.
Even Scott.
Griffin. Cam says Griffin is Cindy.
True. Fucking gender bending right there. All right. That's it. That's the show. Thank you to everyone who wrote in to be a part of the show. Remember, you can always write in by sending your emails to mailsack@irrationalpassion.com.
Are you sure we can't draw this out for another 15 minutes? Hit that sweet 4-hour mark.
Yeah, oh god, I got to pee so bad again already. I'm like fucking Dan Riker with my little bladder over here. I had one beer and I just got to pee instantly. Mailsack@irrationalpassions.com. You can send your emails 404-590-1337.
It's like Zyger. I'm sorry. I got distracted. I got distracted.
Is it what you could call
I was
it?
looking at
now-
Joe
now we-
talking.
It's fine.
Nope,
it's
you
fine.
fucked up. Now we can't say it's like Zyger anymore.
No.
Gotta change.
That's where you
Rational
can.
Passions 306, Death of the It's Like Zyger.
it's like Zyger, but it's not. That's where you can call and send your voicemails. Keep in mind, standard long distance fees do apply. You can tweet us your questions at IrrationalPod. Please use the hashtag IPQ. It makes it a lot easier to find. You can follow each of us on Twitter. I am at AlFighter27. Scott is at WUTTEHCHUZ. What the chuz? Nabishin is at NABESHIN186. Nabishin186. Tony, you were at Tony Horvath. All one word. Follow the site on Twitter at IrrationalPod, and that's all one word as well. Some other stuff, rate and review us on iTunes and Stitcher. Go to VGUvo.com, check out the awesome podcast there. Check out like Monthly Passions podcast. Love IRL is coming soon. We're streaming weekly over at twitch.tv/.
You've been saying that for weeks.
I know. It's coming soon. Someday. Keep
I
your
know.
dreams alive.
You're working hard.
No pressure. Twitch.tv/Irrational Passions, YouTube.com/Irrational Passions. Tell your friends. Word of mouth is the best way to spread the love, so please just tell a friend about the show if you like it. And for everything else, Irrational Passions, IrrationalPassions.com. Let's do bets.
Okay.
We're coming to the close of season 1 of bets. At the end of the year, we got to start fresh.
What's
Right.
the score right now?
Score currently, before we do last week's bet, is Team BBC 7, because you guys got that double point bullshit. Team Flaught is 5.
Oh.
Should there be a penalty if we for the loser?
Maybe we can work that at a game of the year.
Yeah.
When we're all not together, sad.
Single
And I
phase.
think I think for as a quote unquote penalty, it should be a quality of life type of thing. Like you should do something to better your life type of thing. Like we've been telling you to do this for years, but you never did it type of thing.
to the other
I don't know.
two
Whatever.
team
We'll
members.
get to it.
If we can figure something out like that fits that, I would like to do that. All right, next week's bet. We're doing bets for listeners who are unaware. We're about to make some bets.
In case you were wondering, we bet shit.
Next week's bet. Next week's Super Mario Run will release for the App Store on iOS. How
Do you
many?
know what day?
December 15th,
15.
which is now 4 days from us because we're past midnight.
So
It's
okay.
Thursday.
So it'll be Thursday.
So it'll have like 3 solid days to build up reviews.
Okay.
Super Mario Run will release on the App Store. How many 5-star reviews will Super Mario Run have as of the end of our recording next week? So basically when I check bets next Saturday. Type your answers in the chat. God damn it, Scott.
You did like a minute ago.
On 1, hit enter. 3, 2, 1. Damn. Got some diversity here. Scott had a different bet also. I appreciate that. All right.
Not that different though.
Not that different. I bet 12,890. Scott bet 75. Tony bet 14,000. And Nalbashin bet 500. How we feeling about those?
It's only
good
2
with it.
days.
to do it. So, and not many people do reviews, I think.
My thing here, now that we've submitted bets, is like for the first time ever, like you could have the App Store notify you when this game comes out.
Mm-hmm.
So like everyone who did that months
And it's
months ago-
Nintendo. Like,
and it's Nintendo, and it's the App Store.
if it's bad, everyone's gonna want to shit on it. If it's not bad, people are gonna be like, "All right, this is all right."
And it's Nintendo, so enough people are going to be like, all right, this is all right. We'll see.
Yeah.
I like that I wasn't the highest bet. It'll make this interesting. Unless it's like 70,000, in which case Tony will just win. Last week's bet. On Open Critic, in the first 10 reviews for Final Fantasy 15, how many times will the word legacy be used? This was 2 weeks ago. Obviously, we intended to record last week, but we didn't. I bet 11. Tony bet 3. Scott bet 4. Nabishin bet 0. Our guest bet 7. Our guest was acting on the behalf of Team Flot.
Go to 3, we win. Everything else, you win.
Yeah. I already looked this up. Went through the first 10 reviews. Essentially, the 10 most positive reviews. It was used once.
Yes.
So Nabishin won. That means Nabishin wins the last word, final word. And he also wins Danny Juarez's love and affection until next week, in which possibly you might lose that crown. But enjoy it while it lasts. Had to deal with it all last weekend, so that's it. That brings the totals. Team Flot is still at 5. Team BBC is at 8 now.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
The Brilliant Bets Club.
So I think Scott and I have to win. All right. Scott and I
Every
have to
time we
win
do bets, I have a different name.
all 3 of the remaining bets in order to tie it up for the final bet of the year. That's it. That's the whole show. That's everything. That's all I've got. Thank you so much to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who came up and said hi to me at PSX. I really, really appreciate it. You all are wonderful. I hope you got through this whole podcast, and I hope us fighting didn't make you think that we actually hate each other, even though two of us actually do hate each other.
Yeah, it's just me and Nabishin.
Yeah, it's Scott and Nabishin. This weird racial tension.
Turns out Scott's a raging racist.
Oh my god. I feel like the more we make jokes about this, the more someone is gonna like fucking latch onto this and believe it. Thank you.
I'm kind of okay with that.
Me too, weirdly enough. Because that's just ridiculous. Thank you to Danny Wiesner for our opening music of 2-Player Co-op and our closing music of The World is Saved. Go check that out if you haven't. DannyWiesner.bandcamp.com. I keep hitting my mic because I'm not used to this. I lost all of my skills over 1 week off. Thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who watched live. Thank you so much to Tony, Scott, and Nabishin, my wonderful co-hosts. I love you guys. A winky face.
Final words.
I miss you guys a lot, also, I want to say.
Since when?
Since last week. Not doing the podcast last week. It was
okay.
actually kind of a bummer.
I got that. Okay.
You have your final word.
There's a hole now when you don't do it now, isn't there?
It's missing my chest.
Context, man. Context is a great thing. I like that. Having context, so,
Preach!
that's all I really need to say.
Hold on 1 second. This is the last
Final word.
This is the final word, Scott. You can't, you don't get a word here. I don't either. Okay?
Right. That's why we can't chime in.
Yeah. This is the part where we can't say anything. Is that all? Is that all you got?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. That's it.
Love you guys. Thank you all so much. Until next week, I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your game, stay rational. We will talk to you all next week.
Titles.
Titles!
From my bladder, please.
I got and sometimes why.
That one.
Jeff Goaty.
No, and sometimes why.
Them spicy meme. Flip flops for life.
And sometimes
Dat
why.
legal weed.
That.
Xander the Bizarro Sire.
And sometimes
Wait a second.
why.
My dad's not a phone. Duh.
What?
high to the danger zone of being a fascist.
Highway.
I miss my boys. My fat boy Prompto. Oh, highway to the danger zone of being a fascist. Excuse me. For better and better. Dusk of the Tomb Raider. The Joe Factor. My anime. And I'm a Pretty Princess.
I love all these.
They're
I
real
mean,
good.
I Miss My Boys has got to be the title, though. Come on.
I
guess
really like.
You guys weren't there over the weekend when we kept saying that over and over again. So
I kind of like them spicy memes because I think spicy memes is fucking stupid.
it's so dumb.
I like the Joe Factor.
Joe Factor is also real good.
Joe Harder is good.
And sometimes why?
Scott's still on that sometimes why. I'll give it to the Joe Factor. Now we have to decide who says the title, guys. Do you remember? Do you
Should
remember
we
how to
have
do
Joe's
this?
face on Nox's body? And that's
I
it?
think I can figure that out. I was thinking of like whose body do I want to put Joe?
A chocobo.
A chocobo is also
100% a
good answer.
chocobo.
There is no wrong answer here.
Or Cindy.
On Dino's face.
On fucking Dino, I can't put anyone but Danny Juarez's face on Cindy or on Dino. Fucking whoever.
On Cindy.
Or, that's Alex's fantasy.
Oh, God.
This is the Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 306.
The Joe Factor. Nothing, Scott?
No, I wanted it sometimes why.
I'm sorry. All right, you can stop recording
Just
now.
leave that whole thing.
Thank you, video viewers. We love you. Bye bye.
3 hours, 55 minutes, and